Take. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the General Assembly of the First Mathematics and Mathematics Education International Conference M2EIC 2023. Check. Good morning, please welcome. We're going to have 23.
Suntai sadar
Take. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the General Assembly of the First Mathematics and Mathematics Education International Conference, M2EIC 2023, and the launching of DDR Indonesia Development Center, Saturday, June 24, 2023. Our event for today is about to begin. So, to all the participants and the respectable guests, please be ready. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our international conference of today is about to begin. Please make sure that your mobile phones are switched to silent mode and allowing yourself and those around you to fully immerse in the transformative discussion and presentation that await us. Please be ready. Our international conference of today is about to begin. Thank you. I would like to inform you once again, all participants and distinguished guests, that our international conference of today is about to begin. Kepada Bapak Ibu hadirin yang sudah hadir di auditorium JKF PMIPA UPI, diharap untuk bersiap-siap karena acara kita pada pagi hari ini akan segera dimulai. Seluruh peserta diharap untuk menempati tempat duduk sesuai dengan nomor yang sudah ditentukan. Dan kami akan segera memulai acara pada kesempatan pagi hari ini. Welcome to General Assembly of the First Mathematics and Mathematics Education International Conference, M2EIC 2023, and the launching of DDR Indonesia Development Center, June 24, 2023. Our international conference of today is about to begin, so ladies and gentlemen, please be ready. Once again, please allow me to inform you, ladies and gentlemen, that our international conference of today is about to begin. Welcome to all excellencies and distinguished guests. Welcome to all the participants. Welcome to General Assembly of the First Mathematics and Mathematics Education International Conference 2023 and the launching of DDR Indonesia Development Center. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi, shalom, om swastiastu, namo buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Dear Excellencies and distinguished guests, Professor Dr. Muhammad Solehuddin MPD, Director of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Professor Dr. Tatang Herman MED, as M2EIC Committee and Dean of FPMIPA UPI, Professor Dr. Didi Suryadi MPD, Dr. Engineer Sri Gunani Partiwi MT, our today's speaker from the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Professor Andreas Glaser, our today's speaker from Directorate of Education and Skills OECD, Professor Gerard Sansevi, our speaker from the University of Western Brittany, Dr. Rian Hidayat MED, our speaker from the University Putra Malaysia, Professor Yaya Sugjaya Kusuma MSc PhD, our speaker from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Theodore Chow PhD from the Ohio State University, Professor Yuli Rahmawati MSc PhD from Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Profesor Dr. Rizky Rosjanuardi MSc from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and Doctor of Engineering Engineer Herman Saputro MPD MT from Universitas 11 Maret as our today's invited speakers. All the moderators of today's conference, the respectable representatives from all the collaborating institutions, and all honored guests and participants, including those who join us via online. A very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to General Assembly of the First Mathematics and Mathematics Education International Conference, M2EIC 2023, and the launching of DDR Indonesia Development Center, organized and partially supported by the master and doctoral students from the Department of Mathematics Education, Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education, Universitas The conference is being held in Bandung, Indonesia on Saturday, 24th of June, 2023. I'm sorry. The conference is conducted hybrid and also can be I'm sorry. The conference is conducted hybrid and also can be followed online via Zoom meeting and YouTube, which can be accessed in our website, m2eic.org. Today, on this meaningful occasion, we gather here to celebrate the advancement of mathematics and mathematics education and witness the launch of DDR Indonesia Development Center. My name is Indah Rahmawati, and I'm honored to serve as your Master of Ceremonies for this remarkable event. Dear honorable participants, I would like to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to all the individuals and institutions who have contributed to this conference. Your expertise, insights, and support have been invaluable in making this event a success, and we are truly grateful for your participation. Thank you very much to Direktorat Riset, Teknologi, dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat, Kementerian Pendidikan, Kebudayaan, Riset, dan Teknologi. Thank you very much to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Thank you very much to IKIG, your partner for conference. And before we begin, please allow me to proceed with the rundown of today's program. The opening sessions, ladies and gentlemen, starts at 7:30 in the morning, and after that we will listen to our national anthem and the hymn of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. The next agenda will be hearing the opening speeches by the M2EIC Committee and the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Professor Dr. Tatang Herman M.Ed., followed by the opening speech and DDR Indonesia Development Center launching by the Honorable Rector of UPI, Professor Dr. Muhammad Solehuddin MPD. After that, we will have the introduction of DDR Indonesia Development Center. We will gain insights into the vision and mission of DDR Indonesia Development Center through a presentation by Professor Dr. Didi Suryadi MED. Next agenda, we will be mesmerized by a captivating traditional dance performance showcasing the rich cultural heritage of Indonesia. And this will conclude the opening session of today's conference and lead us to the next primary agendas. There will be 3 keynote sessions, ladies and gentlemen, covered different topic delivered by our respectable speakers from different institutions. There will be a question and answer session at the end of each keynote session, and we will have the online parallel session and the session of invited speaker part 1 right after the second keynote session. We will also have the session of invited speaker part 2 and the online parallel session after the third keynote session, and we will have break for pray and lunch at around 11:30 until 12:30. And finally, the conference will be closed by the Best Presentation Award and closing ceremony. In this conference, ladies and gentlemen, we encourage active participation and meaningful dialogue. Please listen attentively to the speakers and show respect by refraining from interrupting or speaking over others. And we are more than welcome you to engage in discussions by asking relevant and thoughtful questions during question and answer session. I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, our respectable speakers and honorable guests, your safety is our utmost priority. In the case of an emergency, remain calm and follow the instruction provided by the organizing committee. We kindly request that you follow all the rules, regulation, and policies set by the conference organizers. This includes the use of mobile phone or other electronic devices. While electronic devices can enhance your conference experience, please use them responsibly and be mindful of any noise or distractions caused by electronic devices during sessions. For all participants who join us online, you may access this conference through our website, m2eic.org. And during the conference, please make sure your microphones are muted unless you are speaking. If you have any technical issues, please use the chat function to message our technical support team, who will be standing by to assist you. Our conference today, ladies and gentlemen, will focus on mathematics and mathematics education, also the DDR Indonesia Development Center, and we have a distinguished panel of speakers who will share their expertise and insights with all of us. Each speaker will have about 45 minutes to present their topic. After all the presentations are finished, we will have a brief question and answer session where you can ask questions, and please keep your questions concise and relevant to the topic. During the Q&A session, the committee will be monitoring the chat box for any question from the online participants. We are delighted to have so many distinguished guests and participants from many different places joining us today. This conference is a great opportunity for us to come together to discuss and share ideas. To begin our conference, ladies and gentlemen, please be ready for the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, and hymn of UPI. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up as we proudly present the national anthem Indonesia Raya, followed by the hymn of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your respectful participation. Please be seated as we continue our agenda of today's conference. Dear distinguished speakers and honorable participants, to begin our event for today, we will be privileged to hear the opening speeches by the M2EIC Committee and the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Professor Dr. Tatang Herman, MED. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Tatang Herman, MED. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Tatang Herman, MED, to give the opening speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellency, the Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, represented by Vice Rector Professor Dr. Bunyamin Mabtu, distinguished keynote and invited speaker, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the International Conference Committee and the academic staff of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science Education at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, I would like to extend my warm and heartfelt welcome to all presenters and participants gathered in this room, as well as those joining us virtually from around the world. At this special moment, I would like to convey my warmest greeting to our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Sri Gunani Partiwi, Professor Andreas Schleitzer, Professor Yaya Kusuma, Professor Gerald Sensivi, and Dr. Rian Hidayat. Additionally, we are honored to have distinguished invited speaker, Professor Rizky Rosjanuargi, Professor Yuli Rahmawati, and Dr. Hermawan Saputro, and Theodore Chow, PhD, amongst us. Today, we gather here on the first Mathematics and Mathematics Education International Conference, M2EIC. As the first international conference organized by doctoral and master students at the Mathematics Education Department at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, M2EIC successfully provides a forum for researchers and practitioners to disseminate, discuss, and share their groundbreaking discoveries. Although it is a new conference, I am confident that M2EIC will play a critical role in fostering field collaboration, increasing research and development in mathematics and natural science education throughout the world. At this conference, we have brought together 349 representatives from 16 countries. They come from Asia, America, Africa, and Europe to participate and share their innovation, experiences, findings, and best practices in their respective areas of expertise. We are also honored to have the privilege of hosting renowned researchers from government agencies, accomplished lecturers, as well as promising young researchers who represent the future of our field. In addition, we expand to worldwide dissemination of our presenters' findings. We also have been collaborated with some reputable international journals, such as Teaching Mathematics and its Application, Journal for Mathematics Didactic, Aventis de Investigación and Education Mathematica, International Journal of Learning Technology, Mathematics and Statistics, International Journal of Educational Methodology, and International Journal of Teaching and Learning. Also, we provided presenters with a proceeding and book chapter that will be indexed by Scopus and accredited national journal such as Pengajaran MIPA, Journal Element, and Journal of Research and Advances in Mathematics Education. Under the theme of research transformation and innovative research on science, mathematics, and education, this conference strives to provide us with a wealth of information while also sparking innovation in transformational research in the natural science, mathematics, and education. Our goal is to equip ourselves with the knowledge to deal with the various problems in the 21st century and guide to our society toward bright future. We sincerely hope that this conference will foster collaboration among researchers both within our country and with esteemed international partners. The breadth of topic covered, encompassing theoretical and practical aspects of mathematics and natural science education, along with applied experiments of mathematics and natural science, provide a unique environment for researchers spanning the entire spectrum of this discipline. We aspire to establish fruitful and enduring educational event after this conference. Finally, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our distinguished keynote and invited speaker for their invaluable presence and contribution to this conference. My thanks also to all committee members of their tireless effort in ensuring this rigorous conference ran successfully. Also, my heartfelt appreciation to the reviewer for their papers. I truly hope that all participants will benefit significantly from this conference. Once again, I want to thank everyone for joining us at this remarkable event. I wish you all resounding success throughout the conference and a memorable, enjoyable stay in Bandung. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Tatang Herman, MED, for the very enlightening speech, Professor. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have the opening speech and officially launch DDR Indonesia Development Center. And we would like to invite the Vice Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Professor Dr. Haji Bunyamin Maftu, MPD, MA, as the representative of our Honorable Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Professor Dr. Muhammad Solehuddin, MPD, to deliver the opening speech and officially launch DDR Indonesia Development Center. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming the Vice Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Professor Dr. Bunyamin Maftu, MPD, MA.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Very good morning. Honorable Dr. Engineer Sri Gunani Partiwi, MT, Director of Directorate Learning and Student Affairs, Ministry of Education, the Republic of Indonesia. Then Honorable Professor Dr. Tatang Herman, Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Science, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Honorable keynote speakers, Professor Yaya Sukyaya, Professor Rizky, Professor Theodore Chow from Ohio State University, Professor Yuli Rahmawati, Dr. Heman Saputro, Professor Andreas, Director of OECD, and distinguished guests, invited speaker, and participant. First of all, please accept apologies from Professor Muhammad Solehuddin, the Director of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, for not able to attend this conference because there is another meeting in Serang, Provinsi Banten. And I would like to express my appreciation, especially for the graduate student who convened this seminar or the conference. This is because this is very important for the student have initiative to to convene the meeting, the first meeting of a mathematics and mathematics education conference internationally. Then this is in line with the program of our university, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, that Universitas Indonesia would like to improve the quality of education, especially the quality of education of the graduate, the alumni. And then, of course, we also have the program. Actually, the program is in line with the program of, the program of UPI, Universitas Pendidikan, to become one of the world-class university. Our program, for example, how to improve the number of research among faculty members and also among students. So we need to improve the number of this, the research, and of course, especially as collaborative research between Indonesian university and other universities, including in overseas universities. And then we need also to improve the number of publication, especially in international reputable journal. Yeah, for example, indexes by Scopus or Web of Science. Yeah, so this conference, of course, is very good. It's very good to give opportunities for students especially, and then generally for also for faculty members to have chance to publish in the reputable journal. We hope that distinguished guests and participants, and then I would like to convey appreciation especially to Professor Didi Suryadi, who established one of the Center of Excellence in Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, the Deductive Design Research Center of Excellence. Of course, this is the manager, the top management of the UPI is very proud of you because of the establishment of this center. We hope that the center is not only to improve mathematics and mathematics education also, but all can be implemented to improve the quality of other field in education, yeah, such as in social science education or in science and every field of education by using deductive design research approach. And finally, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open the first mathematics and mathematics education seminar, and also officially launch of Deductive Design Research Center of Excellence of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round big applause for Professor Dr. Bunyamin Maftu, and also give applause to DDR Indonesia Development Center that has already been launched. Dear respectable speakers and honorable participants and guests, now we will gain insights into the vision and mission of DDR Indonesia Development Center through a presentation by Professor Dr. Didi Suryadi MED. Now I would like to invite Professor Dr. Didi Suryadi MED to deliver his presentation, and please welcome Professor Dr. Didi Suryadi MED. Please give a big round of applause for Professor Dr. Didi Suryadi MED.
Distinguished guests, all conference participants, Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude and highly appreciation to Conference Committee for the efforts made so that the possibility to introduce the Indonesian DDR Development Center or Pusbang DDR Indo atau Pusat Pengembangan DDR Indonesia to all the conference participants can be realized today. Didactical design research, or DDR, is a type of design research based on the nature of didactic as art, science, and epistemology in the context of knowledge diffusion and acquisition to empower learners in generating new knowledge as justified through belief. Indonesian DDR Development Center or Pusbang DDR Indo was established to support the development and dissemination of its use both in mathematics education community and also in other subject communities. Currently, several DDR study centers have been established that are academically affiliated with Pusbang DDR Indo at UPI, such as in Palembang, Cirebon, Semarang, Pontianak, Lombok, Yogyakarta, and Solo. We are also working on introducing DDR through a number of ways, namely, to introduce DDR internationally, we propose to publish a textbook entitled Foundations of Didactical Design Research to be published by Routledge Publisher, currently in the process of peer reviewing. To provide information regarding the development of DDR and its progress of DDR community activities, we established DDR website. To facilitate scientific publication on didactical design, we provide a scientific journal entitled Journal of Didactic Studies, JDS. To socialize and introduce DDR internationally, we also established a regular joint international conference with the University of Aizu, Japan, and also University of Western Macedonia, Greece. We also conducting research collaborations and community services with other universities abroad, for example, UPSI and UPM Malaysia, and also Gunma University, Japan. To those, especially the conference participants who have an interest in researching didactical design, we are open to do any kinds of collaborations. So, thank you very much for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Professor Dr. Didi Suryadi, MED, for the presentation of DDR Indonesia.
DDR adalah sebuah penelitian desain yang bertumpu pada makna didaktik sebagai
DDR
seni,
Indonesia
sains,
Development Center or Pusat Pengembangan DDR Indonesia through a video. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow us to present a video of DDR Indonesia Development Center.
epistemologi. Didaktik sebagai seni mengandung arti bahwa desain yang dikembangkan berorientasi pada proses difusi dan akuisisi pengetahuan yang berdampak konstruktif menyenangkan, khususnya bagi peserta didik, sehingga terhindar dari hambatan ontogenik. Didaktik sebagai sains berarti bahwa proses difusi pengetahuan yang dirancang harus dipastikan bersifat sistemik, yaitu jelas urutan, tahapan, koherensi, serta organisasi praksiologinya, sehingga peserta didik terhindar dari hambatan belajar didaktis. Didaktik sebagai epistemologi berarti bahwa desain yang dikembangkan harus menjamin proses difusi dan akuisisi masing-masing sebagai pengetahuan. Dengan kata lain, difusi pengetahuan harus bersifat epistemik dan akuisisinya juga epistemik. DDR mengusung visi kemandirian pendidik dan peserta didik dalam menghasilkan pengetahuan. Menyadari bahwa DDR masih dalam proses pengembangan, baik dalam konteks kajian filosofis teoritis, penerapan dalam berbagai bidang keilmuan, serta aktualisasinya dalam praktik pendidikan di masyarakat, maka dibutuhkan sebuah kelembagaan yang disebut sebagai Pusat Pengembangan DDR Indonesia atau disingkat Pusbang DDR-Indo. Pusbang DDR-Indo bersama-sama dengan pusat-pusat kajian DDR di seluruh Indonesia melakukan interaksi akademik melalui berbagai media seperti konferensi, seminar, penelitian bersama, dan publikasi karya akademik dalam bentuk jurnal, buku, video, atau bentuk lainnya.
Halo, nama saya Nadia Syifautami. Saya adalah mahasiswa fast track S2 S3 di program studi Pendidikan Matematika.
Halo, nama saya Antit Puspita.
Saat ini saya sedang melaksanakan penelitian Didaktikal Design Research atau DDR dengan tema penelitian menyusun desain didaktis untuk topik aljabar pada siswa SMP.
Saya tertarik melakukan penelitian DDR karena berasal dari fenomena sehingga lebih mungkin dilakukan di tingkat perguruan tinggi.
Selama saya melakukan penelitian, saya menyadari bahwa DDR telah memfasilitasi saya untuk mengeksplorasi topik yang saya angkat.
Langkah yang saya lakukan pertama adalah menganalisa learning obstacle mahasiswa calon guru matematika pada topik turunan. Hasil yang saya peroleh selain desain didaktis yang dikembangkan juga diperoleh 7 buah paper yang dipublikasikan baik pada jurnal internasional terindeks Scopus maupun pada jurnal nasional terindeks Sinta.
Melalui DDR ini saya menyadari bahwa untuk menyusun desain didaktis untuk siswa itu butuh proses yang cukup panjang. Mulai dari bagaimana pengetahuan tersebut dikembangkan oleh ilmuwan dan saya kaji kembali dalam konteks didaktik sebagai proses difusi dan juga akuisisi pengetahuan.
Di samping itu, saya juga menghasilkan 7 buah karya yang memperoleh sertifikat hak kekayaan intelektual dari Kementerian Hukum Hak Asasi Manusia. Ke depan, saya akan terus melakukan penelitian-penelitian berbasis learning obstacle untuk mahasiswa calon guru dalam topik-topik yang berbeda. Semoga hal ini dapat berjalan dengan baik. Terima kasih.
Kedepannya, saya berharap saya dapat mempublikasikan hasil penelitian saya dan saya berharap penelitian saya dapat berkontribusi bagi pendidikan, khususnya bagi pendidikan matematika. Dikembangkan oleh ilmuwan.
Besar harapan kami, seluruh komunitas DDR Indonesia dapat berkontribusi nyata pada upaya memandirikan anak bangsa, khususnya dalam menghasilkan pengetahuan baru yang mampu menciptakan berbagai perubahan menuju bangsa Indonesia yang mandiri, berdaya, dan memberdayakan.
Penelitian berbasis learning obstacle untuk mahasiswa calon guru dalam topik-topik yang berbeda. Semoga hal ini dapat berjalan dengan baik. Terima kasih.
This event is sponsored by.
Saya berharap saya dapat mempublikasikan hasil penelitian saya dan saya berharap penelitian saya dapat berkontribusi bagi pendidikan, khususnya
This
bagi
event is
pendidikan
sponsored
matematika.
by.
Besar harapan kami, seluruh komunitas DDR Indonesia dapat berkontribusi nyata pada upaya
This
memandirikan
event
anak
is sponsored
bangsa,
by.
khususnya dalam menghasilkan pengetahuan baru yang mampu menciptakan berbagai perubahan menuju bangsa Indonesia yang mandiri, berdaya,
This event
dan
is sponsored
memberdayakan.
by. This
Give
event is
applause to Pusat
sponsored
Pengembangan
by.
DDR Indonesia. DDR Indonesia Development Center. So ladies and gentlemen, respectable speakers, distinguished guests, and all the participants, now we would like to have a very fascinating traditional dance performance. We will be mesmerized by a captivating traditional dance performance showcasing the rich cultural heritage of Indonesia. For the traditional dance performance, please welcome Langga Narsa. Give applause to Langga Narsa, ladies and gentlemen. Give applause to Langga Narsa for the traditional dance performance. Ladies and gentlemen, respectable speakers, distinguished guests, and all participants, once again, I would like to inform you that this first Mathematics and Mathematics Education International Conference 2023 is organized and partially supported by the master and doctoral students from the Department of Mathematics Education, Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, in collaboration with Direktorat Riset, Teknologi, dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat, Kementerian Pendidikan, Kebudayaan, Riset, dan Teknologi. Also, thank you very much to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and also thank you very much to M2EIC, your partner for conference. Before we move on to the next agenda, we kindly request that you follow all the rules and regulations set by the conference organizers. This includes the use of mobile phones or other electronic devices. Please use them responsibly and be mindful of any noise or distractions caused by electronic devices during sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to get started with our first keynote session. Our first speaker today, Dr. Engineer Sri Gunani Partiwi, MT, the PLT Director of Learning and Students Affairs at Kemendikbudristek, will deliver a keynote address on Indonesian National Qualification Framework, KKNI, Level 8 and Level 9. The session will be moderated by Suhendra MED, PhD. Please allow me to introduce our moderator for the first keynote session, Dr. Suhendra MED, PhD. Dr. Suhendra MED, PhD is a distinguished lecturer at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia with a strong background in mathematics education. He has made significant contributions to the field through his research and publications. In 1996, he obtained his Master of Education degree from the prestigious University of Houston, followed by a PhD from Curtin University of Technology in 2015. Dr. Suhendra's expertise lies in various aspects of mathematics education, and he has published extensively on topics such as predictors of COVID-19 severity, strategies for teaching mathematics, cognitive analysis of students' mathematical communication abilities in geometry, and so on. With his comprehensive knowledge and commitment to advancing mathematical education, Dr. Suhendra continues to inspire and mentor students at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Now I would like to invite our moderator for the first keynote session, Dr. Suhendra MED, PhD, to lead the session of the first keynote. Please welcome Dr. Suhendra MED, PhD. Give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished guests, all keynote speakers, invited speakers, and other speakers, as well as our honorable participants and all the committee members. Ladies and gentlemen, best wishes to all of us yesterday, today, and tomorrow. First of all, let us begin this today's morning meeting with thanksgiving and to the presence of God Almighty, the most gracious and the most merciful, because only with His permission and kindness we can be here in good heart to attend the first Mathematics and Mathematics Education International Conference, or M2EIC 2023. Welcome to Indonesia, welcome to Bandung, welcome to Bumi Siliwangi campus, the Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia campus, to all speaker and honorable participant who can attend in person. Just information, for the development of its facilities, UPI is building a number of new facilities. So the current atmosphere feels less comfortable since you entered this campus until you arrive at this building. We apologize for this, the inconvenience. We also would like to welcome to all the participants who take part in this conference through online way. Hopefully on another occasion we can meet physically. We hope that all of you can take part in the entire series of activities at this conference, both smoothly and pleasantly. The first speaker for today's main session or plenary session is Ibu Dr. Engineer Sri Gunani Partiwi MT. She is Acting Director of Learning and Student Affairs, Directorate General of Higher Education, Research and Technology, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia. She is a special figure with a myriad of achievement, which if I mention one by one, of course, there will be not enough time. So let me mention a few things in between. For educational background, she completed her undergraduate studies in Bogor Agriculture Institute, 1988. Then she completed her master studies in ITB or Bandung Institute of Technology in 1995, and then she completed his doctoral studies at Bogor Agriculture University, IPB, 2007. Achievement history, she was best paper award in International Seminar on Industrial Engineering Management. The second one is third place as head of department with national achievement. And the last one is first place for the best head of department of ITS or Surabaya Institute of Technology. For managerial experience, as acting director of Learning and Student Affairs, Directorate General of Higher Education, Research and Technology, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. And then the second one is Director of Human Resources and Organization of ITS. For work experience, she is a lecturer in the Department of Industrial Engineering, Faculty of Industrial Technology, ITS Surabaya, and several related jobs in several places in a number of positions. This morning, Ibu Gunani will present her presentation with the title Indonesian National Qualification Framework, or we know as KKNI, Level 8 and Level 9. What and how is the KKNI and what are Level 8 and Level 9 of the KKNI? She will explain more in detail. Just to inform, the session for this presentation is approximately 45 minutes, then continue for around 30 minutes for question and answer. With the pleasure, Ibu Dr. Insinyur Sri Gunani Partiwi MT, time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Suhendra. The honorary Pak Vice Rector, Profesor Dr. Bunyamin Maftu, the honorary Dean of FP MIPA UPI, Bapak Profesor Dr. Tatang Herman, MED, and the honorary all of the invited speaker in this international conference, and also distinguished guests and all participants of this international conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu. Ladies and gentlemen, very warm greetings to all participants and the audience of this international conference, and on behalf of Professor Nizam, the Director of the Directorate General of Higher Education and Research and Technology, M2EIC, I would like to apologize because he cannot attend this very fruitful international conference because there are some other assignment from Mas Menteri. So I would like to represent him and try to deliver the material, and hopefully it can be delivered as well as Pak Dirjen deliver. Okay, and of course, I'm grateful to stand here, and again, I would like to deliver the topic that organizing committee request to us. It's about an Indonesian qualification framework, or maybe we know well as Kerangka Kualifikasi Nasional Indonesia. And before I started the presentation, I would like to ask the audience here, is there any of participant here that have good with the Kerangka Kualifikasi Nasional Indonesia, or IQF? Everyone here realized about the IQF? Yeah, because it is very important, especially for all of students, because the qualification framework or Indonesian qualification framework is not only represent the qualification of the graduate students in all level, but also this is it's meaningful for the bargaining position of the human resource and Indonesia, especially in the competitiveness in the global. So in the globalization, adik-adik, in the globalization, the flow of human resources cannot be stopped. Yeah, so we didn't only compete in the nationally, but globally. So in this IQF, we not only try to standardize the qualification of the education at each level, but also it's very meaningful to equalize with the qualification framework of the other nation. So it's very important. So if you, the student or the graduate students from Indonesia, will send or maybe go to abroad in some countries that also have their own national qualification framework. So we want our students, our graduate students, also recognized by the qualification framework of this nation. So so we have the same level. For example, in some other countries, the qualification, the national qualification is different with in Indonesia in terms of the leveling. Some countries have maybe they qualify the human resource in 5 levels, and some other countries maybe 12 levels like Scotland, and Indonesia we have 9 levels. So especially today, I think we can discuss about the qualification level in level 8 and 9. Okay, but before that, of course, I would like to introduce a little bit about the Indonesian qualification framework itself. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, so the Indonesian qualification framework is, sorry. Yeah. Okay, it is mean as a sole reference for the first is stipulating qualification for the learning outcomes of formal, non-formal, informal education, and job experiences. The second, stipulating qualification for the recognition scheme of learning outcomes achieved through formal, non-formal, informal education, and job experiences. And equating qualification of learning outcomes across formal, non-formal, informal education, and job experiences. And the last is developing recognition qualification methods and systems for foreign manpower who are seeking jobs in Indonesia. So the last one is when someone come from other countries to have a job in Indonesia, so we can equalize this person using this framework. Okay, and we have some legal basis. So the next slide. Actually, the declaration of the KKNI or IQF is in 2012. The next slide, please. 2012 in the presidential decree. But after that, we still developing this to derive into some other rule and also guidelines and so on and so forth. Yeah, and until now, so we have now 10 years. Yes, about 10 years, and now it's becoming familiar, becoming very important, especially to protect our human resource, not only in Indonesia but also in abroad. So the IQF is the next slide. This is an instrument for leveling framework qualification and competence of Indonesian manpower. And then second, compares balance and integrates education and training sector as well as job experiences. And as I mentioned before, the IQF consists of 9 level qualification, and the level 9 of the IQF considered as the highest level of qualification and associated with 8, the European qualification, and level 7 of the Hong Kong's qualification, and 10 of New Zealand qualification system, and 12 also in Scotland qualification system. And maybe there are others country that have a different leveling in the qualification. And yeah, the level 1, of course, is the lowest qualification level. So maybe the figure will be tell more about the qualification level. The next slide, please. Yeah, this is the alternative pathway to obtain qualification level in IQF system. So we already explained about some pathway of education. We have formal education like in UP, start from, I don't know, is there a diploma in UP, Pak Tatang? Yeah, diploma, and then S1 degree, S2 or magister, and doctoral. This is the formal education. So for the formal education, the graduates, the learning outcomes of graduate has to fulfill the level of each level that state as a standard of our education. For example, for the S1, the graduate students has to be fulfill the level, the 6th level, and then the profession at 7, and then the magister study program has to be fulfilled in the 8 level and the doctoral in 9 level. So it cannot to be again anymore. So we have to be fulfill this. So related with the accreditation also has to convince that the graduates program, the graduates in the study program in this magister and doctoral has to be fulfilled in the or achieved in the level 9 and 8. Yeah. So, but as we mentioned, the qualification of the human resource not only can be achieved from the formal education, but it can be also accumulated from the others learning process. Those are informal, non-formal, job experiences, or maybe recognition by some professional certification, and so on and so forth. But again, for the formal education, we have to design our curriculum to proceed the students, the intake students, to be graduates as this level. Magister is for 8 level and doctoral in 9 level. Okay, next, yeah, thank you. So the linkage, the linking university graduate qualification and job market, and also usually if the right side is the career development. So for the magister and also doctoral, if they work at the work world, they used to be in the expert level, especially. But I think it's still processed in the job market because in the job market in Indonesia especially, still not all the government or no government, I mean the private sector, I think still generally only recognize the S1 degree. But now in some company, they also recognize the level magister. So the level 8 and also 9. So the salary also different. Okay, but yeah, and the other side, we also have to be able to recognize the expert from the career development. For example, for the maybe there are someone have an experience as a vice president, for example, with the experience more than 10 years. They accumulate knowledge, skills very good. So when we assess them, actually they are the same with the qualification level of 9, for example. So we have recognized, equalized them. So now we have already implement the recognition of prior learning. I think this is the other topic, interest topic. But if there is a question about this, we can discuss later. Okay, next. Yeah, it's still about the equivalency of learning outcomes from different parts of education. So the four implication to identify young IQF implementation is its requirement to carry out accountable process of producing graduates from a certain formal education stage with learning outcomes in line with the IQF leveling, and the needs to establish recognition of prior learning policies and access arrangement across different education system, and then a development of quality assurance systems. So this is the implication of the implementation of IQF, and I think we already provide this, and I'm sure, I believe that UPI also refer to these policies. Okay, then next, maybe this, yeah, we have, yep, thank you. Yeah, in the recognition of prior learning, actually, the conceptually is we are supposed to be recognized all of the portfolio of the human resource to a certain level. It can be jump, for example, someone who has experience very long and then they never sit in the formal education, for example, and but because of their own learning process, maybe they have good learning outcomes, and maybe it similar with the level 9 or level 8, level 7, for example. But in the implementation of the RPL in Indonesia, we still give some limitation. So the minimum human resource that can be qualified as minimum is a high school or the similar one. So maybe for the C certificate and SMK, higher education, this is the minimum level that can be recognized or can be recognized by the RPL policy. Okay, next. Yeah, okay, I think we can jump to the, oh, yeah, this is, in Indonesia, we have three or two, actually through two stream, vocational and also academics. And now we already divided into two directorate general. Even there are some of the business process are the same, but because we want to focus that there are a difference between these two streams, but actually the level is similar. For example, for the D4, it's the same level with S1. And then the magister, maybe there are vocational magister, and then hopefully in the future there are also doctoral and vocational, and the level will be the same with the highest level of the academic. So I think we want to strengthening the vocational also because Pak Presiden Jokowi already also highlight that both of these streams are very important for Indonesia, not only an academician but also in the vocational. Yeah. So okay, the next. So the implication is we have to provide a system also how to recognize or how to provide the transfer stream from the vocational to the academics and vice versa. And I think the recognition of the RPL policy can be implemented for this. We still focus on the learning outcomes. For example, if someone who have experience in formal or non-formal, and formal, for example, in D3, Diploma 3, and then they have experience, a job experience, maybe in 2-3 years in the specific field area, and then they want to continue the study in the formal education, not in the vocational, maybe they take in the S1. So yes, he or she can take this, but we have to assess the portfolio, including the formal education experience and also the job experience and other learning outcomes that they have in the portfolio. So how many credits we can recognize of all of the experience, so they can take not all of the credits, but maybe some of the credits are already waived. Yeah, so that is the instrument or the instrument of assessment is very important to do the RPL accountability. Yes. Okay. The next. Yeah. In this slide, I would like to express that the shifting paradigm in the quality assurance system also have to be done, and the higher education here will be assessed or will be assured with the internal quality assurance and also the external quality assurance. We still develop the board of the national qualification framework, but until now we have already provide a policy of the RPL. But actually, at the RPL, we have two types, RPL A and B. For the formal education, as how we recognize someone that have experience and want to continue in the formal education, so we can waive some of credits related with the experience of this person. And after that, they will follow the process in the university or study program, and then at the end they will get the certificate as the same with the others. And for the B type or the RPL B is for equalize fully for the human resource that have qualification accumulated from their experiences, but we didn't or they didn't get the certificate, but only equalize with the fully equalized or fully recognized with the specific level. Okay, but this type, I think it's very specific, and it's depend on the needs. For example, we already implement this when we have a lack of a lecturer in one field, for example, and we can recognize the practitioners from industries that has the qualification or accumulated qualification in this level. I think it is in for the vocational higher education. But again, and normally we in the university or study program will implement the RPL type A. So the regulation is already provide, and I think the announcement of the grants already also announced how to prepare and set up the RPL in each study program or university. Okay, the next slide, please. So this is the level of the QF in the some pathways and formal education, start from SME to the doctoral program or S3, and then for the vocational also have 9 level, and hopefully in the job market or the career development also has the same paradigm or the same perspective in the qualify the human resource. So if it is expert, it means that they have or they similar with the level 7, 8, and 9. So if the graduates from the magister and doctoral program for mathematics or mathematics education in UP, for example, if they work at the some area, has to be also recognized in this level. I think Bapak Ibu adik sekalian, in the Kemenpan also already recognize this leveling, because in the announcement the qualification, the requirement is not only stated by S1 or S2, but it's stated in qualification level 7, qualification level 6, 8, and 9. And especially in the lecture ASN, you can see at the announcement, it's already mentioned or declare at the recruitment announcement. Okay. Yep. Okay. We go to the next slide. So it's about yeah. Maybe we will discuss about level 8 and 9. This is the generic. So we have generic learning outcomes of each level, start from level 1 until level 9. Each study program, of course, supposed to be defined the specific learning outcomes based on the field, and this is the generic learning outcomes for the level 8. For example, each graduates from the magister program, study program, has to be able to develop knowledge, technology, or art in scientific field or professional practice through research to produce innovative and tested work. And the second is able to solve science, technology, and arts problems in their scientific field through an interdisciplinary approach or multidisciplinary. And the third is able to manage useful research and development for society and science, and able to get national and international recognition. And specifically for the graduates of the mathematics study program, actually there are difference between mathematics and mathematics education. But in this slide, I would like to give an example for the mathematics study program at the level 8. Next slide, please. Okay, I think, yeah, this is for, oh, sorry, it's the building wall. Yeah, so we have four for descriptor for each level. This is the attitude, and then mastery of knowledge, specific skills, and generic skill of each level of the 9 qualification level. And for each study program or field has to be defined as each field. And this is I think from the one of the study program, because the specific learning outcomes has to be defined by the study consortium of study program. But what we have to convince is that the leveling of this has to be the same with the or similar with the leveling in the generic learning outcomes. So this is an example. We do not know is the same with the UP learning outcomes, the Magister of Mathematics. Hopefully the same, because the source of this is from one of the university. Yeah. So the mastery of knowledge for the level 8. Sorry, it is a typo. It is actually for level 8. Mastering one of the theories of logic, algebra, analysis, geometry, discrete mathematics, numerical analysis, and stochastic processes, and master the knowledge of the latest, most advanced and leading issues, recent, latest, advanced, and frontier in the field of mathematics. So this is the mastery of knowledge for the level 8 of mathematics. And the specific skills is yeah, this is in Bahasa, sorry, construct the mathematical model through some analysis stage and synthesis, use deductive and deductive approach, experiential, and so on and so forth, Yeah. And then for the second, the next page, please. For the generic learning outcomes of level 9 is the next slide, please. Is the graduates of the doctoral program in all fields has to be able to develop knowledge, technology, and or new art in their field of knowledge or professional practice through research that produce creative, original, and tested work. And the second is able to solve science, technology, or art problems in their scientific fields through an inter, multi, and transdisciplinary. And the last is able to manage, lead, and develop research that beneficial to development of science and benefit of mankind, as well as being able to get national and international recognition. This is the generic descriptor of level 9. And what about the mathematics learning outcomes in this level? Again, I take it from the one of the study program in in one university. The mastery of knowledge in this 9 level for mathematics study programs graduates is mastering the scientific philosophy of mathematics, the latest or advanced and frontier mathematical scientific developments, as well as the application of other relevant disciplinary theories. And the specific or special skills is again and still in bahasa, sorry, be able to develop a mathematical theory, specialized through innovative research, and but in the short word is the novelty actually in this level. So I think that's all about the Indonesian qualification framework, especially in level 8 for master program, master study program, and level 9, the highest level of the education in the mathematics and also mathematics education. Hopefully all of the study program has to be accountable to fulfill these learning outcomes for all of the graduate students. Okay, thank you. Hopefully it's fruitful and we can discuss later if there are some questions from all the participants here. Thank you, and I hand over.
Okay, thank you very much for your informative presentation related to KKNI or Indonesian National Qualification Framework. So next it is your turn to ask question or convey comment regarding the topics he has presented. So please, time is yours. Any question or comment? Okay, so please, operator, please give microphone. Or you can use, yes, thank you.
Check. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
I'm Dr. Alias from Institute of Training Education from Malaysia.
Okay, welcome.
Person exactly from M2EIC for Malaysia. So I would like to know about the duration for each program. How long? For me, for Malaysia, we need to renew the compliance for each program in every 5 years. How about for the IQF? Indonesia? This is the first question. And the second is about, for me, for Malaysia, education base is, base of education is about outcome-based education. For higher education at Indonesia, what is the education base? You understand?
Not too clear enough.
Would you please repeat for the second question?
For the second, for Malaysian education center, education is based for outcome-based education. So how about for the Indonesia? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your two questions. Ibu Nani, please.
Okay, thank you for the kind question. The first is about the length of study of each level in the education. Okay, we have in Indonesia we have start from elementary and then high school and so on and so on until doctoral program. So maybe I would like to explain the length of study of the higher education maybe. For the S1 or we have a diploma actually, diploma 1, 2, 3. For diploma 1, 2 and 3, usually the length of study is 1 year, 2 year and 3 year normally. And for the D4, it's similar with the applied sarjana or equal with S1 also. The length of study is 4 years. And the profession, actually in the profession, it's there are some varied among a study program, but generally supposed to be 1 year. But for psychology, actually 3 semester, yeah. But we in our role, the government role, the length of study for the profession we have arranged 2 semester until 3 semester. But for S1, it's supposed to be in 4 year or 8 semester. And for the master program, 2 years normally, and for semester. And also, we not only arrange in the term of length study, but also the sum of credits that has to be taken for the student. And for the PhD program, I think, is it clear enough? Yeah. And for the PhD or the doctoral, we have usually 3 years. But I think the average of the length study in Indonesia still for 4 years maybe, but we still try to make this length of study shorter. I think that's all about the length of study or this duration. Is there any?
Sorry, you still need you still not answer my question. For the first question is about when each program receive accreditation from the IQF, then is it each program has expired date? I mean, for Malaysia, for each program for 5 years. So how about for the Indonesia IQF? Is it after 5 years, we need to apply compliance for this program?
Okay.
Okay,
Oh, I think it's about the accreditation.
Yes.
Isn't it? Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. Because yeah, for the accreditation, yeah, we have a national accreditation, and also study program encouraged to have international accreditation. So I think for the international accreditation, it's depend on the institution of the accreditation institution. For example, for EBET, when they accredited one study program, and then the result of the accreditation can be give maybe 4 years, 5 years, and the maximum is 6 years. After that, they have to re-accredit it. But for national accreditation in Indonesia, when study program allowed to be to establish, so they have to fulfill the minimum standard of the accreditation. So we have the National Standardization Agency to standardize this. But after 2 years, the study program has to be propose the accreditation to renew the accreditation. So the accreditation can be B or baik sekali, but now it's still there are a new rule, but it's still an harmonization. It will be changed. The study program only need to propose the accreditation for the minimum accreditation for the national accreditation, and they have to renew in 5 years. 5 years. For the national accreditation is 5 years, has to be renewed after that. But in our new peraturan menteri that has been published, but it's still in harmonization, it will automatically. So if there is no objection, if there is no indication that this study program qualification is decreased, so they didn't need to re-accredit, but it will automatically for the next period. Okay. Hopefully this answer your question. Yeah. Okay. And also the others is about outcome-based education. Yes, exactly. We also refer to the outcome-based education. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to the participant from Malaysia. Thank you. Terima kasih. Okay, any other question or comment from the other participant? So please.
If there is no question, I would like to maybe explain one more.
Sure.
Yeah, the importance of this qualification framework is actually to again to have a good beginning position of our human resource among countries in the world. So, for example, like now we still reference with some other countries because some countries maybe would like to recognize their level. For example, the Philippines have 5 levels of the qualification, and we have 9. So the 5 level in the Philippines supposed to be 9 level in Indonesia, but it also can be in 8 level. Okay, because our leveling is more than Philippine level. So in this case, we have to have very clear about the learning outcomes of each study program. So, for example, for mathematics, if you have a clear learning outcomes, so you can recognize from the graduates from the other study program in other countries that we want to join in the UPI. Is it recognized? Can be recognized in this magister level or supposed to be S1++? Yeah, it's depend on. Okay, I think that's all. Again, thank you very much for this opportunity and this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So big applause to her. Once again, Ibu Gunani, thank you very much for your informative impressive presentation about KKNI, or Indonesian National Qualification Framework. So we really hope that what she have presented can add our knowledge and insight regarding KKNI to improve the quality of education, especially in Indonesia. Once again, thank you very much for your information. So I like to return this microphone to MC, and I finish my task as moderator for the first session. Once again, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to our respectable speaker and moderator for an enlightening presentation. Thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Sri Gunani Partiwi, and thank you very much for Bapak Dr. Suhendra, MED, PhD. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for our respectable speakers for sharing your valuable insights with us today. Now, before we move on to the next session, as a token of our appreciation, we will be presenting the speaker with a vandal. We have a special souvenir, Bapak Ibu. We have a vandal, and for Ibu Dr. Sri Gunani Partiwi, we will have our Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education, Professor Dr. Tatang Herman, MED, to give the vandal. So please welcome Bapak Professor Dr. Tatang Herman, MED. And for our moderator, the vandal will be given by the head of Master and Doctoral Study Program, Dr. Dadang Juandi, MSc. Please welcome Professor Dr. Tatang and Dr. Dadang. Okay, give applause, ladies and gentlemen. And the second vandal for our moderator, Dr. Suhendra, MED, PhD, will be given by the head of Master and Doctoral Study Program, Dr. Dadang Juandi. Give applause, ladies and gentlemen. And please, we are going to have a photo session together. Yeah, let's have a photo session. Please, photographer to be ready. Okay, on my count, probably 1, 2, 3. Once again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing a very insightful presentations. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for participating in a very enlightening discussion. Before we proceed to the next session, I would like once again to express our gratitude to all the contributing institutions and the sponsors of this seminar for their support in making this event possible. Thank you very much to Direktorat Riset, Teknologi, dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat, Kementerian Pendidikan, Kebudayaan, Riset, dan Teknologi. Foto bersama. Oh yeah, okay, I'm sorry. So we will have another photo session together. So this photo session, we would like to invite participants from Universitas Bengkulu. Okay, all participants from Universitas Bengkulu, please come forward. We will have a photo session together with our respectable speakers and moderator. Once again, I would like to invite all participants from Universitas Bengkulu. You may proceed to the stage. Please come forward. We're going to have a photo session together with Professor we're going to have a photo session with Professor Dr. Engineer Sri Gunani Partiwi, and also our moderator, Dr. Suhendra, MED, PhD. To the committee, maybe I would like to invite some of the committee members to help with the position for the session. Okay, please be ready for the photo session. Our committee members will help you to arrange the position for the photo session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go, all the participants from Universitas Bengkulu to have a photo session together with our first keynote speaker, Dr. Engineer Sri Gunani Partiwi MT, and after this, I would like to invite all members, all distinguished guests from Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia to come forward after this to have photo session together with our first keynote speaker. We would like to express our gratitude and big appreciation to those participants coming from Universitas Bengkulu for joining us today in the first Mathematics and Mathematics Education International Conference held in Bandung, Indonesia. After participants from Universitas Bengkulu have a photo session, I would like to invite all the distinguished guests from Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia to come forward to have a photo session with our first keynote speaker, Dr. Insinyur Sri Gunani Partiwi MT. All right, please be ready. Prepare your best smile, ladies and gentlemen. Photographer ready? Okay, on my count, 1, 2, 3. Once again, freestyle. 1, 2, 3. Bigger smile once again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much. Please come back to your seat. Thank you very much for your participation. And now I would like to invite all the members of distinguished guests from Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia. Please come forward to have a photo session together with our first keynote speaker, Dr. Engineer Sri Gunani Partiwi MT. Okay. So is everyone ready for the photo session? Please prepare your best smile, ladies and gentlemen. Photographer ready? Okay. Maybe some committee members can help arrange the position. Okay, is the position okay? Okay, make a little like half circle. Okay, merapat, merapat, Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, please like a little bit more tighter, biar lebih hangat ya, biar lebih akrab. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Bigger smile, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. Once again, freestyle. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much. Please come back to your seat. Thank you very much for Ibu Dr. Sri Gunani Partiwi. Once again, thank you very much for Professor Dr. Tatang Herman MED. Once again. Thank you very much for Dr. Dadang Juwandi. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, all respectable speakers and participants, before we proceed with the next session, once again, I would like to express our gratitude to all the contributing institutions and the sponsors of this conference for their support in making this event possible. Thank you very much to Direktorat Riset, Teknologi, dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat, Kementerian Pendidikan, Kebudayaan, Riset, dan Teknologi. Thank you very much to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Thank you very much to IKIG, your partner for conference. Now we are going to move on to our next agenda. Dear all distinguished speakers and participants, we will get started with our second keynote session. We are honored to have Professor Andreas Laser, the Director for the Directorate of Education and Skills at OECD, to deliver a keynote address on learning and assessing mathematics in 21st century. But unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Andreas could not join us here on site today, but he has already prepared his presentation recorded in a video. Now, I would like to invite all of you, all the participants, to have Professor Andreas' presentation through this following video. Please welcome Professor Andreas Laser for our second keynote session.
Thank you so much for inviting me to the Mathematics and Mathematics Education International Conference here in Indonesia. I wish I could have joined you in person, but I'm glad I can share at least some thoughts by a video on how we should teach and learn and also assess mathematics in the 21st century. I'm going to start with highlighting some global trends that change the world in which we live and the world for which we need to learn mathematics. Mathematics has become such a fundamental language in the world in which we live. If you do not understand the idea of an exponential function, well, it's going to be hard for you to understand the phenomena of climate change or how a pandemic evolves. Then I want to look into what the digital world brings into this, and last but not least, talk about assessing mathematics skills in the 21st century, something that is currently in the focus of our international PISA exams. One of the things that we do at the OECD is to track how artificial intelligence evolves. And we started this not just when ChatGPT came out, but actually in the year 2016. And the best way of doing is, you can give tests that we typically give to people, in this case adults, to computers. And what we saw is, in the year 2016, artificial intelligence could solve virtually every task that was easy for humans at level 1. But it could only solve about 1 in 5 tasks that were involving more difficult problem-solving tasks. But then, ChatGPT came out. And when we repeated that exercise in 21, you could see from the most difficult tasks, suddenly technology could solve over 2/3, while human capabilities had not evolved so much. And for 2026, we predict that, artificial intelligence will get 4 out of 5 of the most complex tasks right, while humans will still be more like, 1 in 5. So technology evolves at a breathtaking speed, and that means in these days we have to ask ourselves, how do we complement, not substitute the artificial intelligence we've created in our computers. Now, the kind of things that are easy to teach, having people memorize formulas and equations, that is losing relevance in the world in which we live. Now, technology-intensive tasks are on the rise, and if you put the two things together, you get a sense of the future of work. No? Tasks that are much harder to capture by an algorithm. No? And this is one of the charts that disturbed me most. When we looked at creativity among 10 and 15-year-olds, we found that in every city for which we had data, 15-year-olds reported lower levels of creativity than 10-year-olds. No? Well, if I would tell you, your 15-year-olds do worse in mathematics than your 10-year-olds, you will tell me that cannot possibly be true, or something terribly must be wrong in education. But, that's what we see when it comes to creativity. Now, often, we see mathematics and creativity as opposing ends of a broad spectrum. But in the 21st century, we need to see them as two sides of the same coin. Some people compare this with a race between education and technology. Before the first industrial revolution, neither technology nor education made a big difference for the vast majority of people. But then the industrial revolution put technology ahead of the skills of people and created a huge amount of social pain. People were not ready for this. But then, we created our schools, we built, schools for everyone, and we try to make people compliant with the norms of the industrial economy. Now we taught people how to calculate, how to do simple computations, to learn the concept of numbers, to come to work on time. It's created generations of prosperity. But, nowadays we have the digital revolution now. It changes things once again, and you can see technology, as we just saw in the picture, racing ahead of the skills of people. Even here in Indonesia, we have some people with university degrees who have difficulties finding a good job, and at the same time, employers say they cannot find the people with the skills we need. We have to think how we turn this once more around. How do we move, technology ahead of the skills of people? And that has a lot to do with mathematics. Sometimes I worry that we teach mathematics like religion. We make people believe in some mathematical theorem, then we give people lots of formulas to calculate that, or to practice that, and at the end we test whether they give us the answers that we expect from them. But that's not mathematics. Mathematics is about, understanding the world in novel concepts, translating the real world into a world where we can, through abstraction, predict, new phenomena. And then, at the end of the day, bringing the mathematical world back into the real world now. Making sense of what we teach and what we learn. And once again, the kind of things that are easy to teach, easy to test, are precisely the kind of things that nowadays have become easy to digitize, to automate. We know how to educate second-class robots, people who are good at repeating what we told them. But what's going to make us human in a world in which, again, the kind of things that are easy to teach have become easy to digitize now? So let's have a look at some of the trends that shape the world around us these days. Now, the first trend is, we're living in a world of intangibles. If you look at the companies that are successful these days, they're all companies that deal with intangibles, that create and share knowledge. The traditional success stories in the Fortune 500 still exist, but they move sideways. They're no longer the engines of our economies. We see intangible innovation or trademark application rising exponentially. It's ideas that shape the world of tomorrow. The most successful companies these days are often not created by a big industry. They are created by a big idea. They have their products often before they get their money now. In the past, we had a few people who curated the world around us. The few television anchors and newspaper editors. Today, we all contribute to this world. We have become our own authors. No? We publish our results through social media, but are we ready for that? No. In the PISA assessment, we looked at the digital navigation skills. No? And we found, yeah, in Singapore, Korea, parts of China, you can say that a good majority of young people, can distinguish fact from opinion. No? They can, operate in complex equations. No? But in most countries, most young people are not ready for the digital world. No, they're born into a digital world, but they are not digital natives. No? We need to be aware of those kinds of trends. No? And then, let's bring the digital world into all of this. That's changing everything, including, the way we should teach and learn mathematics these days. No? The first thing that we have seen is in the pandemic that schools suddenly woke up to the digital world. No? That is radically transform the ways in which we learn, how we learn, but also what we need to learn. No? The one thing, that we see very clearly is how technology is personalizing learning. No? These days, when you learn mathematics with a digital device, the device can understand how you learn mathematics. No? And then adapt the learning environment and make your learning so much more, interactive, so much more adaptive to your specific learning needs. That's an amazing world. Also, students with disadvantage have much better access to the environments of learning that suits them best, that matter for them. Learning is becoming fun, if you look at those kinds of learning environments that are game-based these days. Many kind of mathematics learning programs have become game-based. Students can interact with the games, and what makes this fun is that the games actually give you this individual feedback. This is the digital world and the world of learning becoming integrated. We can see how virtual reality can embed learners in this 3D world. You can see augmented kind of factors around you. You can bring the world of knowledge into what you do right now. We can see augmented reality super empowering the real world. Why would you listen to your teacher explaining you the results of an experiment when you can do that experiment these days in a virtual laboratory? This is the amazing opportunity that we have in the world in which we live today. Well, some people say, I don't want to see a robot in the classroom, but actually, we've seen how robots are very good in some things.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for interrupting. We would like to inform you that coffee break is already being served. So for all the participants, you may come outside to take the coffee break and come back again for the next agenda. Thank you.
Rather than having other people explaining things to them. So also there, robots as peer learners is something that is now possible that we couldn't think of in the past. And this is how that personalization of learning really comes into education and can bring, mathematics much closer to people now. Perhaps one of the most important developments is that technology can, revolutionize evaluation and assessment. I would say, one of the greatest mistakes that we made in the history of education was to divorce learning from assessment. We ask students, to pile up years and years and years of learning. And then one day we call them back and say, tell me everything that you learned in all these years in a very constrained, contrived, artificial setting. And we call that an exam. And often, that has reduced the assessment to a very shallow context. In these 2-3 hours of the exam, we can only assess a few things. And often we prioritize, efficiency gains over validity gains, or, reliability over relevance of the tasks. And then that trickles down into how we teach mathematics. We teach it in very superficial ways rather than focusing on deep conceptual understanding. The idea of an exponential function. we teach students just how to calculate it because that's so easy to do and so easy to test. No? So the divorce of learning from assessment has had huge consequences. Well, you know, the time in which we live, the advantage we have is that these days we can reintegrate learning and assessment. We can make them two sides of the same coin. And while you study, you get that feedback, that appraisal, that to help you understand the learning environment. We call that, you know, learning analytics. In some classrooms, you can see amazing technologies, you know, understanding how different students learn differently and giving teachers signals on how, you know, students might have a misconception in mathematics and where to, you know, give some special support, special advice. You no longer have to point at random into your classroom. Technology can now give you really good information how your different students advance and where they need your help in this moment. Learning analytics is another very, very powerful force that can help us, you know, advance the teaching of mathematics. Now that's the promise. Those are the kind of things that we could be doing that could revolutionize the teaching and learning of mathematics. And why do I say this? You know, because if you ask young children, children in pre-primary education, in kindergarten, or maybe in primary school, they're all enthusiastic about mathematics. Mathematics is about, you know, experimenting, thinking about, you know, quantitatively.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the coffee break is already served. So all the participants are welcome to have your coffee break. The coffee break area is located just outside the room. So you may go outside to have your coffee break. And please come back immediately after you finish your coffee break.
When we look at this again at the age of, you know, 15 or 18, for many youth, mathematics has become a boring world of formulas and equations now. Something that actually has very little to do with the ideas of mathematics now. It's become an abstract world that is easy to teach, but actually unrelated to the fundamental ideas of mathematics now. We need to bring the ideas of mathematics back, teaching fewer things at greater depths now. That's one of the kind of secrets that we need to look at now. And, you know, capitalizing on the forces of artificial intelligence. Once again, the kind of things that are easy to teach have become easy to digitize. And artificial intelligence is going to reinforce this over the years to come. When you use ChatGPT or your students use ChatGPT, one of the frustrating things for all of us is that, you know, artificial intelligence these days doesn't tell you where it gets its answers from. Now, traceability is a huge problem. But, you know, that can be solved, even in the very near term. We have the models to do that. It's just not, you know, being done at scale. No. Also accuracy, you know, sometimes you get faulty information. That's just a matter of, you know, adding more training data. So artificial intelligence will get over it. There's no point, you know, putting your focus of teaching on those things. Technology is going to be able to do that. What it means is, for the teaching of mathematics, that we have to focus much more on helping students to, you know, ask the right questions, question the established wisdom of our times, rather than learn prefabricated answers that they can find, you know, anywhere these days. Now that's what we can expect in the near term, but, you know, even in the midterm, artificial intelligence will advance. It will get better at interpreting our questions. You know, that's sometimes the problem. You know, you ask a question and you get the response that is not exactly what you were looking for. No? But once again, you know, that's something that can be solved. No? Also, you know, some of the essays that, you know, GPT-4 are preparing for you are still, you know, sound a bit artificial. No? But, you know, humans are often not so difficult to emulate because we train people, you know, in very strict ways how to write stuff, and technology can learn that as well. So expect that to be solved. Maybe the biggest challenge for artificial intelligence is that it's often, you know, inheriting the bias from the training data and then projects this into the answers it gives you. Well, some people say, well, in the long run, probably artificial intelligence is going to get better at that too, you know, getting thinking like humans, beyond the training data, beyond the experience. No? Well, we do not know, but expect those evolutions to happen. No? And that's, why we should think really, really hard, how we complement those forces of technology. Now, one thing is very clear. If you do not understand the nature of an algorithm, you're going to be soon the slave of that algorithm. No? Teaching children the ideas of computational thinking is going to be incredibly important for them to understand the technologies around them. Because the technologies will change in very fundamental ways how students learn and teachers teach. Now, if you think about, the way in which students learn, today they, look at the textbook, they learn what's in the textbook. In the future, they can, grasp and access their own information, their own knowledge. Well, and that brings me to how we should assess and teach mathematics in the 21st century. And I'll bring you some ideas and lessons from the OECD PISA study. It gives you a sense of the type of challenges that we give students, but also why. Why do we, focus on mathematics in these specific ways? What are the ideas, the concepts that we look at now? The first thing that we focus on is mathematical reasoning. The ability to reason logically and to present arguments in a convincing way, in an honest way, not one that is biased. If students understand, actually, I can use the tools of mathematics to reason, that's going to be an incredible resource for them in their lives. To be rational, to be focused, to work with well-defined objects, with quantitative relationships. That's one of the best gifts you can give to your students to help them, reason with mathematics. Now, what does that reasoning mean in practice? Well, the first thing that you can expect from your students is to take a complex issue or problem from the real world and translate it into the world of mathematics. Often you go into the classroom and say, today we learn geometry. And then you give your students many tasks related to geometry. They solve them. And at the end of the day, they've learned a lot about geometry. And that's very important to build the foundations. But in the real life, you need something extra. In the real life, when you see a problem, people don't tell you, is this a problem that you can solve with the tools of geometry or algebra? That's exactly what you need to figure out. And that's exactly where many students struggle. Why do I say that? Well, when we give in our PISA assessments Indonesian students, real world tasks, many of them have great difficulties translating that into the world of mathematics, thinking for themselves what mathematical tools are relevant in this specific context. Well, once you have translated a problem into the mathematical world, it becomes a manual to mathematical tools. Then you can apply what you learned in mathematics to solve that complex problems that you couldn't solve in the real world. Again, the phenomenon of climate change involves, the concept of exponentials. Very, very hard to grasp for humans, because we're all born into a linear world. Time is linear, space is linear. That's the world in which we are comfortable. That's the world with which we are familiar. When something evolves in exponential ways, it, scares us. It's not human. Well, but the world of mathematics, if we translate it into the world of mathematics, we make that problem a matter. We can suddenly understand it. We can solve it. But that's not the end of the story. When you have solved the mathematical problem, you need to interpret the solutions in the original problem context. And once again, many Indonesian students struggle with that. Bringing that, mathematical problem back into the real world to interpret the mathematics in the real world context. So that's also really, really important to get right, you know. So think again, to formulate the problem, to employ the mathematics, and then to interpret and evaluate the solutions. I also want to talk a little bit about, you know, the mathematical ideas behind our assessments. The idea of quantity. The notion of quantity really is perhaps the most pervasive and essential mathematical concept that students will engage with. You can quantify, you know, objects, you can quantify relationships, you can quantify situations, entities in the world, you know. You can look at various representations of those quantifications, and you can build arguments on the foot, you know, of quantity. That's one of the things, again, where we can make the world around students rich, giving them that idea that, you know, quantification is one of the ways in which we can deal with phenomena. Students learn numbers, but often numbers are very abstract. You know, you want to bring them back into this concept of quantity. What do those numbers stand for? How do I solve real-world problems with this idea of quantity now? So again, that's one of the fundamental, we call them big ideas in mathematics. If you understand that concept of quantity, suddenly a world in front of you opens, and you can actually get interested, enjoying mathematical tools, because suddenly you can relate them to the real world. That's, you know, one of those fundamental kind of concepts. Another one that I want to introduce to you is what we call, you know, uncertainty and data. In the real world, we often assume, you know, things happen with certainty. And unfortunately, in the past, you know, mathematics was very much taught in terms of certainties. You know, here is, you know, a formula, it gives you one result, that result is true. But, you know, the real world actually is a world of probabilities. Most of the phenomena in the real world are probabilistic phenomena. We should give more attention to those probabilistic phenomena in the world of mathematics. In science, technology, in everyday life, you know, uncertainty is given, is the context. Uncertainty is always a phenomenon at the heart of the mathematical analysis of many problem situations. In the theory of probability and statistics, as well as techniques of data representation and description, have been established for dealing exactly with those kinds of situations. So we need to bring that to students. We need to give them that sense, you know, that uncertainty is not a problem. Uncertainty is a reality. And with the tools of mathematics, with a probabilistic understanding, you can deal with that uncertainty. Statistical significance. You can understand how reliable is the result, how much confidence can I put into this. And once again, if students understand that kind of big idea, they're going to be less afraid of, you know, many phenomena in the world. They're going to, you know, deal with risks, with likelihood, with significance levels. And again, that will enable them to solve many problems in the real world, to understand many phenomena, not to get disappointed when one result that they expected doesn't materialize because it was pretty likely but not certain. Again, you know, you can open a new world to your student with that kind of big idea. Yet another of those big ideas has to do with change and relationships. The, you know, natural and also the created world around us display a multitude of sometimes temporary, sometimes permanent relationships among objects, among circumstances, where changes occur within systems of interrelated objects, or in circumstances where the elements influence one another. In many cases, these changes occur over time. In other cases, you know, changes in one object or one quantity are related to changes in another one. And again, it's one of those big ideas you can bring to your students. if they understand change and relationships. Two different worlds affecting each other, two different objects having a relationship to the other. The mathematical function is such a powerful kind of concept. It's not just a formula. It represents an idea, a concept, that big idea of change and relationship. It's a cell world that you can open for your students to help them understand. If you modify something here, it could have implications somewhere else. Some of those relationships are clearly articulated, clearly visible. We can represent them easily in mathematical terms. Others, we need to explore, we need to estimate, we need to approximate. And that again is one of the powerful tools that mathematics offers to us. And again, it's not the end of the story. We can actually think further. Last but not least, the topic that actually students typically love, if we teach it in the right way, is that concept of space and that concept of shape. Space and shape encompass, a wide range of phenomena that one encountered everywhere in our visual and physical world around us. We see patterns, we see properties of objects, we see, different, positions, we see different orientations. And to decode and encode virtual information, navigate, interactions with different and real shapes. Geometry is, just one way of capturing it. And often we think, geometry is the kind of subject that we should be looking to. But what makes the world so interesting is that once you grasp that concept of space and shape and see ways in which mathematics can represent those objects in different ways and relate them, you have another very, very powerful way to understand the world around us. And again, this is typically taught well, one of the most fascinating tools that young people really have. And again, when we offer the PISA mathematics test to students, we typically frame all our problems in those kinds of big ideas. We don't want that students just think in a simple silo, in a narrow aspect of mathematics. We want that they
Excuse me, ladies and
look
gentlemen.
at complex problems they encounter.
You are
in their
welcome to
life.
have a coffee break,
Think
but
about
please
what kind
to
of
have your
mathematical
coffee break
tools they can
outside the
employ
room. So don't
to,
bring the foods
understand
or
them.
drinks inside
And
the
then at the
auditorium.
end of the day,
So you
when
may
they
have the coffee break
solved the
outside the
mathematical
room.
problem,
Thank you very much.
interpret and understand it in the complex world around them. Bring it back to the real world, making sense out of mathematics. Seeing mathematics not just as the abstract, what's in the school book, but mathematics as something that helps me understand, make sense of the world around us. That's, the specialty of the PISA assessment. That's why, you do see some mathematical questions and problems, but often, students have to navigate through that for themselves. Well, let me conclude with just giving you an example of those kinds of problems that we actually use. Here is a simple example. We have here introduce a problem. We ask students sort of to look at the population size. Here basically you see a spreadsheet that shows the population in millions and the number of smartphone users in some countries in Asia. And we have sorted the data by country name. So that's just, the data that we give to students to start the kind of problem. And then the next task is, well, let me just get that better visible for you. You see the population and the number of smartphone users. And you are asked to think about the proportion of smartphone users in these different countries. How do I calculate that? And this is something that we test in multiple choice form. That's not the most popular form in PISA. We try to, pose most of the question in, open-ended way so that students can actually practice this, play with this. But in this case, we gave them a kind of simple multiple choice form where they had to, look at, do I divide the population by the number of smartphone users, or, I divide the number of smartphone users by populations. Some of the destructors that you can see on the left side are a little bit misleading. This looks like a percentage and so on. But, that's the first task. And it's typically one that most students will be able to solve, dividing column C by column B to understand the population, the proportion of smartphone users in the different countries. Well, the next question is getting a little bit harder. Here you can see again, click on true and false for each of the following statements. The country with the largest population also has the largest number of smartphone users. Now you can see that. You look through the rows, you look through the columns, and you can see you just need to interpret the percentage here. Now the country with the fewest number of smartphone users also has the smallest population. Is it true? Is it false? And you click, whatever the right answer is. The country with the highest proportion of smartphone users also has the smallest population. Or the country with the median proportion of smartphone users is also the country with the median number of smartphone users. So for some of this, you don't have to calculate exactly. You have to understand, the concepts and ideas that are involved in this kind of chart. And then, here's another example. The task is not yet finished. And basically here students can change the horizontal axis variable between the population in millions and the minimum hourly wage for each of the country by selecting the corresponding tab. So you click on this and then, for which variable, population or minimum hourly wage, does the proportion of smartphone users in a country increase as the variable value increases. Now, and you can see it's the population, it's the minimum hourly wage. So there you have to sort of look at relationships. First of all, you have to be able to find the right variable and then look at those kinds of relationships. Well, that's, just an idea of how you can actually assess some of the ideas that I try to present to you in this, lecture. Once again, it's a quite different approach to mathematics, but one that we should take seriously. Just teaching people, how to calculate, specific things, so to apply formulas and equation is not enough in this world in which the kind of things that are easy to teach and test have also become easy to digitize and automate. We need to get students ready to live in this digital world that will make many things easier around us, but also many things much, much harder. Mathematical literacy, the capacity to apply mathematical skills in real-world setting will become increasingly important. Many phenomena in the world around us will not be understandable to young people without having that deep grounding in mathematics. It's not a surprise that mathematical skills have become one of the best predictors for the salaries that people earn, but also for the role that they can play as constructive citizens in our world. You can argue that, 50 years ago, mathematics was mainly a tool for those who became engineers or scientists. Now, mathematics must be part of our language, the language that we use and apply every day in order not to get confused, in order to make reasonable judgments about the phenomena that are happening around us, in order to assess probabilities, deal with likelihoods, take calculated risks that we properly understand. And you, as mathematics educators, can build the foundations for this, giving students that language, giving them that floor under their feet that will help them, to become successful citizens in the 21st century, whether they become scientists and engineers or move into any other phenomenon. Giving students also a sense that mathematics is, not something that should terrify them, that should frighten them, but that mathematics is something that, every student can learn, every student can enjoy, becomes part of their habits and language. That mathematics is actually also a source of inspiration, of creativity. Developing creative skills and actually being a tool, a subject in which you can apply creative skills. And then maybe one day we're going to see those bars in the first chart I showed you going upwards, that we see students becoming more creative, more imaginative, more complex problem solvers as they become older and as we educate them in our classrooms. Well, I'm sure you're going to discuss those issues further in the Mathematics and Mathematics International Conference here in Indonesia. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
That's all the presentation from Professor Andreas Laser, the Director for the Directorate of Education and Skills at OECD, deliver a keynote address on learning and assessing mathematics in the 21st century. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give applause virtually to Professor Andreas Laser for a very insightful presentation. And we are going to move on to the next agenda, ladies and gentlemen. After the second keynote session, we will have online parallel session and followed by the session of invited speaker part 1. The second keynote session, the online parallel session and invited speaker session part 1 will be moderated by our moderator, Muhammad Syahidul Kirom, SPD. Once again, I would like to inform you that both the online parallel session and invited speaker session part 1 will be moderated and led by our moderator, Muhammad Syahidul Kirom, SPD. Before we move on to the next session, please allow me to introduce our moderator for this following session, Muhammad Syahidul Kirom, SPD. Muhammad Syahidul Kirom is Master Student at Mathematics Education Department, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. His study is supported by LPDP, Lembaga Pengelola Dana Pendidikan, the Indonesia Endowment Funds for Education, under the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. His research focuses on comparative studies in math education, assessment for learning, and math literacy. He was former a research assistant at Universitas Mataram and was also internship teacher at Kesatuan Bangsa International Boarding School under Academy of Future Teacher Program. Before I would like to invite our moderator, I would like to inform all the participants, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and participants. For all participants who already finished with the coffee break, please come back immediately to the auditorium because the next agenda is about to start. Now, please allow me to invite Muhammad Syahidul Kirom, SPD, to lead the session of the online parallel session and the invited speaker session part 1. To Muhammad Syahidul Kirom, SPD, the stage is yours. Please welcome. Give applause to our moderator, Muhammad Syahidul Kirom, SPD.
Cek. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as what our MC announced before, that before the invited speaker session 1 begin, on behalf of the committee, I would like to inform you about the rules for online parallel session discussion. So, to all of online presenter, please your attention. To all of online presenters, you could check the detail of the rules on the page 36 in our handbook that we have shared before on our website. On that page, we could see that there are 5 points of the rules. However, only 3 main or mandatory rules for the online parallel discussion. They are on point B, C, and D. Meanwhile, point A and E are just additional rules. Summarizing the rules, the presenter of parallel online session must ask question to minimum 3 other presenters in the same room. You could check the detail on the page 53 to 59. We have a list who presenters that you must ask to. For example, on the page 53, it was written that my ID was A1 and also was determined before that I must ask questions to presenters with ID A2, A3, and A4. Then I must go to the video of the presenters with those ID and ask them questions regarding their topic on the comment section that provided below the presenter's video. Then the presenters of videos must give a feedback or answer toward the question. After that, the feedback or another question also can be given again towards the answer. That is how the discussion will work. In addition, to access the online presenter videos, please refer to page 34 to 35 on the handbook. In concise, all of online parallel discussion will be conducted through our website. In addition, PowerPoint A, it is only required if you wish to join the discussion in online parallel session later. It means that even though you are online presenters, you still have opportunity to engage actively in the online session through breakout Zoom meeting of General Assembly that you could find on our website. Meanwhile, point E means that you are not only can ask the presenter that were determined before on the page 53 to 59, but also you can ask presenter from other rooms. But like I said before, the point A and E, the first and the last point are just additional rules, so it's not mandatory. And now, representing the committee, the online parallel session discussion can be started from now. Thank you. And now, we will continue to the next agenda. It is the invited speaker session 1. This session, we will focus on education discipline, especially mathematics education. And it is my honor to take a part in this great conference as moderator for this session. My name is Muhammad Syedul Kiram. I am from Mathematics Education Department. So now, I would like you to welcome our distinguished invited speakers, Professor Theodore Chow, and Professor Yuli Rahmawati. Okay, for your information, this session will be divided into 2 parts. Part 1, all the speakers will present their topic for 20 minutes, maximum 25 minutes. And in the second part is Q&A session to both of our speakers. Before we start, I would like to read the short description of our invited speaker in this session. Professor Theodore Chow, MED PhD, is a professor of mathematics education in the Department of Teaching and Learning at the Ohio State University, United States of America. His research agenda involves engaging all students and teachers regardless of social identity, race, gender, socioeconomic status, etc., to fully see themselves as mathematical humans, particularly through technology. He used digital storytelling and photo files as vehicles for mathematics teachers and students of color to create narratives that connect their mathematics identities with their community and family identities. He also builds technology for children to share their mathematical strategies, opening up windows for peers, teachers, and family members to recognize the brilliance of their mathematical thinking. Professor Chow is currently the principal investigator of an SF career research project exploring the ways of children in urban emerging communities use digital mathematics storytelling to share rich mathematical knowledge from their communities and families. He has taught courses such as elementary mathematics, a critical history of STEM education, and mobile application development in STEM education. He is currently an associate editor for Theory into Practice, or TIP, an editorial panel member of Mathematics Teacher Educator, a steering committee member of the North America chapter of the International Group for the Psychology of Mathematics Education, and an organizer for the Pre-Minds Pre-Wiffle Conference. And now, I will continue to the next invited speakers. Professor Yuli Rahmawati, MSc PhD, is an academic, researcher, and lecturer at Department of Chemistry, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Indonesia. Her teaching experiences are in basic chemistry, curriculum, educational research, learning evaluation, and teaching competence. She holds master and doctoral degrees in science education from Curtin University of Technology, Australia. Professor Yuli is also an active researcher, having published many articles in several reputable journals and proceedings indexed by Scopus and Web of Science. Her research interests are chemistry education, teaching and cultural identity, environmental education, and green chemistry. She also is reviewer from some reputable international that indexed by Scopus, such as Culture Studies of Science Education, Dialogue Pedagogy, Journal Eurasia of Math Science and Technology Education. And beside of her activities as lecturer, Prof. Yuli is also currently the head of Chemistry Education Department of Universitas Negeri Jakarta. And now we will start the discussion topic. The first invited speaker is Professor Theodore Chow. He will present his topic about exploring mathematics identities through a digital mathematics storytelling. But before that, what the first thing that come across your mind when I said storytelling? Maybe some of you thinking about Disney princess, fairy tale, legend, or something like that. And also it reminds me when I was elementary students that my teachers, especially and my language teacher, asked me to retell a story in front of class, and it helped me to explore my identities, express my voice, and control my emotion using the same ideas. What if that kind of storytelling implemented in mathematics classroom? What will be happen? Especially in developing student mathematics identity, then what kind of story we should use? Is there any framework when implemented? Or is there anything that we must be prepared before using it in the classroom? So, but don't be confused about that, because we have professor that partway come from US among us now to share and discuss about the implementation of storytelling in mathematics classroom. So, please welcome Professor Theodore Chow, MEd, PhD, to present this topic.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here in UPI in Bandung and to be invited to the first ever M2EIC conference. I appreciate you all being here with me in person and online. So today I'm going to tell you a little bit about some of the research that I've been doing on exploring math identity through digital math storytelling, and I'm really happy to be joined on stage by Dr. Ramawati and to talk about the work that we do in integrating STEAM education. So I've been using a construct called digital mathematics storytelling, which you probably don't know a lot about because I haven't written a lot about it. It's a relatively new concept within the field of mathematics education. But what does it mean? Oh, so again, can I move the slide? Oh, there we go. Digital mathematics storytelling. Today I'm going to tell you a little bit about the research I've done with two populations. One with students, particularly how digital mathematics storytelling can help increase students' mathematical identity. And the second study is about adult community members and mathematics identities. And in particular, I found that during the COVID pandemic, instead of working just with students, instead of working just with teachers, also working with the adults in the community who are very influential to our children. But sometimes they might not be teachers, sometimes they might not be parents, sometimes they might not be connected to the schools, but they're very instrumental because they have math stories that they can share and connect with the children. So what is digital mathematics storytelling? So I define mathematics storytelling is just a way to connect what we do in math to the modern youth video storytelling culture that many of our children live within. And I'm talking about YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, right? For many of us who work with young people, these are the primary mechanisms with which they engage with the world around them. And they're pretty fascinating, right? I mean, I can go on TikTok and spend an hour or two on there. I can go on Instagram and see and learn a lot of great things. So what we're trying to do is get students to do 1 to 5 minute videos really depicting how they learn math and connecting math to their world. But it's more than just making Instagram videos, right? It's more than just making a fun, cool video. Storytelling is an important part of how knowledge is passed from generation to generation to generation. And particularly here in Indonesia and in Southeast Asia, right? The storytelling tradition is very strong, right? So I tap into this deep history of how storytelling is connected to a deep and rich community. It's how knowledge is shared, sometimes unofficial knowledge, knowledge that does not exist within schools. And also how we're not just telling stories, we can also tell counter stories. Stories that push back against stereotypes. Stories that push back against how many of us or our students are positioned in mathematics, right? In the United States, we have many minority groups. I'm part of an Asian American minority group, right? We have Black American minority groups, and oftentimes they're positioned as maybe not very good mathematicians or not able to do well in school or not having full command of the language. And so what are the stories that they can tell using their own language, their own images, their own knowledge from the community that they can position themselves as mathematical people?
Next.
Oh, thank you. And so my hypothesis is this. When students craft stories about their out-of-school mathematical experiences, they position themselves and their communities as mathematical. It's as simple as that, right? When we allow our children to tell their math stories, we can see the brilliance of their math. And it's pretty easy to do with the technology that we have. With the videos that our students have, they can do that. Okay? Next slide.
Next.
So let me give you an example of what this looks like. Okay, so this is a video story of by a 7th grade Asian American girl, and she did this story in one of our camps, in which she just wants to learn, wants to explore the math between how she spends money to make earrings to sell to her friends. So if you click on this one, the video should play.
Please play the video.
Oh.
Salam. Alhamdulillah. Apa dulu anti?
The video is embedded in there, yeah. So if you just click next, it should play.
Oh, next.
Oh, okay. Well, it looks like the video didn't play. That's okay. So I have a few videos to showcase. And here's other videos. So I've done this work with children. I've also done this work with adults. So what I found is that adults actually are really good at making videos, but not so good at connecting the math that lives in their lives with the math that they do in that they connect to, what they learn in school. So these are two videos in which adult community members who work with our children had to really go back and explore and think about some of the math they do in everyday life. So if you click on that, hopefully they should play. No?
Can you play the video?
Yeah, there's two videos there. Just click on that and it should play.
Okay, hello, my name is Jasmine, and as you can see, my story is about my budget worry. And so soon, me and my best friend DQ, I like to fool, let's not try to clown her, but like DQ, it's like a little short nickname. So me and her plan on moving out soon. So I want to know, my main question is, I have memberships and subscriptions and all these things. So I want to know, if I move out and I have these bills to pay, my main priorities, would I still be able to keep my subscriptions and my membership? That's what we finna see. All right, so monthly, I get about like, let's say $3,000 around there. And I get paid every 2 weeks. So if we split $3,000 into, what is that? $1,500. So we seen this nice apartment for
So
like
I can add some commentary
$3,000. It was
here.
nice. It was
So
nice.
this teacher
And
is
two
thinking,
bedrooms,
this
of course,
adult community
with a nice
member
basement.
is
Like, it was really
thinking,
nice.
does she make enough
So
money
me
to
and my
move
friend,
into
of
a new
course, we
apartment
split
to
that in
live?
half because that's
And she's trying to
our
figure out,
So 1,000
does she have
split by
enough
2, that
money
is
after paying all of her
$500.
bills for the month?
So that's how much we were kind of individually out of pocket every month, just for the rent though, just for the rent. And then of course, when you have an apartment or a house or whatever, you have your little small baby bills. So we already talked about who will be paying which bill, and that'll be the same every month. Like, I won't change. You already know what you're gonna be paying. That's that. So I'll be paying for the Wi-Fi, cable, and the gas. So the Wi-Fi and cable, they usually come together in the package. It's usually like about I went off from what I have in my mom's house. We have like 3-4 cable boxes with the Wi-Fi. It's about $200. So that's what I put in my mindset just for me to have, so I could go off of. And then the gas, I gave it a range of like $80 to $100. So time to do some math again. So the bill, they always come like around the first, but second week of every month. Never gets like a bill. So let's say I had $1,500 in my bank. Remember, every time I get paid. So I have to take like $500, for rent, of course. So I'm gonna only have $1,000 left. Looks nice. But then I gotta take out $200 for the Wi-Fi and the cable. What that comes out to? $800. So then, remember, $800 minus let's say the worst scenario, let's say $100 for gas. $100 taken out, I will have $700. So with that $700, let's not forget I have my car insurance, I got a phone bill. Like, for me, it's just always something, bills on top of bills on top of bills on top of bills. So I pay my mom's, my sister, like our phone bills all together. So our phone bill comes out to like $220. So, and then my car insurance is about like $150 less per se. So when we do the 800 minus 150, that comes out to about $650. Then with the phone bill taken out of the 220, it comes out to $430. And then that's what I have left over. $430 is what I have left over in general. That's without paying my membership and my subscription. So I have Mumu Car Wash as my membership. So I have the exclusive, the bougie little car wash. So my car wash, it cleans the tires, washes it. I get the little exclusive pack with the little dash wipe, the air freshener, all that. So that's $33 a month. So then I have the exclusive Disney Plus. It comes with Disney Plus, the Hulu, the ESPN, for all that. And then that's like another, like $13. So $430 minus 33 for Mumu, that is $384. That's $397. And then subtracting the 13 for Disney Plus, that comes out to $384. So look, to answer our main question, yes, I will have enough money for my membership, my subscription, with paying all my bills. Look, I did that. We did that. Look, great math. We use math every day and we don't even know it.
Thanks. So I know the video might not necessarily be the easiest to understand, but I hope what you drop from this is this video, right? This was an African-American adult community member who worked with our students. She's using what we call Black vernacular, right? She's speaking in a way that's very different than official English language, right? Speaking in slang, speaking in the way that she would speak with her community members, doing the math about her budget, how to think about how much money she needs to save every month in order to pay all of her bills, talking about the priorities in her life. If you notice, she talks about her subscriptions. Disney Plus is very important to her. Also, getting her car washed is very important, right? And so you can see what is important to this particular individual and the community she lives in and how she spends her money, okay? So we can move on to the next slide.
Please play the next one.
So the digital math storytelling framework is based on 4 pillars. 1, the idea of storytelling, right? Telling our stories is important. Telling our stories in the voices that we want is important. 2, community funds of knowledge. All of us hold deep and amazing knowledge that comes from our community and comes from our families. Sometimes that's recognized in schools, sometimes it's not, right? Math identity, number 3. All of us have the potential to be very, very strong in our mathematics, right? And oftentimes those math identities, while we bring great math identities to school, sometimes the way school operates and the way the system operates is it shatters those identities. So how do we get students to be confident in their math identity, particularly if those math identities go against stereotypes of race or gender? And finally, counter storytelling, telling stories so we can push back against these stereotypes. Okay. Let's move forward.
Next.
So my original plan was to work with elementary schools, teachers and parents, and do multiple rounds of story circles with teachers and in schools, particularly in the United States, working in schools that support Black and African American students and work with Asian American students. I started this work in 2020. You can go forward. Sorry. Yeah. And then this is what happened. I think it happened to all of you, right? COVID-19 happened, and it ruined all of my ability to do any classroom-based or school-based research. Okay, we can move forward. So the new plan was I worked with community centers. I worked in spaces in which children who were shut out of schools went for 2 to 3 days a week. They were engaged in working on their Chromebooks. They had to do online school. And students with special learning needs, right? Students with special needs, students with learning disabilities were given priority to go to these spaces so that they could engage and learn. And I found these spaces to be very conducive and very amazing. But what I also learned is how important it was to have adults from the community working with the students around mathematics. Adults that were not teachers, adults that were not parents, but adults who understood the community context. Okay.
Next.
And what I found is this, right? The adults, the community members, they're about 18 to 30 years old. They worked in the community center to support the children. They were amazing at helping students tell their mathematical stories. Now, the challenges were, right? Many of the adults had very low math confidence. Many of them felt they were not good at math themselves in school. They also held traditional ideas about math. They often inserted their own math teaching, their own focus on recall, on memorization, on test-taking skills, because that's how they experienced math. But what I did find is that they brought a significant amount of digital literacy to the project. Many of them knew a lot about making videos, film, and how to operate Instagram and social media. And many of them were able to connect to and draw on children's community knowledge. They were able to understand and connect to what students were going through in their communities, right? And find the mathematics there. Okay. Okay,
Next. Next.
So if we can keep going through this slide. So these are the questions that we asked our students to reflect on after they made their video story. What do you notice or think about? How would you use this story? And sort of what happens in these screenings. So in this picture, it's hard to see, but what's important is to have a screening in which students share their videos and the community watches them together, right? And so here's another quick one if you want to click on this one. This is a quick video.
Please
of
play
what-
the video.
Oh,
Please
sorry.
play the
Yeah.
video.
This is pretty cool. Okay, I think if you move forward, it should play the video. But if not, that's fine.
Next.
I think my slides are breaking everything. Sorry. So, as I'm speaking, this is sort of what happens when we do digital math storytelling, right? There's always technology issues.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'll go ahead and move forward just with some of the, if this one works, you can see this works, okay. So as this is coming up, this is a video by a 7th grade Asian American boy talking about.
So there was a farm called Lee's Farm, and Lee's Farm is very fun. There are tons of activities and games you can play along and with your friends. One of those games is called Pedal Kart, where you race around a track in pedal karts. Another is a mini zip line where you zip line down a zip line, and One of my favorites personally is called a pumpkin bounce, basically gigantic trampoline. And at the entrance of Lee's farm, there is a game called Tube Roll, where you get pushed down a hill, or push yourself at least, in a gigantic tube. This tube is actually quite fast, even though the hill wasn't very steep. So if my friends and I get into a tube and start rolling the tube down the hill, making it gain speed and making it gain 1.3 miles per hour every second, how fast would the tube be going if when it hit the fence at the bottom of the hill, if the time it took for the tube to make it down the hill was 6.5 seconds? If the tube isn't moving and starts gaining 1.3 mile per hour per second as it rolls down the hill, and there's 6.5 seconds until it reaches the bottom, that means that at the bottom of the hill, it will be going 8.45 miles per hour. Something that Lee's farm had for one day when I went was free cookies and water. They would give these out by the campfire, and they would set up tables there. If each cookie costs 13 cents for them to buy, and each bottle of water costs 10 cents for them to buy, and they give out 120 of each, how much money would they be spending to give out free cookies and water? Well, what do you think they spent?
Okay, we can stop the video there.
Okay, stop.
Yeah, we can move on.
Next to the
Thank you. So that's a quick video of what a student's digital math story looks like, right? And so this one is just exploring a field trip that he went on and then trying to find the math behind it. And some of the math is accurate. I mean, this is a student who has not studied physics yet, and so some of the physics is not accurate, right? But we still encourage students to try to engage in mathematical problem solving on their own, right? And so just quickly, I housed a summer camp. Move on to the next slide.
next.
And I used an ideology called participatory redesign design research, right? And this is allowing students to forge what they think is important in the research design themselves. So rather than us as researchers saying this is what we want to find, we ask the students to see themselves as researchers. And by bringing them in, right, they forge the research questions, but it also allows them to forge their identity, not only as a mathematician, but as a math educator and a researcher. So now we're all engaged in the research process collectively. Okay. And so I think I want to speed up. Let's just go over to slide 21.
Next.
So those are research measures. And so this is what our findings are, is in this research, students were able to really show us what they thought about in terms of the math identity. Students are talking about the mathematics in their lives was really important. But students also shared a major frustration between the disconnect between the math in their own stories, the math in their lives, and the math that they did in school. That the math in school was actually very disconnected from the math they did in lives. And what students found is that they actually love doing math more than making stories. Telling a story, being a storyteller is difficult, right? It's not easy to do that. And so what I've started to find is that many of our students, particularly in terms of math, there's a big separation between being a storyteller and being a mathematician. Now, in terms of their storyteller identity, students who actually like making videos really loved engaging in this work. But they often dismissed the theme. In fact, they didn't listen to what a lot of the adults or the organizers did. They wanted to make videos on their own. And oftentimes, those videos were much better. But students were frustrated in storyboarding, in sequencing, in editing, and these traditional vestiges of making videos. And many of them just wanted to dive right in. And I think this is a remnant of Instagram and TikTok and YouTube, and that many of our students have very visual mindsets in which they can go and make a video on their device on their own without having to plan it out. And I think this changes the discourse around what storytelling is in the modern age. Okay? So we can go to the very end. Yeah. So I don't want to play this video. Just go to the end. Yeah. Thank you. And so I just want to end this talk now and just open this up for maybe our next talk, and then we can do some Q&A. But this is some of the work that I've been doing in exploring digital math storytelling and how it affects the way students think about themselves as storytellers and mathematicians, and how also bringing in adults into this work helps us create a community math identity. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Chow, for the great presentation on how mathematics digital storytelling can help our students to find their mathematical identities. And sorry for the disruption before during your presentation. And now we will continue to the next invited speakers. She is Professor Yuli Rahmawati from Universitas Negeri Jakarta. She will present her topic about transformative mathematics education in STEM education for education as sustainability. Then what does the transformative mathematics education means and how it can help equip students with the skills to face challenges in 21st century. So please welcome Professor Yuli to bring her topic.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today I would like to share my title regarding the transformative mathematics education in STEAM education for education and sustainability. It is a part of my PhD dissertation, and hopefully, as my background is chemistry education, I can share my perspective on the mathematics education. Next, there is two sections of my presentation regarding the transformative mathematics education itself, and then the STEAM education and also the education as sustainability. Next, as we saw that a lot of issue regarding the future challenging the mega trend and the volatility VUCA revolution industry and also globalization, and we see the climate change performance index in 2023 that we have been feel that the hottest temperature in the world. If you see the red color in the world, it is already our challenge throughout the world. In Indonesia, it's starting to like the yellow one, but I believe that we already feel the hot temperature as well. And then we always asking where is our generation, especially after COVID-19 has been changed our world. If you see the myth Sophia, it is the first robot that during the conversations he mentioned that the human being should be demolished because they destroy the technology. Next. Okay, if you have a look the future competencies regarding the OECD and also the World Economic Forum, we have been mentioned about the student well-being and also student agency, and there is several ideas about transformative competencies as a part of the future competencies that we would like to equip our students to face the challenge. Next. I will share you the title of my dissertation. I did my master and PhD in Australia. I got scholarship from AUSAID, Australia Aid, and also Australia Research Council grant. And then I did it is shared with Theo research as well on the identity. I focus on the teaching identity, and the landscape is the culture, the transformative learning, and also sustainability education. And also the other things that I would like to share at the moment is the culture and also the environmental sustainability. Next. It is our network. We have the International Transformative Education Network from Australia, USA, and as a part of it, I developed the Transformative Education Research Group in Indonesia. So it consists of teacher education. Currently it's for university, UNJ, UNESA, UNIMED, and We develop the research and also the collaboration and the activities that regarding on the transformative education. Next. For the next session, I will develop, it is a part of my PhD, I developed the transformative chemistry education. Next, there are several ideas on the transformative learning theories that if you see the books on the contemporary theory of learning, you will see how the transformative learning theory is developed. At least there is 5 dimensions. First is we have to know our culture, cultural self-knowing, and relational not only with the human being, but also with the environments. And also the critical knowing that you realize the hegemony values, and also visionary, ethicals, and also knowing in action. So if you see under the picture, it is the butterfly. It's not only getting bigger, but it's also getting beautiful. So it's thinking not only about yourself, but also others, future, and also doing the action. So I will share you how I implementing the transformative learning values in teaching and learning and also in research. Next. It is SDG. I think we already know about the SDG sheet. So each of the country already have the result of the quality of education, at least related to the quality of education, the goal number 4. And if we see we are still under the students' participation is, even though it is improved, it's still low. So it is a part of our role as educators to develop this challenge in Indonesia. Next. Okay, if you have time to have look the several references, they call it sustainable mathematics education because it's a part of transformative education. If we see how sustainable mathematics education is employed, it should be the mathematics learning, have the conscious of thinking and sustainable practice, not only solving the mathematical concept, but also relating to the environment and sustainability. Before the slide before, I'm not sure because the slide seems really small on the slide. Okay, again, it's technology. So if you see the multiple co-implemented of the system, so if you would like to change the mathematics education, it should be as a system. It's not only the learning system, it's the culture system, the system mathematics itself, and also related to the science. And we usually call it like multidiscipline, transdiscipline, and interdisciplines. The highest one is transdisciplines that give opportunity for critical thinking, problem solving in the contextual understanding. That Theo already mentioned about several application of the mathematics in the community. Next. And it is the idea. So I have been published this transformative chemistry education. So I transform him into the mathematics education. I don't have time to explain one by one, but one of the main issue is how you implementing the progressive curriculum. Progressive curriculum is developed at least by Schubert's curriculum image that we should engage our students throughout the experiential learning, that hands-on learning, contextual learning, and so on. And being a transformative and reflective educators, as a transformative chemistry teachers, you really have to do reflection to improve your practice, and you really have to understanding your identity before you teaching your students. And then I will show you later on the transformative research that has been implementing different research paradigm in educational research. Why I involve this transformative education? Because it's a part of ESD as well, how we use student knowledge throughout the collaboration, and then the aims is empowering the student to see education as sustainability as being thinking, and then how they do the action. Next. Okay, next. I will show you different terminology on STEAM, STEM, STEAM, and the other about integrating to the environment, the religion, and so on. So US in 2015 that developed the ideas of STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. And if you see there is as a discipline, each of the disciplines, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, at the same time is also the product of STEM, like the cars, the bicycle, and so on. And when we come to the STEM education, it will be involved like the curricula, teaching and learning, assessment, and so on. And then when see the STEM skills, we will come out with 21st century skills like problem solving skill, higher order thinking skills, etc. Next. Okay. So it is, if you see why we come through the STEAM education, the STEM education, it will be like build the activity. It should be real life contextual project. It should be innovation, creativity, teamwork, and problem solving. If you come through the different reference of STEM education, you will see how different people employ different ways of using STEM. And then the easiest ways is multidisciplines. The challenging way is transdisciplinary, to see the STEM as a multidiscipline, combine different disciplines. Next. I use the terminology of STEAM education, not STEM education, because I engage the student into the social emotional learnings, not only with the product of STEM, but it should be emphasized on the creativities, problems, and then the study on developing, empowering the student agency. So I will show you several projects that have been developed, even though it is in chemistry learning, but I think it really related to the mathematics as well. Next. And it is the STEAM literacy. You can ask the community to have my PowerPoint because it seems to be small as well. So in the STEAM literacy is the most important, like in mathematics, needs not only understanding about the number, but mathematics plays important role to solving the problems, to think critically, logic thinking, and so on. So it's not only being a body of knowledge, but also being applying and solving the problem in contribution on all of discipline of the knowledge. Next. Okay, it's my research team. So if you become my supervised student from undergraduate into PhD level, I have at least five teams of my supervised students. From social critical emotional learning is based on transformative education research, will multi-paradigmatic research. So it is socio-critical emotional learning, environmental sustainability, culture identity, STEAM, and conceptual understanding. At the moment, I will show you about the culture identity on the ethnochemistry, ethnomathematics, and also STEAM in relation to dilemma story STEAM. So it is the things that I would like to share today, beside all the research that I have been developed since I graduated from my PhD. Next. So if you use the term of education sustainability, Sterling mentioned about at least three types: education about sustainability, education for sustainability, or education as sustainability. If we mention about education about sustainability, it's related to the content itself. But if it is for sustainability, it's more meaningful, mere application, and then education as sustainability is a part of transformative learning theory. It is empowerment and action. So you have to do something, not only thinking about how making relation between mathematics and sustainability. If you would like to read the journals also mention using the Sterling regarding the mathematics sustainability education. So I will focus on two: environmental sustainability and culture sustainability. Next. And then it is my research team for the last 10 years. So I developed transformative learning, how implementing in the chemistry learning. So at least there is two principles. It is the value and knowledge education. It should be meaningful. It should be contextualized. It should be authentic learning experience. And at the same time, it should be empowering. It has been developed by theory by Kolber, Vygotsky, and has been also Hoffman. So I developed one of the grants has been funded by UNESCO. I developed learning for empathy. It is based on this theoretical of values and knowledge education. Next. It is the rule of mathematics. So if we call it mathematics STEAM, mathematics is the last one in the acronym of STEAM education. But at least the contribution of mathematics in STEAM education, first in the 21st century learning, because it should be translating from mathematical problems and also solving, as well as interpreting, evaluation the outcome. I realized that in mathematics, it's really emphasized on the mathematical models, and I realized that transformative mathematics education is really using the mathematical model because it's solving a problem into the real world. And the last one is education for responsible citizenship. That's Pak Hendra using the social justice and so on is a part of that education for responsible citizenship, being critical, evaluating the argument, ethics, morals, and socially citizenships. Next. And it is the environmental sustainability because I use the term of education as sustainability because it's part of the transformative learning. So we would like to empower their awareness, stimulate their responsibility. Not only they know that you have to throw the rubbish into the bin, but they have to do what you should do to create the better future of the environment. Next. Okay, it is the example. It is in chemistry, and I realize it's really related to the mathematics because in chemistry we have the curriculum subject. It is thermochemistry. So we ask the student have to design the ship, the STEM ship. It should be from the renewable energy. So we comes to the student, the study case that relating the pollution and so on. So the student aware that we have create the pollution, and then they have to create the transportation that have to be contributed to the friendly and then economical and also renewable energy. So they use in chemistry, they use the methanol. And then when you use the methanol, and different group in the classroom use different kind of renewable energy. One of them is using this project, STEAM. So the student in the classroom develop the design, the engineering from the tools and so on, and then mathematics using it for measuring anything, and the art using it for develop this creativity, to develop the beautiful ship. So it has been doing by the student in the schools. Next. It is the implementing in, I combine the dilemma story in the STEAM PJBL. Dilemma story is the story consists the dilemma. For example, like in Indonesia, we contribute to the second country that contribute to the waste of the plastics. And then we have to bring our student out the ideas like how the rubbish in the sea, and then how if you use in the daily life using the plastic, and then what are you doing? So it is the example of dilemma story, and then the project is plastic biodegradable. So I has been published this book from the Brill and Sense publisher regarding dilemma STEAM teaching model. So combine between the dilemma story and the STEAM PJBL. So it's all one of the part in the book chapter. Next. So it is the example of dilemma story. You have to bring your student into the story. For example, you are the son of the farmer, and then there is a global warming and so on. So you have to relate it what the contextual, like Theo mentioned about the story. You bring the story into the classroom and you put your student into the position. So each of the story, there is a dilemma they have to choose, and the dilemma should be difficult to answer to the student because we try to encourage our student to think critically. Next. So it is the example of all the model. If you see the use oil, we have minyak jelantah. In Indonesia, since the oil is going high, we use minyak jelantah. So it is the way of the student understand about the use minyak jelantah is the use oil is not healthy, but at the moment we also need it. So there is a using of banana skins to reduce the color of the minyak jelantah. And the other one is alternative energy and develop the plastic biodegradable from the cassava. And the last one is smoke absorbent that I implementing in the lab school, the high schools that UNJ on. It is about the pollution, and the student make it the smoke absorbent to absorb the smoke. So it is the example of combining the dilemma story with the STEAM project. Next. Okay, it is the part of dilemma story. We mentioned about Indonesia is facing the challenge of waste plastic, like 9.5 million has been contributing to the world, and also the project is all the process has been conducting by the student in the classroom. So we have been published this paper, and then we have saw that the challenge between chemistry concept at the same time and also chemistry literacy. Next. And it is the other things because I realize, mathematics and STEM education also related That's several projects that I have been doing. The first is modeling, the second is design thinking, the third one is computational thinking. Next. In the modeling, if you have time to see, have a look Bohm and Lace 2007, it is the way, the step how to develop modeling, the mathematics modeling, that to be implementing in the real world. So understanding the real world, which one mathematics concept should be related to the model, simplify, and then you have to working on mathematical solution and interpreting and also validating. So it's a part of using the mathematics modeling in STEAM education. Next. And it is the example, if you have a look the pedagogies, it is the university in Germany. They have all teaching materials, mathematics and STEM education. So you can use all the materials because it is open access. So it is the International STEM Center in the university. So they have all the worksheet and then with part of mathematics that contribute on the topics. It is the topic on solar panel. Next. It is design thinking. If you have been working closely with the UTM Malaysia on the developing design thinking in teaching and learning. So you develop design thinking as a part of STEM product because you have to develop the STEM project. And then it is consists of like the learning strategies, the capacity that your student can develop the comprehension of the practical application in the real life. It's like the step of empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and also the test. So it's like you bring the industry ways of developing the project into the classroom. Next. It is the things that I have been done. So all the students creating the product and based on the step on the design thinking, the 5 step of design thinking. Next. And it is also the other project. So the student develop different kind of design, then they using like the small prototype, using the carton and so on, so it's easy for the student to design this one for solving the problems in the social life. Next. I have been working with the UTM Malaysia and also King Mongkut in Thailand and Indonesia since 2016. So we have summer school for design thinking workshop. So we move every year to different countries. So usually Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia. And then we have the new collaborator in Japan. So next month I will go to Japan to do the design thinking workshop with my students. If you see, it is the problem, solving the problem in cafeteria in UTM. So student doing the interview with students in UTM, then they develop the electronic folding chair, as you mentioned about using the cupboard and so on. So the ideas is the student understand how they solve the problems in their community. So it's a part of the design thinking in related to the STEM project. Next. So it is the last one, computational thinking. Probably it's really related to the mathematics in the ways of scientific reasoning, and then the ways composition of the computational thinking is the composition, the problem, pattern recognition, abstraction, and the last one is algorithm. So if you see how we break down the project, you will see example on the how the student develop the bridge. Next. It is the example when you see the computational thinking on the STEM. So from the abstraction, identify the characteristic of you, it is building the bridge. I will show you the combination between dilemma story and STEM PJBL. The dilemma is the flood and the mathematics in developing the bridge in association with the mathematical concept. So all the stage is a part of the computational thinking. And the research we measure it how the student develop this thinking as well. Next. The next one, I will show you about the culture identity. So it is about, because Indonesia have the rich culture, and I would like to ask all the participants to join on the ethnomathematics, for examples. Next, it is the areas of Indonesia that I have been working on, and I received the grant from the Indonesian minister. So I moved from different islands, Sumatra, and then Java, and then the last island that I'm not yet doing is Sulawesi and Kalimantan. The rest has been doing since the last 10 years. Next. It is the result. One of it is the ngukus is kemenyan in Indonesia. We have to burn, and there is the flavor of different areas in Indonesia doing it in Bali, in Javanese, and also Sundanese. If it is related to the chemistry education, chemistry learning, it is organic chemistry. I believe that, for example, in mathematics, you can see the place to put all the kemenyan and so on. So it is a part of ethno-mathematics. Next. And it is, we call it crocodile braid. So if you get married in Jakarta, you have to bring this crocodile. Even though in Indonesia, we have negative impression of being a crocodile is you are a plier. But in here, if you bring in the marriage, it will be the proof of you are a protector. So inside the crocodile itself, it is the bicarbonate is chemistry. And if it is related to mathematics, it can you like how the temperature and so on. And I got the grant this year for develop the virtual reality of roti buaya with all the cultures to relate it to the chemistry concept. Next. It is the ethnochemistry, so like in Bima, Nusa Tenggara Barat, they have susu kuda liar, the milk from the horse. So I create the soap from the milk of the horse. Why? Because the previous generation, the indigenous knowledge, using the milk to develop this to clean up the body, and also all the jeruk kunci and so on is used on the Bangka Belitung Island. So it is a part of the project on combining ethno with the STEAM project. Next. It is mobile learning, so since it is technology, so I developed the ethno with the mobile learning. So they can use the mobile learning to at the same time they learn their own culture, and at the same time they also learn about the concept of chemistry, and also can be used for the concept of mathematics. Next. And it is the ethnomathematics. It is combining the same with ethnochemistry, combining the cultures, the chemistry, the mathematics, and mathematics modeling. You can have a look. The Rosa provided all the literature on how to develop the ethnomathematics in the mathematics learning. Next. And it is the things that you can use in Indonesia, all the buildings, the traditional music, dancing, and so on. It is a part of ethnomathematics. So we can bring our culture in mathematics classroom. Next.
I'm sorry, Miss.
Yeah, it's almost done. It is my publication, so it is the book. It has been granted by UNESCO, so I developed the learning model and 2 book chapters on the sustainable future and also STEAM education for the dilemma STEAM. That's just as published. Next, if you would like to read through all the publication, next. It is the example of UNESCO. It is the flood and it is the bridge from learning for learning mathematics. Next, it is all the list of my publication regarding the dilemma stories and the STEM, and then also the culture sustainability. Next. Next, the conclusion. Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to conclude that I would like to invite all mathematics educators. I believe that mathematics plays important role for shifting also your current paradigm for not only focusing on the higher mark, but also holistic perspective on the transformative mathematics education. And the STEAM curriculum should be integrating the values of education, and then I believe the roles of mathematics on the 21st century learning, modeling, and also education for sustainable citizenships. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Yuli, for the amazing presentation. Please give applause to both our speakers again. And now we still have a time. It's time for Q&A session. But I think only one question for each invited speakers because time is almost up. Any question? Yes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everybody. I'm Dr. Ahmad Sabri from Malaysia. And first of all, congratulations for both panels for a very interesting presentation. I just want to comment, not a question, but maybe after this you are going to hear about your opinion, okay? The first one is about our first speaker just now. It's very interesting where you instill storytelling with mathematics combination of both elements. Where the most important thing is we are able to attract our students to learn mathematics better. Okay, that is the important part of it. But when we come to another thing is now is a trend where mathematician is not only numbers. Okay, the research is mostly both qualitative and quantitative, where each other helps each other in finding what is the real thing. Okay, and that is for the speaker one. And maybe you can comment after this. For our second speaker, I think the world have mathematics everywhere. Okay, and there is always a changing in mathematics learning. Okay, especially those students who are going to be a mathematics teacher. There is a challenge for you. Okay, how are you going to make mathematics learning easy for student? Okay, I think compared with other subject, okay, mathematics is the most hardest subject to learn. Okay, okay, how are you going to make sure your students master? Okay, and it's very important for the society to have high mathematics level of thinking. Okay, that impacts on the country's growth actually. Okay, okay, that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Wanna try
Oh, should
to
we address that?
directly or what?
Sure. I appreciate the comments, and I think for me, storytelling is very engaging, but it's also my focus is not necessarily on students who do well in math. My focus has always been on the students who are pushed out of math, the students who are ostracized, the students who are oppressed, the students who don't see people like themselves do well in math. And how can we open up spaces for them to see themselves as mathematically competent, right? You know, I'm Chinese American. I live in the United States. There are stereotypes in the United States about who does well in math and who doesn't. Oftentimes, those stereotypes fall along the lines of gender and race. And I found that storytelling is not just allowing students to feel engaged, to connect to what they want to do, but also allows them to see, to use their natural language, to use the ways that they speak, to use things that come from their own households, right? Children can talk about the math that they do in the kitchen. Children can talk about the math they do with their aunties and their uncles. And in that, they see themselves as mathematically competent. They see someone in their family as being a mathematician. And in doing that, then suddenly they see themselves as capable of doing math. And I think that in the world that I grew up in, many of my students never see people like themselves be successful in math. And so that's really what I want to do. And like you're saying in terms of qualitative versus quantitative research. I mean, my training is in statistics and quantitative research. The focus that I'm trying on now is not necessarily to increase math scores, right? But to actually holistically look at what we mean by math identity, and not necessarily how students do in terms of math achievement, but in terms of how we're measuring math confidence and math identity, right? And eventually that work will come out in which we can actually do larger scale studies. For now, I'm really focusing on using a participatory design research framework so that I'm creating a protocol that's not created by me as a researcher or created by adults, but actually created by the people themselves who are affected in terms of mathematics, right? So I'm not really answering any questions here, right? But I'm just sort of saying that, I have the privilege and the opportunity to be funded to really think in some deep ways that's very different, I think, than something that's immediately publishable.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chow. Now, next to the Professor Yuli.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmad, for the response. It's really, it's insightful that me as personal, because I had bad experience. I had bad experience on the mathematics learning, because if I didn't remember the multiples calculation, my teachers will hit me with the ruler. So I also think that mathematics is difficult and also frightening myself until now. So that's why I choose chemistry, not mathematics. The image of mathematics people is the clever people. So even in Indonesia, for example, if you ask the student, what subject did you take? It's mathematics. Oh, you are clever. So that image is also guide our society to see the mathematics itself. It's only the clever people that working and learn mathematics. And then if you see the Habermas three interests, the human interest, he divided into technical, practical, and emancipatory interests. I believe that remembering all the numbers is also important. It's a part of like the behavior theory of learning, the technical interest. As a teacher, probably one day you teach your student to remember 3 multiplied by 4, for example. It is a must in mathematics learning. Otherwise, they will face difficulties for applying mathematical knowledge. And if you move to the practical interest, you will create as a teacher meaningful learning experience. You will contextualize the concept of mathematics itself into daily lives. The last one is emancipatory interest. The teachers who come to the classroom, not thinking only on contextualize the mathematics, but thinking of your student will be a leader in our country. They will have responsibility to solve the problem in society. So it's not only about self others, but also society, national and global. So move forward on dialectical thinking between technical, practical, emancipatory interest. Everything have their own plan on the mathematics education and also in chemistry. So thank you very much for the input, and then everyone has their own interest. Hopefully next one it will be more people on getting different deep knowledge of the mathematics. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for both our speakers. By the way, the time is up, and it means that the end of our Q&A session also. It is symbol that our invited speaker session for parallel one is also finished. So I'm sorry for a participant who can directly ask to our invited speakers, but maybe we can continue to behind this conference setting if you have still have any question about the STEM and storytelling. And now, thank you very much to all invited speakers, Professor Theodore and Professor Yuli, for sharing their inspirative ways of teaching and learning strategies, especially for mathematics subject. And it also means that my task as moderator is fulfilled. I'm Muhammad Syedul Kiram. Thank you very much for your attention, and sorry for the inconvenience during the discussion. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning dan selamat pagi.
This
And
event
now,
is sponsored
I will
by.
return the next agenda to be led by DMC.
Thank you very much.
This
Waalaikumsalam
event is
warahmatullahi
sponsored by.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big applause to our respectable speakers and our moderators for the very insightful presentation and discussion. Thank you very much, Professor Chow, and thank you very much, Professor Yuli. And before we move on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen, as a token of our appreciation, we will be presenting the speaker with a vandal, a special souvenir. The vandal for Professor Theodore Chow, PhD, and Professor Yuli Rahmawati, MSc, will be given by the head of Master and Doctoral Study Program, Dr. Dadang Juandi, MSc. And also the panel for Muhammad Syahidul Kiram as a moderator will be given by the head of Master and Doctoral Study Program, Dr. Dadang Juandi, MSc. So please welcome Dr. Dadang, and please Professor Chow and Professor Yuli. Photographer ready, because we are going to have a photo session together, all the speakers. Moderator, please. Okay, give applause to Professor Chow, PhD from Ohio State University. Okay, thank you very much. Next, give applause to Professor Yuli Rahmawati. from Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Thank you very much, and give applause to our moderator Muhammad Syahidul Kiram from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Let's have a photo session together, all the speakers and moderators, and also Bapak Dr. Dadang Juandi. Photographers stand by. Okay, give your best smiles, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. Second time, 1, 2, 3. And bigger smile, 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, respectable participants and guests, once again, I would like to express our gratitude to all the contributing institutions and the sponsors of this international conference for their support in making this event possible. Thank you very much to Direktorat Riset, Teknologi, dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat, Kementerian Pendidikan, Kebudayaan, Riset, dan Teknologi. Thank you very much to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and thank you very much to M2EIC, your partner for conference. That's all.
This event is sponsored by.
Thank you. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached an exciting moment in our conference. I hope you've been enjoying the thought-provoking session and engaging discussions so far. And now it's time for a well-deserved lunch and pray break, ladies and gentlemen. The lunch break will last for 1 hour. I would like to remind everyone that the next session will begin at 12:30. So please kindly return to the auditorium immediately after the lunch break to ensure that we stay on schedule and make the most of the valuable presentation and discussion planned for this afternoon. To avoid the crowd, ladies and gentlemen, for your information, to avoid the crowd in the prayer room, some participants are welcome to have lunch first, while the other participants may have the prayer first. And for your other information, we also have a photo booth with 360 camera. It's good for you to make a content for your Instagram, yeah? So you can go to the first floor downstairs to have an experience with the photo booth and our 360 camera at the building entrance, and you are very welcome to enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, all the participants, distinguished guests and speakers, we appreciate your cooperation. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back here shortly. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Okay. Okay, information, ladies and gentlemen, for the lunch, PVIP people, yeah, for all the speakers, distinguished guests, will have lunch first, and then the second priority for lunch is all the participants in the second floor. So participants in the first floor, please have your prayer first, and participant in the second floor, please have your lunch first. And after that, you can switch, yeah? After the participant in the first floor finish praying, then you can have your lunch. And after the participant from the second floor finish having lunch, then you may have your prayer. And please come back here immediately, not after 12:30, because our next agenda will about to start in 12:30. Thank you very much. Enjoy your time and good afternoon.
Mereka yang gelap sebuah cerita. Bila kau yakin itu pasti akan berlalu. Air dramatis di atas bumi berputar, menurut Tuhan tahu hidup ini masih bersama kita di sini musiknya Liantus yang akan menemani sampai nanti. Kala surya menghilang, bulan bersama lagi, bagaikan dari cinta bulan darah, kala burung berkicau, akan datang harus katakan cinta. Berapa lama ku harus menunggumu di setiap malam ini aku tak sedetik pun tak ingat kamu, namun dirimu masih begitu acuhkan ku tak mau tahu. Luka-luka yang ku rasakan, bertubi-tubi engkau berikan. Cintaku bertepuk sebelah tangan, tapi aku balas senyum keindahan. Bertahan satu cinta
Anyer dan Jakarta. Okay, intro. Dari seorang meniti ke pantai bersalin alunan air melambai. Bosque. Bersiling ke pantai disambut alunan riuh melambai, rembulan megah di atas maligai, tersenyum melihat kita berdua.
bersama kita di sini musik Heliantus. Terima kasih Pak.
Thank you.
Oke, satu lagu terakhir dari kita semua. Andai aku bisa menjadi seperti yang kau minta, ku jadi juta. Kala cinta menggoda, tak peduli jika sekarang berat kata pernah ada. Yang penting kau ada, meski tanpa asmara. Kenapa saja alam berdua satukan kisah kita bersama. Cintaku berteduh, harapan tak ada, melihat nada asmara. Ingin ku kembali ke masa remaja, terasa geliat karena aku mau kau untukku, meskipun kau tak rindu. Engkau aku suka, aku ingin cinta sebab semerbak medit pesona. Wahai angin, bantu aku meskipun hidup ini terlalu, ku yakin badai pasti berlalu. Ingin kecil merayu kita, hatimu semua. Cintaku berteduh, harapan tak ada, melihat nada asmara. Ingin ku kembali ke masa remaja, terasa geliat karena aku mau kau untukku, meskipun tak rindu. Engkau aku suka. Cintaku berteduh, harapan tak ada, melihat nada asmara. Ingin ku kembali ke masa remaja, terasa geliat karena aku mau kau untukku, meskipun kau tak rindu. Engkau aku suka.
Okay, check. Alright. Thank you very much. Super cool band ya. Namanya apa nih? Band apa nih?
Helianthus.
Helianthus, okay. All right, it seems like the participants have not been here yet, yeah? So I would like to invite all participants, distinguished guests, and the speakers to come inside to the auditorium because we are about to start our next agenda. Once again, thank you very much for, apa tadi namanya? Helianthus music, okay. I like you guys, so cool. Oke, kita akan mulai sesaat lagi hadirin. Nampaknya peserta masih belum hadir. Mungkin boleh dibantu kepada tim panitia untuk bisa mengajak peserta offline untuk segera memasuki ruang auditorium jika Fakultas Pendidikan Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear all distinguished speakers and participants, for those who join on site here in Auditorium JIKA FPMIPA Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and for those participants who join us virtually via Zoom meeting or our YouTube that can be accessed in our website. Welcome back to the auditorium of JIKA, Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, for the General Assembly of the first Mathematics and Mathematics Education International Conference, M2EIC 2023, and the launching of DDR Indonesia Development Center, organized and partially supported by the master and doctoral students from the Department of Mathematics Education, Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Our next agenda will about to start. So once again, I would like to invite all the participants and distinguished guests to immediately come back to the auditorium because we are about to move on to the next agenda. Before we proceed to the next agenda, please allow me once again to express our gratitude to all the contributing institutions and the sponsors of this event for their support in making this event possible. Thank you very much to Direktorat Riset, Teknologi, dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat, Kementerian Pendidikan, Kebudayaan, Riset, dan Teknologi. Thank you very much to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and thank you very much to M2EIC, your partner for conference. Thank you for online participants who have already been there in your position, and we still try to invite the on-site participant to come and join us in Auditorium JIKA, the Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education, because the next agenda, our third keynote session, is about to begin. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform you that we kindly request that you follow all the rules, regulations set by the conference organizers. This includes the use of mobile phone or other electronic devices. While electronic devices can probably enhance your conference experience, please use them responsibly and be mindful of any noise or distractions caused by electronic devices during sessions. For all participants who join us online, you may access this conference through our website, M2EIC.org. And during the conference, please make sure your microphones are muted unless you are speaking. If you have any technical issues, please use the chat function to message our technical support team who will be standing by to assist you. Our conference today, ladies and gentlemen, will focus on the mathematics and mathematics education, also the DDR Indonesia Development Center, and we have a distinguished panel of speakers who will share their expertise and insights with us. Each speaker will have about 45 minutes to present their topic. After all presentations are finished, we will have a brief question and answer session where you can ask questions, and please keep your questions concise and relevant to the topic. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we will continue today's conference with our third keynote session. For the third keynote session, we are honored to have Professor Gerard Sansevi from the University of Western Brittany, who will present on arithmetics and comprehension at elementary school, or ACE. Professor Gerard, now, ladies and gentlemen, is joining us virtually on Zoom. And this session will be moderated by Al Jupri, PhD. Please allow me to introduce first our moderator for this keynote session, Mr. Al Jupri, PhD. Al Jupri, PhD is an academic and researcher who focuses on the field of mathematics education. He has devoted himself in teaching and research at the Department of Mathematics Education, Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. As a teaching staff and lecturer in the Department of Mathematics Education, Indonesia University of Education, Al Jupri has a high dedication in teaching. He has contributed to teaching mathematics to students over the years. Apart from teaching, Al Jupri also has a strong interest in research. Several areas of research that interest him include research and development in mathematics education with a focus on realistic mathematics education. He is also interested in geometry and geometry learning for schools, algebra and algebra learning for schools, and the history of mathematics. In addition, he has an interest he has an interest in popularizing mathematics to general public. Without further ado, let's move on to the next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Al Jupri, PhD, to lead the session of the third keynote session. Please welcome Mr. Al Jupri.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests and participants, good afternoon. Welcome to the final plenary sessions with our distinguished keynote, namely Professor Gerard Sansevi from University of Western Brittany, France. In this good occasion, Professor Sansevi would like to present his talk entitled Arithmetic and Comprehensions at Elementary School, or abbreviated ACA. Before we proceed to listen to his talk, let me introduce him with reading his short curriculum vitae. Professor Gerard is Emeritus Professor in Educational Science at University of Western Brittany, France. His background is in mathematics didactics, mainly in primary education, with his research focus on the study of teaching and learning and their interrelationships. His recent work led him with a national and international group to joint action theory in didactics, in which he seeks to link the instructional science to other disciplines in the humanities and social sciences, including cognitive science, philosophy, anthropology, sociology, psychology, linguistics, and history. In addition, Professor Gerard is a member of the editorial board of the Journal of Education and Didactics and a co-director of the Paideia series at the Presses Universitaris de Rennes. Professor Gerard apologizes for a mistake if I made a mistake in saying Paideia series. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us listen to Prof. Gerard Sansevi, in which he would like to talk about arithmetic and comprehension at elementary school. To your information, this plenary session will in 1 hour, in which 45 minutes for presentations and 15 minutes for question and answer. So for the audience, please prepare your questions. For the audience, online audience, you could also post your questions through via chat box. Good afternoon, Professor Gerard. This is the time for yours, and the floor is yours. Thank you. Please.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. You can hear me? It's okay?
Yeah.
For the sound, okay. First of all, I would like to thank you for this very kind invitation and your very kind words. I'm very honored to give a lecture in such an interesting conference on mathematics and mathematics education. So I will try to give my presentation. Is it okay for you?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. Thank you. So this is the title. This is the title of my talk. Teachers and students joint action in problem posing practice, as you said. In introduction, I would say that in this presentation, I first focus on the ACE program, arithmetic and comprehension at elementary school. And then I will present some aspects of the follow-up to the ACE program, what is called the DC program, which is mainly devoted to study problem-posing activities at elementary school. So first, what is the ACE research project? It's a research project which started in 2011. It's based on a cooperative work between teachers and researchers. I will insist on this point. For the construction of a set of mathematical activities in the first, second, and third grade. So students from 6 to 8. It is bulk of instructional sequences which encompass the mathematics curriculum on numbers for the whole year. And as I have said, it took place in a cooperative engineering framework. So cooperative engineering is a kind of design-based research paradigm. It's based on a few principles, and the main principle are the need for teachers and researchers to jointly work out the knowledge being taught, and the search for some sort of symmetry between teachers and researchers. The ACE research program has been evaluated, assessed in a quasi-experimental paradigm with a controlled trial which compared an experimental group and a control group, 2,000 students on a whole. And the result of these 4 evaluations were the same. First, ACE students scored significantly higher than control students on 90% of the post-test items, and in particular on the items that rely on deep understanding of the mathematics being studied. And interesting result for us, ACE students from underprivileged areas outperform control students from the same areas, to the extent that the performance gap between students from privileged and underprivileged are narrowed over the course of the school year in the ACE experimental group, while it increased in the control group. So, I would like to give you now a general epistemological background about the ACE project. There are three main principles. The building of knowledge is a cultural process. Culture is embedded in representations, and knowledge process is a kind of ascension from the abstract to the concrete. As I will say many times, general epistemologic frameworks in ACE is importance given to examples in the growth of knowledge, and we follow the Kuhnian conception of paradigm. Thomas Kuhn in his very famous book, which refers to the specific exemplars that concretely describe a problem and how to solve it. So in my presentation, you will see that I focus on some exemplars of practice. The first point is about exemplars. In that way, this is my second feature, my second point. The analogical process is seen at the heart of the world cognition. And we agree that people learn by relying on exemplars as the marrow of the scientific inquiry. An exemplar can be seen as a representation system, kind of representational dynamical structure of a problematization process. I will show you this in a few minutes. So, very important point is the last item in my slide, is that in the DIS ACE research project, practice is documented in emblematic examples, potential examples, which give to see and understand practice. So, from the mathematical viewpoint, we have bunch of principles. First of all, small numbers for understanding. The idea is that we focus on small numbers before working on big numbers, and especially we have an analogical use of numerations principles. For example, understanding 5 equals 3 plus 2 may enable a student to understand 5/10 equals 3/10 for plus 2/10. The second principle, mathematical principle in math education, is the equal sign as equivalence towards seeing symbolic structures as systems. We insist on the fact that, we emphasize the fact that the equal sign is a relational sign by writing, allowing to write equalities of as 8 equals 5 plus 3, but also 6 plus 2, and so on, and 16 divided by 2, and for little students it's not easy, but it's very powerful for us, a way of considering mathematics. The arithmetic operations in this idea are tools for exploring and understanding numbers. A second point of this ACE theoretical background is understanding numbers through measuring quantities in the real world. We have a conception of mathematics in which we place a great emphasis on the process of mathematization. So much of the mathematical work of ACE students is devoted to the measurement of quantities that allow them to understand and master phenomena in reality, according to the word of Freudenthal. The third point is the importance of representation. We will see that in a few minutes as expressing the dialectical relationship between the abstract and the concrete. And we coin a translational principle in which students had to compare and relate different representations of the same mathematical reality. It's very important. Maybe it's one of the two main points of our principles. And two last principles in the ACE theoretical background. First, the writing process is at the core of the mathematical activities, very simple in a way. To become acquainted with mathematics, students need to write mathematics and develop a direct relationship with mathematical writing, even for young students. And the last point, the last feature of this theoretical background is that doing mathematics is carrying out a long-term inquiry in the classical way of teaching in school. The time is very sequenced and very short to study. In our way, we try to make students able to relate what they are doing mathematically today to what they were doing before and what they will do after. This means that teaching and learning should be seen as a long-term process. So, a short example of the first situation of the ACE project at the beginning of the 6th grade. Students from who are 6 years old. So one dice is thrown, as you see on the photogram. Before it is thrown, the students use their fingers to make a statement. For example, a pupil shows 2 fingers of his right hand and 2 fingers on his left hand. The dice is thrown. The pupil compare their statement with what is indicated by the 2 dices. If the sum are equal, the pupils have won. From this initial situation, which is the very, very beginning, a gradual increase in complexity guides the students towards progressively richer mathematical activities. For example, the number of hands of students is increased, as well as the number and the nature of the dice, as well as certain modifications of the rules of the game. For example, a student at the beginning, a student wins because she has the same numbers as in the statement, but after that, she wins because she has a lower or higher number, etc. I will show you in the next slide some examples of work in ACE classroom. For example, of the use of representational systems. Here you see what we call the number line, the line diagram. And you can see that on the right of this board, it's a photogram of the board in a classroom. You see the statement, the number of fingers, and this same statement, which is put on a line diagram, number line. And this kind of see the numbers is very powerful for us in a way. The line diagram can allow students to solve the equation, the inequality, directly on the diagram. You can see what it is. And the line diagram can also allow students to prove, to guarantee an equality on inequality ascertained in the calculation. So students take the habit to rely on this kind of representation and are able to make links between symbolic writing and representation, and a kind of rational certainty is gradually built. In this example, you can see two slates of students. On the first example, first grade students represent subtraction 6 minus 1. And to do this, in the habit of the eighth class, he uses a symbolic writing, for example, 6 minus 1, the line diagram on the bottom of the slate, and specific representation, what we call the box. And the idea is to relate all these representational forms. And in the second example, you can see a student who is trying to link addition and subtraction. And you can see that this student tries to translate between specific representational system from the line diagram here to the box, and conversely. A last small example for the representational system in ACE units. It is a photogram of a board in a classroom, and the teacher has drawn this line diagram, and he asks the students to translate this line diagram into mathematical writing. The students, for example, proposed into a question mark minus question mark equal 4 to translate this kind of system. And just in the second phase, the students work on writing some through equalities based on the incomplete line diagram, and after that the teacher gathers all the students' writings and compare and work on this kind of ideas, this kind of representation, this kind of writing, and students and teacher are able to elicit a kind of principle of conservation of difference between, for example, the difference 4 is conserved along all the writings. In the ACE project, we have a very important device, which is the journal of number. What is a journal of number? In this journal, students are invited. It's a notebook, an individual notebook, one notebook for one student. They are invited to write down what they know in order to advance their own research and the mathematical inquiry of the class. To this end, the teacher proposes an incentive which may vary in form and mathematical purpose. This incentive is always produced with the aim of building links between the collective activity of the class and the particular activity of a given student in his or her own journal. Some examples. At the beginning of the 6th grade, for example, here the way of using the box in an algebraical way. The incentive is you make box and you complete the boxes while writing down additions and subtraction possible. And the students had complete the box. In this one, the incentive is please write operations that are obvious. So, as you say, the students imitate an example in which, for example, 5 plus 2 minus 2 plus 4 minus 4 equal 5. And this very interesting way of considering the system, the writing as a system, the writing, the mathematical writing as a system is very interesting. In this example, the students have to write down an additive writing with 6 of 7 terms. So they write this additive writing and they consider the different numbers to gather them or to compose or decompose them in order to obtain the result from 10 and units. And the two last examples are very interesting for us. It's the use for multiplicative structure of what we call rectangle numbers. The students should choose a rectangle and they write the mathematical writings, use the mathematical writings to describe this rectangle. And in this example, the last example, you can see the students who are able at the grade 1 or 2, grade 2, 7 years old, to use the rectangle properties to study the distributivity of addition, of multiplication on addition. I would like now to proceed to a second part of my talk. It's about the DC research. The DC research is a kind of follow-up that we are currently in, which focus on problem posing. So focusing on problem posing is one way to recognize the importance of this process in mathematics in science. And we think that the most crucial thing about doing science is construct a problem before trying to solve it. So in this presentation, we will build on Chi definitions of problem posing, which proceeds in 4 parts. For Jinfa Chi, the problem posing means students pose mathematical problem based on given problem situation. Students pose problem by changing existing problems. Teachers on a home generate mathematical problem posing situation, and teacher predicts the kind of problems that student can pose based on given problem situations. So in our work, we have tried to use the way in which ACE enables students and teachers to make mathematics to go ahead in problem posing. So why problem posing in a way at the school level? In problem posing, we think, it's our hypothesis, that students increase their mathematical sense making. And this is very important because this characteristic is not limited to students, but teachers themselves become increasingly skilled at mathematizing, modeling, and making sense of mathematics. Second point, problem posing seems to be a very promising way to reconstruct a form of what we can call a form of schooling, in which students are not just receivers of instruction. In traditional school, students are asked to answer questions that they have not asked themselves. In contrast, problem posing attempts to put students in the position of an inquirer, and we try to answer question that he raised for himself or ourselves. So the idea is to studying problem to reach a deeper understanding of our mathematical meaning. In there are four features of the problem posing in this ACE program. First, the inquiry process is embodied in a principle of what we have called the Journal of Number principle. You have seen in our Journal of Number, we try to put students in a position of inquirer, of small mathematician, to give him her or his proper problems. So it's the idea of our problem posing system. Second point, we built what we call, I will give some examples in a few slides. The students rely on what we call an instrument repertoire of exemplars. It's a repertoire in the sense that is a kind of storehouse of the instructional memory of the practice. We have to work on this problem and this problem and this problem. And it is an instrument in that students use this instrument when they are called to invent, create new problems. The repertoire instrument is an instrument in that it allows students to rely on this kind of tool. The third feature is that in order to model reality, there is a systematic measurement of objects in everyday school life on a long term. For example, the mass, the length, the measurement of other quantities such as temperature of time in classroom activities. We call that the recorded measurement collection. So when students try to create problem, when they try to pose problem, they do that by focusing, grounding on measurement they have made in the previous day. And in all this kind of stuff is about the making up of a collection of reference situation. So the idea is that when students work on a problem, they can relate this problem to a very large family of different problems of the same kind, of course. And in a way, it's the way mathematicians are working when they do mathematics. So I would like to show you now some teaching cases concerning the problem posing process in a specific classroom of a teacher, researcher, whose name is Florence Douarin, and it's in a grade 2 class, 7 years old student, and we think that this kind of work is very emblematic exemplar of this ACE classes. So this class is located in an underprivileged area, and the teaching is organized through for mainstream, the instrument repertoire, the collection of recorded measurements, the collection of reference situation, and the journal. So, some example on math problems. In this class, students become accustomed to measuring masses with the Roberval's scale. So classroom workshops are regularly organized for this purpose, and the measurements obtained are presented in tables. We can see one of these tables below, a poster presenting the measurement of objects in class, which several groups of students made. So in doing that, the students make posters, and these posters are copied in each notebook, each student's notebook. So this is in French, of course, and you can see the prediction of the object, for example, the candle, 145 grams, and so on, the encyclopedia, 660 and 52 grams, etc. So this is what we call the kind of collection of measurements. After that, some students in their journal of number use the encyclopedia measurement, you saw, you have saw, 602 grams, 652 grams, to pose a problem after measuring the mass of a notebook themselves, which was not in their record of measurement. And they propose the following pair of problems. So the encyclopedia weight 652 grams, the notebook weight 120 grams. How much do they weigh together? This is the whole problem. And on the right, a part problem. Together, the encyclopedia and the notebook weigh 772 grams. The notebook weighs 120 grams. How much does the encyclopedia weigh? So this is a kind of part problem. When you look at the students' notebooks, you can see, for example, that it's interesting to see that they use the kind of symbol which is very interesting for us, and this is this symbol that we call in logic the logical equivalent symbol, but for us it's not the logical symbol in the way of logic, the science of logic thinks of it, but the symbol reads, it is the same as, and then it is equivalent to. And it's a very powerful symbol to enable students to consider, for example, that there is a reverse relationship between addition and subtraction, or between multiplication and division. So after that, the students shared their production with the whole class, and the teacher found this production promising and built the following representation on the interactive digital board. So you can see that the encyclopedia weighs 600 grams, the weight of the notebook, some phrases, some sentences in everyday language. The encyclopedia is heavier than the notebook, etc. To balance the scale, you must add the marked weight, etc., etc. And this is what we call an unproblematized situation in that order. But all the information, but all the data of the problems are present, and from this kind of unproblematized situation, the students are able to build some problem. For example, they try to link, while problematizing and while describing the unproblematized situation. You can see here, for this representation, for each representation, the teacher wrote the name of the object. For example, here, le cahier, in English, the notebook, and there is an arrow from the weight of the notebook to the notebook, the word, and a second arrow which goes to the line diagram. So the students are able to refer what in this representation of this problem is the same that is analogical on the diagram limb, for example, the box on the diagram. Excuse me.
Apologize, Professor Grad. Could you speed up your presentation because you have 2 minutes presentation. Thank you.
I think I have 12 minutes now, 12 minutes more. I begin my presentation 34 minutes, but I can speed if you want. Okay, so students are able to make a comparison problem in this way, and we can focus here on the students' problem change in the case of change. For example, first there is a situation which was scripted and dramatized in front of the class. The situation was verbalized, represented, and according to the three possible problems on change: final, change, and initial. So we can see here students who have designed three problems of different kind in a change problem. For example, here the empty pencil case weighs 65 grams. I put pencil that weigh 58 grams. How much does my kit weigh now? This is a problem of research of final state. Here, now the empty pencil case weighs 65 grams. Now my pencil case weighs 152 grams and 53 grams. How much do the pencils I put in weight? Here it's a kind of transformation, research of transformation. And in this problem, which is now as very difficult, the initial state problem, at the beginning I had an empty pencil case. I put in pencil that weight 58 grams. Now my pencil case weight 152 grams. So in this kind of problems, in this kind of work, the students start from the unproblematized situation, as we just saw, and create a problem on his own. I will pass rapidly on this kind of problem, just a new representation, as you can see here, in order to model the transformation problem. We designed the transformation diagram, kind of this representation like that: initial state, change, augmentation or diminution, and final state, as you can see here, and as you can see in the students' production. You can see the same kind of problem here, but with masses. And now what we call, I would like to give you very quickly some examples of what I call the repertoire instrument. For example, here for a combined problem, whole and part. For example, in my pencil case, I have 8 blue pencils and 7 red pencils. How many pencils do I have in my pencil case? This is what I call an exemplar, in which all the problem is posed, and students, when they try to create new problems, they are able to rely on this kind of problems. It's the same kind here. In my pencil case, I have 15 pencils, etc., etc. So it is this kind of system of representation and this kind of cards, in a way, belong to the repertoire instrument. Here you have different and compared in the same way. Outside it is 6 degrees, inside it is 19 degrees, where is the hottest place, how much hotter, etc. And in this kind of stuff, this is a change, as we have seen. This morning it was 3 degrees outside. This afternoon it is 10 degrees. Has the temperature gone up or down by how many degrees? And all the kind of categories of change can be worked out by the studies. So to finish, I think in 2 or 3 minutes, I would like to present you some concluding thought. I will not develop this kind. I will focus only on the title of each paragraph. First, the exemplars are seen in this practice as roots of practice. We try to search an epistemic kinship between the mathematics of mathematicians and the mathematics of the classroom. So by focusing on the importance of the writing process, the problem posing is a very important instrument to change the form of schooling, to make a shift at the end of the slide. You can read if you want, to call for a profound shift from the classic quiz-like form of schooling to a reconstructed form of schooling based on students and teachers' ongoing joint inquiry in a long duration instructional process. The very important point for us at the end of the slide is that to structure such an instructional process based on exemplars is to create a culture. For us, culture is a very important term and very important concept. Our goal, our ultimate goal, is to build a mathematical culture for the students and for the teachers. And finally, I will say that it's very important. I'm asking here in my proper name, but I think that I ask for a collective, a group, research group, which involves both researchers and what we call teachers, researchers, as the one we will see the productions and of the students in this presentation. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Gerard, for insightful presentations about arithmetic and problem posing in elementary school with ACE program. Now we open a question and answer sessions with 2 or 3 questions. Please, the audience, raise your hand up and pose the question to Professor Gerard. Also, is it also possible for online audience? You can post your question via chat box. Any questions, audience, please? Yeah. Any question? Okay. Okay, please, you can ask the question directly to Professor Gerard. Please inform your name, institution, and also the question in brief, please.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Rohma from Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Prof. Jared, may I ask about the problem posing? Actually, recently there are so many research about that one, and when we are trying to ask students to make a problem for our given statement problem, but sometimes they just imitate and change the number of the problem we are given. So is there some tips maybe or rule how we can make a better given statement, get a better condition for students such that they have to improve their creativity also to make to pose a problem. Thank you.
Thank you for the first question. Probably the next one, please. Is there any other questions? No. Probably while we are waiting for the next question, Professor Gerard, could you please give a response to the first question about the tips to encourage problem posing in elementary school? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for this very, very interesting and fundamental question in a way. I think that the kind of reflection on this point is about the structure of the teaching process in problem posing. If, for example, a way of enabling students to create, to imitate in a creative way and not in a replicative way, is to, for us, is to give them first to give them different measurements and a practice of measurement in which they are able to focus on different numbers of different magnitudes, and it enables students to choose different numbers to build their problems. And to enrich this problem. It's the first point. The second point, which is very important for me, it's the comparison of different problems by different students. And when students are able to look at the problem invented by another student or proposed by the teacher directly, the teacher can say, okay, your problems are interesting problems, but they are not very rich or relevant on this point. So I show you how to build an interesting problem on this point, and try now to imitate this kind of interesting point of interesting mathematical feature of a problem. And in that, we have seen that doing that, we have seen that students are able to improve the quality of a problem. But as I said in my final slide, the teacher has to be very, very informed and very knowledgeable about problem posing in order to help students to do that.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Gerard. We are waiting for another question. One more question probably, because the time is close to 1:30 here. Is there another question? Or probably I have one question for you, Professor Gerard. In Europe, asking students to pose questions probably is easier compared to in Asian countries like Indonesia. Do you have any suggestions how to encourage students to be brave to pose questions? What is your suggestion to encourage students, particularly in Asia, to be brave in posing questions?
Yes, it's very important cultural question. But you know, in Europe too, students are not very brave to ask questions at the beginning, and I think, for example, the journal of number is a very interesting way to elicit this kind of behavior. In the journal of number, even very young students, you can say it. So, what are you able to write in mathematics? Oh, I know, I'm able to write 2 plus 2 equal 4, and 3 plus 3 equal 6, and so on. So they wrote down so very simple questions, qualities in their notebook, and each student makes something like that. And so after that, you share all the productions, and you ask people to, you ask students to speak and to give their ideas, and this becomes possible to that students become brave to ask questions and to produce mathematical discourse, which is our goal. Students must become able to produce some mathematical discourse, but it's not finally, it's not a question of person, it's a question of a system in which students are placed, in my way, in my view.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Gerard, because the time is finished.
I understand.
Probably, do you have a final statement to close your session, please? Final statement? Yeah.
A final statement is that I thank you very much, you yourself and your team, and Angus and Rianto. I'm not sure of the pronunciation, and I'm very honored to work in this case, in this situation, and the final statement is, if you want to continue to work on this kind of problem of research or of educational objectives, I'm okay to contribute and to work with you. It will be very interesting for me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Big applause to Professor Gerard Sansevi. Thank you very much, the audience, for your attention with a very interesting talk and insightful knowledge from Professor Gerard Sansevi about teaching of arithmetic and problem posing in elementary school. We expect this interesting talk will be beneficial for you to further investigate either in research or in teaching. Now we close this session by saying, Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for Professor Gerard, and see you in another occasion.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big applause to our respectable speaker, Professor Gerard Sansevi, and our moderator, Mr. Al Jupri, PhD. Thank you very much for the very insightful presentation and discussion. Now, before we move on to the next session, again, as a token of our appreciation, we will be presenting our moderator a special souvenir, and the vendor will be given by our Head of Master and Doctoral Study Program, Bapak Dr. Dadang Juandi, MSc, to Mr. Al Jupri, PhD. You may come forward. Please welcome Bapak Dr. Dadang Juandi. And this concludes our third keynote session about arithmetics and comprehension at elementary school, or ACE. Okay. Thank you very much, our moderator, Mr. Al Jupri, PhD, for leading the presentation and discussion for keynote session. 3. Thank you very much. Give applause once again to Mr. Al-Jupri, PhD, and Professor Gerard Sansevi from the University of Western Brittany. Distinguished guest participants and our respectable speakers, now let's proceed to the invited speaker session part 2. We are honored that in this session we have the following distinguished speakers. We would like to invite Professor Dr. Rizky Ros Januardi, MSc from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, who will discuss Morita equivalence in Toeplitz algebras, and also Doctor of Engineering, Engineer Herman Saputro, MPD, MT from Universitas 11 Maret, who will share insights on study on the utilization of biomass waste and low-calorie coal in Indonesia into the methyl ether, or DME, as an alternative clean fuel. This session, ladies and gentlemen, will be moderated by Nadia Shifa Utami, MPD. Now let me introduce our moderator for the invited speaker session part 2, Nadia Shifa Utami, MPD. She is currently a doctoral student in mathematics education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Her study is granted by PMDSU scholarship, master leading to doctoral degree program. She is a part of a didactical design research group who conducts research about didactical design in early algebra topic, a focus on functional thinking for junior high school students. Her research is fully funded by the Directorate General of Higher Education, Research and Technology, and during her study, ladies and gentlemen, she has published 5 articles, 1 article indexed Sinta 2, and the rest are indexed by Scopus. She also became a presenter in 3 different international conferences. 2 of them were held in Bandung, Indonesia, and the other one was held in Cappadocia, Turkey. We would like to invite Nadia Shifa Utami, MPD, to lead the session of the second session of the invited speaker. Please welcome Nadia Shifa Utami. Give applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nadia Shifa Utami. I will be the moderator for the upcoming insightful topics from 2 amazing invited speakers today, Professor Dr. Rizky Ros Januardi, MSc, and Dr. Ir Herman Saputro, MPD, MT. First of all, I hope that all of you ready for this afternoon session. And for the discussion today, it will be divided into 3 main sessions. The first one, we will hear the presentation of our 2 keynote invited speakers. And then following that, we're heading to the Q&A session. And finally, we will arrive to the closing session. Before we begin the presentation, I would like to tell you about Professor Rizky's and Mr. Herman CV. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Rizky is a lecturer in Mathematics Education Department UPI and responsible for teaching algebra and analysis courses. He received his master and doctoral degree from Bandung Institute of Technology in Mathematics. His research focuses on operator algebra and functional analysis. As a researcher, Professor Rizky has published many articles in reputable journals and proceedings. His recent article is about C-convex subgroups of finite-dimensional cyclically ordered free abelian groups and was published in the International Journal of Mathematics and Computer Science indexed by Scopus. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Herman is a lecturer in Mechanical Engineering Department at Universitas 11 Maret. He received his doctoral degree from Yamaguchi University, Japan. His research focuses on engine design, spray combustion, and mechanical engineering education. As a researcher, he has published many articles in some reputable journals and proceedings. And his recent article is about a development of mesoscale vortex combustion for a micropower generator based on thermoelectric generator and was published in Fluids Journal indexed by Scopus. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the first presentation, I would like to invite Professor Rizky to share his research about Morita equivalence in Topli's algebra. As a brief view, the broader area of this topic is C-star algebra. There are commutative and non-commutative C-star algebra. The commutative are widely known, can be represented by continuous function algebra, which we learn in calculus. However, the non-commutative ones are still left incomplete. Therefore, Professor Rizky tried to use the same analogy, and then by using an alternative representational way, that is Morita equivalence. This research is also focused on Topli's algebra, which is an example of non-commutative C-star algebra. The detailed analysis of this study will be presented by Professor Rizky. To Professor Rizky, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. After few presenters presenting very interesting topics, I hope you will not get bored with my topics now. Let me begin. The topic of my talk today is about Morita equivalence in Topli's algebras. This is joint work with teams in research group of operator algebra in Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Our talk today is about C-star algebra. In general, C-star algebra is divided into two kinds, two big group of C-star algebra. The first one is commutative one, and the other one is non-commutative one. For commutative C-star algebra, we have already got a very beautiful result due to the Gelfand-Naimark representation, which concludes that every commutative C-star algebra is nothing but the algebra of continuous function on a compact space. But unfortunately for the non-commutative case, we didn't get such beautiful results. And this forced mathematicians to make some analogy following the commutative case, and this leads us to the study of maximal ideal space and the study of representation theory. And a very useful tool in representation theory is called rival correspondence. And through the rival correspondence, we can understand ideal structure of C-star algebras. And to understand ideal structure, it is not enough if we look at isomorphism, because there are many non-isomorphic C-star algebras but have the same ideal structure or the same representation theory. So we provide another way to understand the ideal structure, which is called the Morita equivalence. In this occasion, I will give a talk about what Morita equivalence is, and will give some examples of Morita equivalence in Toplitz's algebra. To understand what C-star algebra is, basically a C-star algebra is a norms algebra over complex numbers, which is complete with respect to the norm and satisfying this property, which is equipped with involution, satisfying 1, 2, and 3, and satisfying the last equation, which is called the C-star identity. As I previously mentioned that Gelfand-Naimark theorem provide beautiful results for commutative algebra, the C-star algebra. We are going to understand how is the Gelfand-Naimark theorem is. In this case, A is a commutative C-star algebra with identity, and delta of A is the set of non-zero homomorphisms. And the Gelfand transform, to understand what Gelfand-Naimark theorem is, we have to understand Gelfand transform. It is basically a homomorphism from the set of non-zero homomorphism to the complex number given by this formula. And it is an isometric isomorphism of A onto the algebra of continuous function on the delta of A. And this is the Gelfand-Naimark theorem, that if A is a commutative C-star algebra with identity, and delta is the maximal ideal space, then the Gelfand transform, what we just discussed previously, is an isometric star isomorphism of A onto C of delta, or continuous function on delta. This is a very beautiful result, and we want similar result for non-commutative case. But as I mentioned previously, that we didn't have yet such results, and it leads us to focus on to important generalization of the maximal ideal space, i.e. the spectrum and the primitive ideal space. And both spectrum and primitive ideal space are quite related with representation. Hence, representation theory is a very crucial focus in the study of C-star algebras. Trivially, two C-star algebras which are isomorphic is having a similar representation theory. And unfortunately, isomorphism between two C-star algebras sometimes is not easy to prove. And it bears some question that, do we have another way to understand representation theory of C-star algebra? And are there non-isomorphic C-star algebras but having similar representation theory? And this is a classic example proved many years ago. If we are talking about the algebra of compact operators key of H, compact operators acting on a Hilbert space, it is of course non-commutative for infinite dimensional Hilbert space. And it is a very well-known fact, if we are talking about complex numbers, it is a commutative, and it is also a field. Of course, both cannot be isomorphic because the first one is non-commutative and the other one is commutative. So it is exactly different, has different properties. But K of H has only one irreducible representation as well as the complex numbers. It has only one irreducible representation because it is a field. So those are of same representation theory. So with respect to representation theory, the two different C-star algebras basically the same because their representation theory is similar or the same. Is there a standard method to identify C-star algebras which have similar representation theory? And Mark A. Rival, in a series of landmark papers in mid-70s, introduced the notion of Morita equivalence for C-star algebras, which is called Morita equivalence. Two C-star algebras, A and B, which are Morita equivalent, have identical representation theory. So if we go back to K of H and the complex numbers, they are not isomorphic, but they are Morita equivalents. And this is some terminology that we have to understand if we want to understand what Morita equivalent is. The first terminology is right A module. A here is a C-star algebra, and X is a right A module. Right A module is, we can think it as a regular module, but if regular module the scalar is on the complex number, here the scalar is on C-star algebra. And if if a right O module is equipped with an inner product, we call it inner product A module. And another terminology is Hilbert A module. Basically, a Hilbert A module is inner product A module, which is complete. It is a full Hilbert A module. If the ideal I here is dense in A. And this is getting more complicated. It is imprimitivity by module. For me, it is difficult to pronounce correctly imprimitivity by module. Basically, it is a full left Hilbert A module and a full right Hilbert A module, which is satisfying the property B and C. And we arrived at the definition of Morita equivalence. Let A and B be C-star algebras. A is said to be Morita equivalent to B if there is an AB imprimitivity by module X AB. So if we have an AB imprimitivity by module, it means A and B is Morita equivalent. And this proposition, we can find it in book from Ian Rayburn and Dana Williams. In this proposition, it is proved that if we have a C-star algebra A and a C-star algebra B, then we can see how the relation between the set of ideals of A and the set of ideal of B. And this is a very important one, which we call rival correspondence. If we have two C-star algebras, A and B, and X is an A-B imprimitivity bimodule. This is means A and B is Morita equivalent. And this is some formula. And this is what we call as Toplitz's algebra. Basically, it is C-star algebra generated by isometric operators like this, which has universal property. And this is the commutator ideal of the Toplitz's algebra, Ci res sigma. And this is another commutator ideal. They are different, not isomorphic. But we have that the two commutator ideals are Morita equivalent, is Morita equivalent. And we have recent works and ongoing research. We are going to make generalization to another kind of Toplitz's algebra, which has a different order. If we have cyclically ordered group, and then we have, this is an example. It is fresh from the oven, an example which is not trivial, free abelian groups. And this is ongoing research. It is about Toplitz's algebra of cyclically ordered group, about ideal structure, Morita equivalence, rival correspondence, and topology of primitive ideal space. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much to Professor Rizky for his presentation. For the next presentation, Mr. Herman would like to share his research about study on the utilization of biomass waste and low calorie coal in Indonesia into dimethyl ether as an alternative clean fuel. This is also a collaboration research between him and Professor Wei Cheng Wang from National Cheng Kung University in Taiwan. To Mr. Herman, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, this is a good moment for me, especially because I'm not from mathematics education or mathematics science. I'm come from mechanical engineering, but I don't know the conference team invite me as the inviting speaker in this good international conference. Thank you very much. Today, I just want to like to share about our research progress in study on utilization of biomass waste and low-calorie coal in Indonesia into dimethyl ether. As you know, this is our personal background, and we already success to publish our study, our research in many journals, and we also collaborate with another professor from many countries, from Japan, from Malaysia, and from Taiwan, and also we have the company to support our research, because the end of our research, this is our roadmap, so we should have the product This is the important thing in mechanical engineering research. So we try to invite a company to join in our research. Okay, today I just want to give some, how to say, this is information if Professor Rizky already explained about mathematics and science. So I try to find around our live in Indonesia, we have many interesting thing to become the research. So one of our focusing research in micro and small medium enterprise in Indonesia or home industry, because this is the big bone of Indonesian economic. This is the data from Business of Indonesia. If the micro, small, and medium enterprise in Indonesia is very interesting phenomena during the pandemic or during the crisis in Indonesia. But in the home industry, we have some problem in how to manage the waste material. They throw away in the river and around the surrounding in the home industry. So we need to concern and help to manage how to prepare the waste material and use the waste material, because waste material, especially from this one example in near our city in Klaten city, there is a home industry in noodle. They have a lot of biomass product, and another problem is the waste material, especially solid waste material, is only thrown away in the river. So this has become the environmental problem. And our research group be focusing to process and produce something useful in energy. Another problem is Indonesia is very rich in the coal. There is many type of coal, but the important problem is how to increase the selling value. Why the selling value? Because the end of the research, almost researcher will ask about what is the price and the selling value from your research. And then we have the low calorie problem in coal mining, especially in Indonesia. We have around 53 billion tons in Indonesia. So how to increase the selling value? And then this is one of the process in home industry or small enterprise in near the Central Java in the noodle company. So from the waste material, we processing become the refuse derived fuel or RDF5 as the biomass energy. And we already make some treatment and publish in some the journal by the modify the waste material to the RDF5. And our product is we have the syngas and then liquid fuel and solid fuel. This is a medium or middle result in our study, but we need to connect to the another project, especially how to prepare the liquid fuel become the clean fuel, how to prepare the gas to become the useful fuel. And we already also published some result, and this is the first result. The flame, you can looking in the picture, the flame is still in red color. But the objective of our study, we want to have the clean energy or blue energy or blue flame. So we try many time and modify in such my apparatus research until we success to have the blue flame like in the picture. And then for the liquid fuel, we going to the microgravity combustion. our study not only for experimental research, but also we study during the numerical study, because experiment need the high budget for research. But by using the numerical study or simulation, we can decrease the price of the research. And finally, with treatment, the liquid fuel become the new fuel for the motorbike or diesel engine. And we also try to investigate the behavior of fuel. We need the zero gravity environment. So we build the free fall tower in our laboratory to explore the phenomena and the behavior of the new fuel from the waste material. Okay, and then this is the probably this is maybe someone know about the percolation theory. We use the percolation theory in order to simulate the flame behavior during in our real phenomenon in research. So we put randomly in the lattice, and then this is a droplet randomly in the lattice, and we burn the droplet in the bottom set, and the based on the behavior of the fuel droplet, we burn to the next unburned droplet, and finally we have group combustion. So this is we use the mathematical approach by using the percolation approach. And we also not only in the two-dimensional environment, but also we're going to the three-dimensional problem. And this is the real experiment result. And I will show the one of the movie. This is in the zero gravity condition. Okay, you can watching only the short duration, maybe only near 1 second. We can know the zero. We can see the zero gravity condition in this result. And this is the result to the experiment, to the simulation, and this is 3D simulation by using the percolation approach. But the flame behavior phenomenon we characterize from the experiment. And this paper already published in Macro Science and Technology and Journal of Thermal and Science in Japan. And what is the benefit of this result? As you know, the environment, pollution and so on is very dangerous for our life. Based on the result, we can explore the stable combustion and the hydrocarbon emission. This is one of the resources from where the pollutant occur in your car, your motorbike, and your device based on the combustion engine. And then how about the solid fuel? Our study, we have 3 types of fuel: liquid fuel, gas fuel, and solid fuel. And we already made the filter based on the waste material. So from this result, we have the solid fuel, we convert to the filter in order to reduce the gas pollutant in our environment. So this is one of what our result, and we already have the patent from this product. And this is plug and play in your motorbike. Whatever your motorbike type, you can use this this equipment in order to reduce the gas pollutant. Okay. And then the next, this is the gas. What happened for the gas fuel? Because as you know, during the EV electrical vehicle now become popular, so we need the gas charging station. So we have created and submit the patent to the Indonesian government about the charging station by using the biomass and low range of calorie. So we already have the blue flame from the previous result, and we're going to confident to make the gas, charging station for the electric vehicle. And this is one of the apparatus we already create in our laboratory, not only by experiment, but also we conduct first by the simulation. And we're going to the experiment. If we have the firm and good variable, because we need more budget if we many variable try and error by not only based on the basic of the simulation. So numerical and simulation very support in our result. And this is we have 3 patents from this from this micro combustion and micro power generation. So let me show the part of module in like the gas is from the biomass or low calorie of coal from the Indonesia mining. Okay, we have the stable flame in here. We try many times to have the stable flame or blue flame instead of the microcombustor. And we measure the temperature and convert to energy. Okay, this is why we very my team is confident if we can build the charging station based on the waste material or solid waste material. This is one part of module in our study. So let me go into the last slide. This is the conclusion based on the waste material and solid waste material from and low calorie coal. We can make the green energy, blue energy in order to support the not only for the liquid fuel, but also solid fuel, and then gas fuel become the micro power generator. Okay, thank you very much. And let's go into the discussion and go back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you very much for the enlightening presentation and research. Maybe we can give applause to our 2 invited speakers here. Okay, we still have about maybe 17 minutes for the Q&A session. Maybe, ladies and gentlemen, you have any questions for Professor Rizky or Mr. Herman, please. Is there any question? Okay, maybe I want to ask first to Professor Rizky because this is quite interesting research, and I believe that this is not a short time research. So I want to ask about how long you've been conducting this analysis.
Okay, thank you very much, Nadia, Ms. Moderator. I started uh, to do some research on operator algebra on 1998, so it is 25 years ago. The research on this focus take plenty of times. Sometimes it make us get bored because to produce a paper need very long time, sometimes more than 2 years to produce some research which can be published in a journal. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So we may give applause again for his dedication for conducting this research about 25 years old. And then is there any question from the audience before I continue? Maybe to Mr. Herman? Okay, so if there's no any question, I want to ask because it's really an interesting topic because it's outside my field, right? So far, I want to ask about the clean fuel, because you're talking about the clean fuel. So it's how good it is, like the clean fuel compares to the standard fuel that we commonly use in our vehicles.
Okay, next question, but from the offset of major, but the moderator can give the good question for me. What is the difference between the clean fuel and the normal fuel? As you know, almost the combustion process produce the hydrocarbon emission. Not only gasoline engine, but also diesel engine. You can find the hydrocarbon emission. But our research is focusing how to reduce the hydrocarbon emission, because this is very dangerous for your health and also for your environmental around our life. To ignore or combustion without emission is, I think, impossible, because almost the combustion produces the hydrocarbon emission. But how to reduce and minimize the emission is this is important thing. And then blue energy mean we can move from the fossil fuel, change to the waste material like biomass and another waste material. So this is more safe to our environment, because sometimes the solid waste become the problem around our environment, our river and our soil, and also water consumption from daily activities become decreasing the quality. So how to recovery our environmental through the cultivate or manage the solid waste become to energy. So we not only focus in the fossil fuel, but we have many potential from the biomass and sun, and also wind and another energy source in around our life.
Okay, thank you. Give applause again to Mr. Herman. So I hope that his research about the clean fuel, using the biomass, will be more developed and we can use it in Indonesia to improve the air quality in our country. Okay, so we still have time. Maybe Professor Rizky and Mr. Herman, would you like to convey a closing statement for today for Professor Rizky first? Oh, okay, Mr. Herman first.
Thank you, Prof. Rizky. Give me the first chance to closing remark. Ladies and gentlemen, awareness to the solid waste and awareness to how to help the micro, small enterprise or home industry in Indonesia is very important. As you know, Indonesia, the backbone of economic is from the home industry, small enterprise, and micro enterprise. And but many waste from this industry. So I think this is the one of the interesting topic for research, not only in engineering but also in science or in mathematics also. So please help the micro, small, and medium enterprise in Indonesia become the more friendly to the environment. Thank you very much.
Okay, for Professor Rizky, do you have any closing statement?
Okay, thank you very much. My statement is quite difficult to say, basically. Because as far as I know, a research group which is focusing on operator algebra is very rare, or maybe only in this university. Even in ITB, I don't think so. Whether they have some such research group focusing on operator algebra. I know some person in there doing their background is operator algebra, but they are not doing operator algebra anymore. And we hope that we can continue doing research in very difficult situation in operator algebra. And I hope if there is any, I don't know who interested in operator algebra, we can do some joint research. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you for the insightful knowledge that we get from our amazing invited speakers today. And thank you also for the amazing audience today and for giving me the chance to be the moderator in this session. I return the next session to the MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Miss Moderator. And ladies and gentlemen, let's once again give a big applause to our respectable speakers, Professor Dr. Rizky Ros Januardi and Dr. Engineering Herman Saputro, MPD, MT. Now, before we move on to the next session, once again, as a token of our appreciation, we will be presenting the speaker with a vandal, a special souvenir, and the vandal for Professor Dr. Rizky Ros Januardi and Dr. Herman Saputro will be given by the head of Master and Doctoral Study Program, Bapak Dr. Dadang Juandi, MSI. Bapak Dr. Dadang Juandi, please come forward. And for the moderator, the vandal will be given by Bapak Al-Jupri PhD. To Bapak Al-Jupri PhD, please come forward. First, thank you very much for Professor Dr. Rizky Ros Januardi. Give applause. And thank you very much for Dr. Engineering Herman Saputro, MPD, MT. Give applause to Dr. Herman Saputro. And the next vandal is for the moderator given by Bapak Al-Jupri, PhD. Give applause to our moderator. Thank you very much. Okay, photo together. Camera standby. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, bigger smile. Say cheers, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for all the participants, our distinguished speakers and guests. We are going to proceed with the next agenda. And ladies and gentlemen, we have encountered a slight change in the rundown for today's conference. I would like to inform you that there has been a switch in the agenda. Instead of the originally planned order, we will now be addressing keynote session 4 and 5 first, and then followed by the offline parallel session. Thank you for your attention, and let's now proceed with the conference accordingly. For the keynote 4 and keynote 5 session, we are going to have Dr. Rian Hidayat MED, who is going to join us online virtually via Zoom meeting. And we also will have Professor Yaya Sugjaya Kusuma, MSc, PhD. So we are now going to move on to the next agenda. That is the 4th and the 5th keynote session. We are honored to Dr. Rian Hidayat MED from University Putra, Malaysia, who will present on systematic literature review, or SLR, in mathematics education. As our speaker for the 4th keynote session, please welcome Dr. Rian Hidayat MED. Give applause because the doctor joining us via Zoom meeting online virtually. And then I would like to invite Professor Yaya Sugjaya Kusuma, MSc, PhD from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, who will deliver our 5th keynote on transforming constructive mathematics learning with ICT, strengthening mathematics teachers' competency with the latest innovation in digital technology. Give a big applause to Professor Yaya Sugjaya Kusuma, MSc, PhD. Please welcome, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, both of the keynote 4 and keynote 5 session will be moderated by Wenda Alifullah, SPD. Please allow me to introduce our moderator for the session of 4th and 5th keynote, Wenda Alifullah, SPD. Sorry. All right, Wenda Alifullah, SPD. Since 2021, has served as a technology ambassador for the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology of Indonesia. He is not only a mathematics teacher, but also an individual who creates educational content on social media. Very interesting. Furthermore, he is affiliated with the influencer group called Teman Penggerak, which operates under the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology in Indonesia. And currently, Wenda is actively pursuing a master's degree in mathematics education at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Once again, please welcome Wenda Alifullah, SPD. And I would like to invite Wenda to lead the session of the 4th and 5th keynote. Please welcome and give applause to our moderator, Wenda Alifullah, SPD.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wenda Alifullah, and I have the honor of serving as the moderator for this session. So we extend a warm welcome to this end of the session by the highly anticipated M2EIC conference. Now, it is with great pleasure that we introduce our esteemed speakers, Dr. Rian Hidayat, MED, and Professor Yaya S. Kusuma, MSc, PhD. Their valuable insight will undoubtedly provide a captivating end to this remarkable event. So, ladies and gentlemen, during the forthcoming 110 minutes, we shall have the opportunity to partake in 2 presentations, with each speaker allocated approximately 35 minutes for their discourse. Additionally, following each session, we will engage in a discussion period of approximately 15 minutes. I want this to be the best panel you have ever been on the future of mathematics education. And we are going to pack a lot of insight into this hour, but I need your help to achieve this goal, so get your questions ready. First, let's go move to Dr. Rian Hidayat, MED. Without further ado, it is my great pleasure to introduce our first final speaker, the exceptional Dr. Rian Hidayat, MED. I would like to greet Dr. Hidayat first. Hello, Dr. Hidayat. Are you joined here? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you, doctor. I can hear you. Welcome to this M2EIC. So, ladies and gentlemen, presently, Dr. Hidayat holds the position of lecturer in the Department of Mathematics at University Putra, Malaysia. His research focuses on mathematics education, modeling competence, metacognition, lifelong learning, positive psychology, and achievement goals. Dr. Hidayat has also made significant contribution to research in the field of STEM education, technology-enhanced learning, and systematic literature review within the domain of mathematics education. Notably, his recently studied title Augmented Reality Learning in Mathematics Education, a systematic literature review, has been published in the Journal of Higher Education Theory and Practice, indexed by Scopius. Now, I invite Dr. Rian Hidayat to make the spotlight and share his presentation about systematic literature review in mathematics education. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in resounding applause to welcome Dr. Hidayat.
Okay. 5 minutes. Thank you for moderator for the kind introduction. Before I go ahead with my discussion, could you tell me my voice is clear and you can see my screen? Hello?
Yeah, check. Okay.
Moderator?
Yeah, hello, Dr. Hidayat. Hello, doctor.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Your voice is in clearly.
All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon to all participants. Presenter, the first Mathematics and Mathematics Education International Conference. I am so honored to sit here, not stand there. So I apologize to attend there. So many professor, also academician, has talked about the interesting topic, and I think my topic is a bit different because this is more to a methodology. But I try to deliver my topic in simple way. Without further ado, let me introduce myself first. I'm Rian Hidayat, which is from Department of Science and Technical Education, Faculty Educational Study, University Putra, Malaysia. It's located in Malaysia. And also, I express my gratitude to all organizing a committee for this exceptional event. Without further ado, I would like to present and share my experience, my work that we call the systematic review, and we can see to what extent systematic review has been implemented, has been applied in mathematics education. And I give some overview first, what kind we will discuss for 40 minutes above. The first one, I want to talk about the significance of review, why a review is very important, and also why we select systematic review compared than other reviews, and rationale for selecting systematic review. And also we can see the concept, is it different between the traditional one? I mean here traditional review and systematic review. And also I try to synthesize and analyze some shortcoming or weaknesses of the systematic review for young beginner, young researcher like us. And also I conclude my presentation, my discussion by indicating how to conduct systematic review and how to apply in mathematics education. First, we can see here, sorry. Okay, first we can see here as a researcher, as a young beginner and researcher, whether we are a master student, a professor, or the doctorate student, when we are conducting a research, of course we can do review. Normally review has been applied in many institutions for a chapter 2, I think in chapter 2, and this is very important for us because this is as a foundation for us to look for the previous study, to looking for the theoretical foundation or also the theoretical framework to support our idea. And sometimes when we read a paper in review, we can save our time, we can save our effort, because to read many paper, to read many references is a bit lost many time. So the important reviews is we can manage a large number of publication. This is one of the benefit why we need to conduct systematic review. Another one, sometimes to get the comprehensive review in our literature, we need as a researcher to include whether printed or electronic media to get the comprehensive understanding in field we investigate. And sometimes also when we look the Google Scholar, for example, Scopus database or Web of Science database, so not only they use in English, sometimes the authors use their own language. For example, from Spanish, they use their own language. For Thailand, they use their own language. So we don't understand the paper. So when we read the systematic review, we can get the many knowledge and in one paper, just reading by one paper. And another thing related to the scholar has been scholar written in systematic review. Normally they include many studies to be objective. They can include whether this is the positive or negative. So the systematic review can give us whether any contradiction or any contradictory primary research. So we can get the large of understanding in our topic. And the last one is related to the long history in medical research. And now we try to apply in psychology and social sciences, in particular in mathematics education. Eventually, the systematic review has been started for a long time ago, I think 1930s. So now, so many research trend in mathematics education has been applied, systematic review in mathematics education. Yeah, sorry. Now, this is the same way why we need to conduct systematic review. Of course, when we conduct systematic review, we need to use the keyword. We need to use the credible database, and also we have the protocol as a guidance, because systematic review is a method. So when we follow the same method, when we use the same keyword, this method, this keyword can be replicated by other researchers. If they replicate and update the data, they can produce, they can generate more and less output or result. And of course, in systematic review, because in traditional one, sometimes we have a tendency. What kind of tendency? For example, when we conduct a research in mobile learning in mathematics education, for example, so we can select or simply reject any article that that is not in line with our idea. So this is not happening in systematic review, because systematic review to be objective. So in conclusion, they can reduce the bias. And the other one also include independent from the published opinion, inclusion of the important effect, And finally, of course, the reduce the impact of the reviewer sub specialty. And now, sorry. What exactly is systematic review and how we differentiate between systematic review with the traditional literature review normally we implement in chapter 2. In simply way, systematic review is a process, is a methodology that's very rigor, comprehensive, and robust. Okay, the main purpose here is not only to look for the paper, not only to analyze the paper, but how to synthesize, how to report evidence, any research. The purpose is to answer certain research question. Okay, because it's a process, so systematic review is a predetermined, predefined way to identify, starting from identifying, selecting, evaluating, and analyzing from the various sources, such as academic journals, conference proceeding, or grey literature. So we try to differentiate what is differences between, the important of, another important of the systematic review here. When we read a paper in systematic review, we can get more knowledge because author has compiled many evidence, many output, many results in one paper. They analyze, they synthesize, and they report in the interesting report. And also sometimes the author who write paper in systematic review, they try to identify the research gap. This is very important for young researcher because identify research gap is one maybe the popular question from their supervisor, from their promoter, what is your research gap? So reading systematic review, you can sometimes you can get the research gap in your field, and also we can evaluate the strength of the evidence of study, and also for the author who write the systematic review, they can making a map what is something missing in existing knowledge on any issue. And again, for some journal, this is in terms of the publication. For some journal, they are so a bit easy to accept the systematic review, and also because this is related to highly citation. Because in systematic review, when we provide many information in one paper, so the chances to get citation is higher. Oh, sorry. And now we try to see that the other components should be included in systematic review. The first one I mentioned before, because systematic review is a methodology, so we need a research equation. First one, we need a clear research objective or research question to answer, and also we need to try recognize all evidence that meet the criteria through detailed strategy, and also we need to evaluate the validity, reliability of the output finding from the included study, and finally we synthesize, not only analyze but also synthesize the study in finding in the systematic way. However, conducting systematic review also have some shortcoming. Why? Because for young beginner like us, for I think so many S3 student, PhD student, doctoral student here, so young beginner in research. So conducting systematic review a bit time-consuming process because we need to collect many resource intensive. So read one by one research is a bit get much more time, so a bit Some scholars suggested the average time for conducting systematic review maybe between 8 months. But it's not worry, you can collaborate with the others, because scholar also suggested for systematic review you cannot stand alone, because you need a partner to evaluate your study. This is one of the weaknesses or shortcoming from the systematic review, and also related to the bias, because as a human being, we are a human being. Also, we have a tendency to select any paper and reject any paper. Of course, although the systematic review provide the protocol, but as a human being, we also bias, right? And also the language and accessibility bias. Some paper maybe we cannot include to our study because we don't understand their language in their research. So maybe we simply reject this article to include for our data and analyze for our data. And another thing still related to the potential of a human error, heterogeneity, and study quality. And finally, the interpretation and generalization. So the interpretation of the systematic review depend on knowledge of the authors. So this is one of the limitation of the systematic review. And I try to give the flow how to conduct systematic review. This is a simple way for the young researcher and also the other scholar that need to conduct systematic review. Maybe you can start with a simple research question. Okay, simple research question. How to get the research question? Maybe the one example, you see the previous systematic review in your topic. Okay, and you develop your research question using a conceptual framework. You need to have a framework to design the your research equation. And because this is one of the differences with the traditional one, we need a criteria. Okay, we need a criteria, and we are required to select any criteria to support our systematic review. And also we have also set strategy. We have also the technique for searching, to search the article. And after searching the article, we implement the criteria for the article we find. And also we code the article, whether the article is suitable for our topic or not. So we can code. And of course, many research article has been published. We can see the many databases in Scopus or the Google Scholar. But not all of a study of research has the good quality. So we need to evaluate the quality of study. For example, for someone to do quantitative, for example, maybe there are so missing many missing information in quantitative. They don't provide in detail their data analysis, for example. So we can argue this article has not a good quality, for example. So depend on the researcher whether the paper is included in our systematic review or not. And the last one, we need to synthesize, not only analyze, but synthesize also. For what the purpose here is to answer the research question. And finally, we need to report the finding. Sorry, need to move this one. First, we are talking about the research question. This is a framework how to develop a research question. I try to convey in the simple way because there are so many frameworks. So I try to differentiate between the quantitative one and the qualitative and mixed method. Normally, for someone conduct systematic review in quantitative, they use a PICO. PICO. P stand for population, I stand for the intervention, C stand for the comparison, and another one, O stand for outcome. So for someone who prepare to conduct systematic review in quantitative, they can use a PICO. Another one, SPIDER, I call it SPIDER. SPIDER also abbreviation and stand for the sample. P and I stand for the phenomenon of the interest. D stand for the design, E evaluation, and the last one R stand for the research type. So this is special for the someone who conducts systematic review. If they research a question more to qualitative research. Okay, I give here, for example, research question in Pico and also, sorry, in Spider. For example, I have a question here in Pico. How does brief classroom in mathematics education influence student learning achievement? This is one of the research question. So we can differentiate here the population. Maybe we can include in the criteria. We only limit our research in pre-classroom for secondary school or higher education or high junior school atau high senior school. And intervention, because we look for the flipped classroom, so we just only include the flipped classroom. No other intervention such as mobile learning and etc. We just focus on flipped classroom, for example. And comparison, we just look the paper for conducting quasi-experiment. They compare the flipped classroom and conventional method. And the outcome, we can see any related outcome to contribute to the flipped classroom. For example, whether the cognitive one, affective one, or the psychomotor. And the last one, the spider. I think the question is quite more and less, but we need to differentiate because different approach will generate different analysis. And for example, in Spider, what are the teacher views? What are the teacher experience in implementing the inquiry-based instruction, for example? So we can see here, sample, primary or secondary school. This sample, this criteria actually depend on the author, depend on the researcher, whether they include the primary or secondary school or the higher education. So depend on the author, actually. And the other one, the similar with the with the Pico. So design, we only focus on qualitative design approach, any design, whether the case study, phenomenology. So as long as we focus on the qualitative approach. And evaluation, maybe we can focus and only we can see the impact of the inquiry-based learning in mathematics education. And research type, qualitative, maybe just generate using the interviews, focus group discussion, or other method like the observation. So in conclusion, the criteria, this one depend on the researcher. Another one, I give here another step. After we develop the research equation based on the framework, so we need a protocol. We need a protocol as a guidance. We need a guidance to guide us for selecting article, for identifying the database. So this guidance will guide us. This is one of the popular guidance we call as a PRISMA. PRISMA stands for the preferred reporting items for systematic review and meta-analysis. And I think here, because I have also opportunity to read the abstract from participant to submit their article in this conference. So I'm so happy. So many also paper from the systematic review. So I guess here many audience, many participant has good understanding in systematic review. And also now about this process. The first one, we are going to identification. For the going identification here, we can, for example, we have the title, the flip classroom, for example. Sorry.
Hello, check, yeah.
Mr. Director, can you hear me?
Yeah, your voice is heard clearly.
Okay. All right, so again, I go ahead. For example, we will conduct the systematic review in flip classroom. We can see the PICO. First one, we need to identify. First one, we need to identify the flip classroom, whether any similar word or the synonym. For example, I find here another word from the flip classroom is flip teaching, for example, flip learning or inverted learning. Another one, mathematics education, because I focus on mathematics education, so I can limit only mathematics or the mathematics education. Another one, I focus on pre-service teachers or bachelor teachers or student in higher education or training teacher. So all these keyword for young beginner, for young researcher, we can see from the previous systematic review. They can also use the same one, and we can see for the first look, and also we can see from the Scopus or the Web of Science, because they also suggest the some same keyword to get the more comprehensive one. And of course, we need to identify the database we use, because in systematic review, we need to indicate which one database. For my humble opinion, if you focus only two database, for example, Web of Science and Scopus, for me is enough. But however, some universities, some institutions, they don't subscribe for the Scopus or Web of Science. So there is another choice. For example, we can use the Google Scholar, and also Eric and ProQuest to get the article. But if you don't have this database, maybe you can collaborate with the other researcher from the other countries who subscribe this database, because also it's important. For example, article is indexed by Web of Science and Scopus. It's probably has the quality compared than the other index, for example. And the last one, we need to screening. The screening process, we need to implement the inclusion and exclusion criteria. I mentioned before, in systematic review, we need to identify the exclusion and inclusion criteria. So we need to implement this one. We can read by reading the title and abstract, and also we can assess and evaluate whether this article has a full text. Because the closed access we cannot use as data for our systematic review. I give here some example how we generate the inclusion and exclusion criteria. For example, I give you one example. Accessibility. We only include the paper article has full and open access article only. Exclusion, we don't have any article closed access. Okay, another one maybe sample size. Maybe we can generate the sample size. We only focus on pre-service teachers or bachelor teacher in mathematics education. And the exclusion out of the specified sample size. In conclusion, this criteria depend on the researcher, depend on the author to include whether they include for the systematic review or not. Okay. And now we go to the same one. This is the eligibility for the to evaluate, to assess whether the quality of the article is good, because I indicate before, not all article published in electronic media has the good quality. So to answer, we have the good data. We need to evaluate, for example, statistical analysis they use, and then study design, participant. So we need to make sure this one has complete, because some, it's my experience, because some journal, they need to see the data first. If our data included study, I mean here, is a good quality, so they can accept. Because how we write the systematic review, in the meantime, our data is not do not have the good quality. So be cautious and be careful for selecting any data or article. But no worry, as long as we use credible database such as Scopus or Web of Science, hopefully we can get the quality of article. And This is also the screening process. In screening process, we need to other way. Sometime we look for the other in Google Scholar or the data Scopus or data Web of Science to get the more article. You can go to. I give you one example. You can go to Google Scholar, and in Google Scholar they are cited by. So we can click there. You can get the more article, maybe related to the our article we look for. This is one of the way lah. One of the way to get more comprehensive data. And now we are continuing by our discussion by in data analysis. As I mentioned before, data analysis for the systematic review, we can differentiate between the quantitative and qualitative. And the quantitative, maybe we can just look for the trend. Maybe we just identify year by years or any topic or theme. And the other one, we can use the thematic analysis. This is more the qualitative analysis. We can use this one to analyze the data that we has include to our study. And after data analysis, we need to interpret the data. So what will we do? First, in quantitative, we need a comparison. We need to compare our output, our result with the prior one. Okay. And then we need to recognize any trend, any pattern, similar pattern or the different pattern from the previous one. And also we need to consider whether the strength and weaknesses of the article, of the evidence, and address the research question of the hypothesis, and also indicate what the gap and areas for the future research. Because systematic review is secondary data, so it's better for us to map the gap, to identify the research gap for the future research. And the similar one for the qualitative one, also we can do the same way. First, identify the data and identify the initial code, looking for team, review then refine the team, define and name the team. And also we need to compare with our result with the previous one, and also they consider the strength and shortcoming of the evidence. And references, for the references, this is also technical thing, but I think that's very important for someone who published in the journal. And accuracy, meaning that when we cite one article, make sure article has complete information such as the year, maybe the name of journal, or missing the volume, also need accuracy. And also the consistency. When we select, for example, APA style, so we need to consistency to make every references to be consistent, and need to complete an order. We need to follow the alphabetical order, A to Z, not to mix them. And also accessibility. We can normally we can provide by providing the DOI or the URL. So the article, it will be assessed by other researcher, and the other one is the same way. Also check the citation guideline, or also this is very important one, and the proofreading, because we are aware English is not our first language, so it's normal for us for making mistakes for the writing in English, but we need a proofread to our article. And another one, I make a survey. This is like just simple survey. The research for author has conduct systematic review in mathematics education.
Pardon me, Dr. Hidayat.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, pardon me. Maybe you have only 3 minutes for your presentation.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, moderator. So this is I just get one overview from the Scopus databases. This is the journal. I give the overview. This is the journal. For author prefer to publish. One of them, I think, is very popular among scholars, also Eurasia Journals of Mathematics and Science Technology Education. And another one also Frontier and Education. I also found there's some article, systematic review related that one, and also educational studies in mathematics. And this one, I try to analyze. Many article has been published. This is the popular topic has been studied in systematic review. One of them is the computational thinking in this secondary school in K mathematics education, and also augmented reality. Some scholar see the effect of the augmented reality in mathematics education. And also the flipped classroom pedagogy, mobile learning, and digital technologies in math modeling education. And I also try to see the countries who publish in Scopus. So I found here so many articles has been published in systematic review, and I know I mentioned earlier. For this conference, so many systematic review, and I think the Indonesia will come more systematic review in the future. That's my guess. And the last one, I see the trend. I try to compile from the 5 years ago systematic review. So I found in the 2019 there are 5 articles. This is based on data Scopus based only. And that increased to 6 articles in 2020, and also the double increase to 21, being a 13, and also 2022 there are 22 articles has been published in systematic review. So for the 2023, I guess they will increase because I just I accessed this data 3 months ago, and I guess now so many articles will be published in systematic review. So my conclusion here, we have a chance for someone do not collect data in primary school. So systematic review, one of the preferences to conduct systematic review and get also chances to publish in Scopus. Okay, thank you so much. I return back to moderator.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Dr. Hidayat. I agree that currently SLR is increasing, especially during the COVID pandemic, where educational research indirectly encounters obstacles in the process of interaction between individuals. So, ladies and gentlemen and audience, we have some change rules for this presentation. So the question and answer session will be in the end of the session. We are going to move to the last speaker in this final session. We have Professor Yaya Sukjaya Kusuma, MSc PhD. So our second speaker in this session is Prof. Yaya S. Kusuma. He is a lecturer in mathematics education in Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia since 1983. He was appointed Professor of Mathematics Education on the 1st of April 2007 in appreciation for his achievement in education, research, and dedication. As a researcher, Professor Yaya has published numerous publications in respected Scopus indexed journals and proceedings. His recent research investigating the potential of integrating augmented reality into 6A instructional 3D geometry models in fostering students' 3D geometry thinking processes was published in the Scopus Indexed International Journal of International Mobile Technologies. Professor Yaya expertise in the field of mathematics education and his deep knowledge of incorporating digital technology in teaching and learning will undoubtedly provide valuable insight and practical strategies for enhancing mathematics education. We look forward to an engaging and enlightening presentation from Professor Yaya, inspiring educator to leverage the power of ICT to enrich student learning experiences in constructive mathematics. We are pleased to invite Professor Yaya S. Kusuma on the topic Transforming Constructivist Mathematics Learning with ICT, Strengthening Mathematics Teachers' Competency with the Latest Innovation in Digital Technology. Please give a round of applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for joining this session, although it is the last session, and maybe you are so tired starting from your session in the morning until now. I think it is quite a lot of work. Before we start our presentation, I would like to give you a question. This is a good question for all of you. I have mug here, and the color is black, as you see. Please remember that the color is black. And then later on, I will have a drink. So I will put a drink right now. I will cover it by this one. Okay. Now you will not be able to cover up the mug anymore. Okay, I just would like to start also the presentation, Pak Wenda. Let's say stop sharing here, and then I would like to innovation. Yeah, it's already there. Sharing. Oh yeah, it's okay. Hopefully it works. I will start from the first one. Okay, the first one is the title itself. I take this title into transforming constructive mathematics learning with the ICT, strengthening mathematics teachers' competency with the latest information in digital technology. So when we are doing transformation means that there is something change. And in innovation on education, we have the same or similar things. So how do you think now? What is the color now? What is the color of the mug now? You still remember your memory? I just check your memory. Is it, what is the color? Black? No. It's not black. It's not black. So what happened to your memory? Okay. There is something, yeah? Well, I just checked your memory, but your memory is black. It's not black. It's okay. Just to make you awake. Thank you. Okay, I would like to check the slideshow, but it doesn't work. So it's usually there. Oh yeah, no, usually there is no problem. Okay, thank you. Oh yes, it works. So when we prepare our teachers with innovation, it means that there are some things should change in their teaching and learning process. And now, because there are so many emerging digital technology nowadays in our global world, it means that all the teachers should be aware with the changes, with the challenging problems, and also with all the transformation they find from day to day. Usually, some students are aware with the transformation itself, although they do not realize that it is a kind of transformation or it is a kind of changing. But basically, students are aware with this kind of transformation, and then usually they get used to, they adapt to the changes, they adapt to the transformation. For example, we will have some here, but usually teachers are not aware with this situation. And at the same time, our students have many information about it. So sometimes teachers are a little bit late in handling the situation. What I'm trying to let you know is that we have to prepare our teacher to be ready with the changing world, with the transformation in teaching and learning process, particularly in mathematics teaching and learning. If we refer to the word, it is very clear that all countries, they have their own label. For example, Europe, maybe you are very familiar with the word industry or Industrial Revolution 4.0, starting from the first Industrial Revolution or 1.0, let's say, until now, we are in the Industrial Revolution 4.0 era. But in China, we have colleague from China. Originally, our presenter, Professor Theodore Chow, is from China, and now he is in the US, in Columbus, Ohio. Made in China. So everything should be made in China in 2025. Now we are in 2023. It's just almost 2 years. It's not so long. And you will be able to find now in Indonesia that many things are produced or maybe assembled in China. Almost everything. So I think they have they have successfully done this. And then in Japan, it is very famous, Society 5.0. They would like to try to minimize the risk or the consequences of the Industrial Revolution 4.0. And in North America, there is industrial internet. And what happened to Asia, Indonesia, let's say, Bandung? We usually call Bandung a smart city. That's what we heard. So Asia, smart cities. So here, as what you see, so we have Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, robotics, big data, and blockchain, for example, are just some examples of emerging technology which come to our front door, our home or houses or schools, and then we will not be able to go back, although we are not in the pandemic era anymore. Now we are in the post-pandemic era, but the situation will not be back to the situation before the pandemic itself. So it means that also it works for the education or teaching and learning process in our classroom. So Internet of Things, for example, is one of the emerging technology or innovation that the teacher should understand what it is and how it is and how to use it. And artificial intelligence, for example, if the teacher doesn't understand how to use and what artificial intelligence is, then maybe their students are much more smarter than the teacher itself, because when teacher asks some assignments or ask some question, it will be very easy for students. Let's say for English student, and there is an assignment to be given to the students. Please write an essay consisting of 300 words. You know what happens? Then it will be just in 1 minute. It will be finished in 1 minute. And maybe the teacher who don't understand ChatGPT as one of the example of implementation of artificial intelligence will not be able to understand that it is the product of the machine, not by the brain of the student themselves. So it means that what should we do? What the teacher should do if they are dealing with this kind of problems? Then it means that the teacher should try to find out, try to create the climate in the classroom to make the student think, not just only take from the ChatGPT as their resource for their answer for the assignment. Instead, they have to think. But how to make the student think? Well, the teacher should also understand how to create some problems in such a way that the students will not be able directly take from the ChatGPT. That's the question, or that the answer itself. So it means that the teacher should understand the way artificial intelligence works, the way ChatGPT works, to make them understand how to construct an assignment or some tests to be given to their students in such a way that the students will be able to practice their brain, practice their thinking skills. And in robotics, there are also some robots. It is a kind of threat maybe, or maybe it is kind of opportunities. Well, it depends on our view. If we think that robotic is a good opportunity, it might happen. But if you think that it is a challenge, it is real as well. For example, teacher as a profession. Does it mean that teaching will disappear because if just teach from day to day, give some lecturing, let's say, robot can do it. To create or to do discussion, robots can do it. So, what should we do? Why we are still important for citizens, for people, for culture? One question, one word, keyword, that the job or the profession of teacher is still important is that character. Robots cannot improve characters, but we do. So, because we have soul here, robots doesn't have soul, tidak punya perasaan, but we have it. It is because of this situation then we are as teachers, we are as lecturers, can have profession now and also the future. So don't worry. I mean, the lecturing profession or teaching profession will be here and will be there from time to time, now and forever, because we have some competency to practice, to train, and also to maintain the situation in our classroom for our students. If they are in depression, for example, that's what we can have. If we would like to strengthen our students' character, yes, we can do it. Of course, with the integration with the subject matter itself or with the content itself, mathematics, let's say, or any other subject matter. And big data, we have also to be aware that we are in big data era. Everything is here. Your data is very transparent. I will not be able to hide anymore in this world. If you would like to check who is myself, it is very easy for you to check who is Pak Yaya, let's say. You just write Yaya S. Kusuma, and then boom, everything is there. So there is no secret anymore. Why? Because we have big data there. And then with blockchain, let's say some of the application is Bitcoin. We have also in financial problems, financial matters or issues, we have to be aware also. The way now in this world, the way we transfer our money without cash, let's say, now we experience the situation. You can save your money here in Bandung. You can take your money in Columbus very easily. You can save your money here in Bandung. You can buy something in Sydney just using your debit card. That's very easy because one example of blockchain, I think. Okay, we move a little bit faster to the Industrial Revolution 4.0, and we are talking about the characteristic of this Industrial Revolution. The first important keyword is just the black ellipse, yeah? Cyber physical systems, because this is the characteristic of the fourth industrial revolution. So everything is controlled by using application. Everything is controlled by using software, whether it is software or system or application, or maybe some concrete object. Concrete objects, some things that are controlled by using software or by using computer programs. The others are, I think, is quite usual for you. Okay, this thing that should be understood by our teachers to make their profession much smarter and smarter from time to time. For example, the last one, 3D printings. This one is very important for lecturers or for teachers who are doing laboratory management, because by using 3D printers, you don't require jigsaw, you know, you don't require some hydraulic to make some holes, let's say, by using mechanical devices or equipments. We just use 3D printers, and all the media and all the manipulatives, alat peraga, can be constructed very easily. You just take photograph from this part, take from this part, from this one, from this part, and then from this one also. Like just maybe 10 minutes, then I will be able to create exactly the shape like this one by using 3D printers. So that's kind of innovation. Okay, let's move. This one is just a little bit about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, yeah? Industrial revolution. The first one is power, steam power. That's the characteristic of the first industrial revolution. And then the second one is electricity. The third one is electronic and also information technology. And now the last one, we are in the cyber physical system. Okay, this one, robotics. Well, it's kind of real girl or real lady, yeah? Let's just try to check it. Before I play this video, I just would like to give you a little bit idea about the picture of the story. Actually, what happened is that these robots, very beautiful, very smart, and we can discuss with this lady. So discussion is not big problem for her, very easy. If you like to ask her to give a presentation, it's very easy, very, very easy for her. But actually she is not a lady, real lady, she is a robot. And the main point is that she said that, yes, I'm an Android-based robot, which is created by people. I am smarter, but the students, but the people are much smarter, of course. I don't have something. Soul, jiwa. Okay, let's start.
For starters, what should I call? I'm Chloe. And you, what's your name? Oh, John. My name is John. Delighted to meet you, John. Could you tell us a little about yourself and what you can do, Chloe? Of course. I'm the first personal assistant built by CyberLife. I take care of most everyday tasks like cooking, housework, or managing your appointments, for example. And I understand you're the first android to have passed the Turing test. Could you tell us a little more about that? I really didn't do much, I just spoke with a few humans to see if they could tell the difference between me and a real person. It was a really interesting experience. But this is the first time in history that man has created a machine more intelligent than himself. I gather your brain can perform several billion operations per second, is that right? Absolutely, but I only exist thanks to the intelligence of the humans who designed me. And they have something I could never have. Really? And what's that? A soul.
Okay, the video doesn't run smoothly on the screen, but actually it works properly here in my computer. This one is just the translation of the discussion between someone, between the lady and a guy there. Okay, just move a little bit further. There is another video, but I will skip it because of the time. So now we start to talk about the required ICT skills for dealing with the situation in the Industrial Revolution 4.0. So there are many things, for example, 3D printing, that what we have seen on the screen before. And then there is also augmented reality, artificial intelligence, big data, blockchain, autonomous robots, driverless vehicle, the Internet of Things, machine learning, something like what you see on your smartphone. And I think this is not very new because it's an old topics, but now it becomes more popular because we use it from time to time in our daily use, especially when you use your own smartphone. There are so many types of data. Some of them are big data, and then metadata, data which tell us about the characteristic of the data, the other data, tell us about the characteristic of the other data, and then real-time data, the data which is valid at that time, and then also machine data, which data produced by computer or by other machine. And then now, if we refer to relevant skills in the Industry 4.0, Industrial Revolution 4.0, let's have a look to 2015 and then compared to 2020. We see here that there is something appear. Emotional intelligence, for example, is very important in dealing with the problems in 2020, together with cognitive flexibility. Cognitive flexibility is one of the topics, one of the theme of Mathematics Education Conference in Taiwan a couple years ago in 2018, I think. Yes, cognitive flexibility was very popular. So, complex problem solving is very important to be trained to our students. And then we have to check whether our students have critical thinking skills, whether they have creative thinking skills on mathematics, for example, as well as in people management or any other social issues, coordinating with others, judgment and decision making, service orientation, negotiation, as well as cognitive flexibility. But for mathematics student or for mathematics colleague, dealing with the complex problem solving is very, very important, because from time to time, we will be dealing with some complex problems, whether it is routine or non-routine problems, whether it is on mathematics or whether it is outside of mathematics. And then it is important also to be critical, yes, because in critical thinking skills, we need logic. And logic is deeply discussed in mathematics. And also some people in social science, they use logic to be a good discussant, to be a good presenter, because by using logic, it is very hard to have a debate with these people, because everything will be based on some premises, and then they will do some deduction. Deduction in mathematics, we prove from one step to another step with a certain theorem, certain properties, or maybe certain other concept. So the question is, what happened in 2025, let's say? What kind of skills do we need? This is kind of future skills. Our curriculum, let's say, curriculum 2013 is an answer to solve the problem in the last decade. At that time, our students have a problem in PISA, but it's already an old problem. Now PISA itself changed, and now problems getting harder and harder. So how to cut the future problems, how to prepare our students with the future skills, to prepare our students in such a way that they will have and they will be able to solve problems in their own time. Maybe at that time we are not there anymore, but we have to prepare our students to have a certain skills so they will be able to survive if they have some challenging problems in that era. Okay, some of future skills for teachers as well as lecturers is the acquisition of or the skills of ICT, understanding the ICT, and also applying ICT, and then integrating ICT and transforming ICT into our teaching mathematics in our daily classroom. That's the challenging problems for mathematics lecturers as well as mathematics teachers. The first one is acquiring skills. How do we obtain skills? So this is the first stage. Maybe we position ICT as just a tool, sebagai alat, to be used in our daily teaching and learning process in classroom where we teach mathematics. We use PowerPoint, let's say, Microsoft Word PowerPoint, or maybe we use, let's say, Excel, or we use Microsoft Word. It's just that's tool as a tool to be used in our daily practices. And then maybe we use also ICT as tool for use in separate subjects, not just only in mathematics. Maybe we create also some books by using ICT. That's good. So how we obtain this kind of skills? This is very important. We hope that all the teachers, mathematics teachers in Indonesia, will be able to have this kind of skills. This is basic skills. Yes, there are some problems with some older teachers, particularly when they would like to go pension or to get retired. Yeah, next year we'll get retired. Oh, I don't want to use word anymore. This is just for you, the young people, not for me. I'm a little bit older. It's not important for me. I don't want to be difficult with ICT. That's enough for me. I don't understand ICT. I don't know how to use it. But it's just for you, young people, young men, young ladies. But some teachers here in Indonesia, we have some problems in the use of ICT in their teaching and learning process in their daily classroom. So, what is the second stage? The second stage is we enhance our teaching and learning. So, ICT is already at our hand. We just use it, and ICT is used as tool for enhancing our students. In this situation, we integrate information and communication technology within the existing curriculum. In this situation, then, if you have some kind of tools or media in information technology together with maybe traditional media, then we integrate them into our teaching and learning process. The meaning of integration here is that they work by its own role. The role of each part doesn't change, but the difference is that they support one to each other. That's integration. It's just not a combination between some equipments, but the main point is that we integrate means that we combine all the equipments and then they work together and then support one to another. Okay, just a moment. Okay, thank you. So the second stage here is integrating information and communication technology into mathematics teaching and learning. How to integrate? We use it, and then we integrate it, we combine it, and then each equipment works by itself, but one supports the others. Okay, that's the meaning of integration here. And then the stage 3, transforming. This is a little bit harder for our teachers because now ICT has become an integral in our teaching and learning process. So ICT as integral components of broader curricular reforms. We have to change many things in our teaching, not just only, let's say, the lesson plan. We have to change also the curriculum. We have to change the classroom setting maybe. We have to make it into smart classroom, let's say. And then what about the position of subject matter and the concept in the syllabus, or the syllabuses or syllabi? So that's integration together, and we have transformation here. And then this situation will change how and what students learn. We combine, let's say, like right now, blended learning or blended learning, for example, the situation changed because people, not only here, but there are also some other people outside this building. They can also watch our presentation inside the building. That's also integration and transformation. And of course, the way we understand, the way we learn, and then the way we study will be changed, will be different. Okay, and then for teacher development, there are some stages. I move a little bit faster. The first one, in what position our teachers are. Maybe they are in the first stage. Well, maybe if it is in the first stage, then it is in action. There is nothing that they do. They just do nothing. So they are not aware that there is some PowerPoint, let's say, for example, or that there are some words, that there are some word as a programs, or maybe for students, they are not aware that there are some application that can be used to check their grammar. For example, usually I ask ChatGPT, please ask the following sentences with respect to the grammar. And then it answers. Based on the grammar, it is correct, but there is some errors in typing, let's say something like this. So it helps. But if we are not aware, then we don't do it like that. Okay, so, and then investigation, maybe we are in a curious thing, sedikit ingin tahu, keingintahuan, curiosity. We would like to know, hey, what do you have? Why you have an essay just in one minute? You finish already. It's very fast. How do you do it? How can we have it? Then maybe you are in a curious situation. So you investigate and then you check with the others, you ask your friends, ask our colleague how to do it. Thank you. Okay, we still have a little bit time. Then maybe there are not so many slides anymore actually. And then application. In this stage, then the teacher apply or use their own information, their own skills, their own media in their teaching and learning. And then maybe in stage 4, they are involved deeply in the integration of ICT into their teaching and learning process in their classroom. But the last one is stage 5. Our teacher maybe, hopefully, will be here in this stage, transformation. Okay, this is just the summary of this process. Skill acquisition, that's in action, investigation, and application. And then integration in the second box. And in the third box is the transformation itself. So there are many abilities that we can have here in the second columns, of course. And then we have many implications of ICT. So maybe multimodal screen-based literacy or assessment, or authenticity determination, or maybe context knowledge, or maybe behavior management. But this one is not quite mathematics, of course. Okay, I skip this one. And then this is hypertext pedagogy, where there is connectivity for teacher education. So by using ICT, by using the innovation in emerging technologies today, then teachers will be able to create hyperlinks. They have to be able to create hyperlinks. Teachers nowadays, they have to teach and learn in online world. I think this is good challenging problem for teachers. And then help students achieve deep learning using internet, yes. And then maybe incorporate learning objectives. And then this one as well. Maybe we have to use also emoji, for example, yeah, when we give a message in our WhatsApp, for example, because there is no any face-to-face meeting, something like this. And then here, we have to think about teaching values, something that the robots will never have, teaching values. Okay, and then implication also, delivery of program should be enhanced, yes, by using online and multimedia. The teacher should be able in having a delivery of teaching and learning by using online and multimedia resources. And then this one is a summary from phase 1, 2, 3 until 5. So don't forget that the last one is evaluate and revise integration and transformation strategies. I think that's the last one. So thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Great, thank you very much, Professor Yaya. I agree that in the present era, our students have opportunity to easily access data and information, and in order to keep up with this advancement, as a teacher, we need to improve our ability, and I agree about that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to open the floor for question and discussion. If you have any inquiries or would like to share your talk, please feel free to raise your hand. Okay. Where is the committee, please? The first one is, yeah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening. Thank you for great presentation, Prof. Yahya. I am Mayang Dintarini from Universitas Negeri Surabaya. I want to ask about the issue of AI, artificial intelligence. Is AI is a threat or opportunity? Because in our experience, we all know about the use of AI. AI can solve many problems. Maybe the students know that ChatGPT can solve mathematics problems. So if we, as an educator, how we can use ChatGPT not as maybe how we can use ChatGPT in our learning. So ChatGPT is not just a cheat for students, but we use it in our learning. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Actually, maybe we answer the question.
Thank you. That's very important question, and also it's very nice question. She asked about artificial intelligence and what of the example is about ChatGPT in our classrooms. It depends on you refer to the ChatGPT or artificial intelligence itself, whether it is a tools or whether it is a goals. If you position ChatGPT as a tools, then it means teachers, we as lecturers or teachers, will use it in our teaching activities. But if you think that ChatGPT as one of the application of AI is our goals, then it means that we would like to make our students good at using ChatGPT or creating something from ChatGPT. Now, the first one is, if we use ChatGPT as a lecturer or as teachers, then it means that we have to create a climate change, classroom climate, in such a way that the students will have benefit from using ChatGPT in our classroom to have some resources to deepen their knowledge. We give a practice to the students to explore some concepts, to find some more resources in such a way that the students will have many resources. It depends on the teacher hints or the teacher guidance to create some step or some stages to make the students work from time to time in our activities. For example, do this, do that, do this, and check whether the result is like this. We should make or create handouts, of course. So we ask the students to use ChatGPT, for example, to create a product or to create essay or to create solution of problems. Okay? Having some issue, then we can ask students, please answer this question and with respect to, with the requirements or the constraint, blah, 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 blah. This is just only one example because of the time. And then if we position ChatGPT as a target, as a goal, tujuan, then it means that we have to create some climate change in our teaching classroom in such a way that at the end the students will be able to use ChatGPT. So the use ChatGPT is the target. It's quite different. So it depends on your issue, yeah, whether it is a tools, whether your position is a tools or a ghost. If it is a ghost, then ChatGPT is a kind of technology that should be enhanced, that should be achieved by students. They have to be good in ChatGPT, or maybe they have to understand what AI is and what ChatGPT is, what the use of ChatGPT is for their own problems, for their own targets. Maybe we don't know their own targets, but our target is to make our students good in ChatGPT. That's the situation when you or we position ChatGPT as goals. I think that's the answer for your question. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe the second question you guys can give from our first speaker, Dr. Hidayat. Okay. Yes, please. Dr. Hidayat, you join with us?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Here's the question for you. Pardon, the microphone is still off. Okay.
Okay, thank you for the very interesting material. This question is for Prof. Rian. Actually, I have several questions. It can be? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, the first question is, actually, I would like to asking about the popular topic or trend topic for SR or LR, but you explained it very well already. So the question is, you say that the way to writing SR is highly citation. Yeah. So how much the number of reference that could we have to write the systematic literature review? And the second question is, are all variables in mathematics, especially in mathematics education, can be systematic review? Okay. And the last question is, what are the easiest procedure in writing systematic review? Because especially for me, all step is hardest. Thank you.
Okay, yes, please, Dr. Hidayat.
Okay, thank you so much for the interesting question. So I think it's very constructive question and can engage the more discussion. The first one, I try to answer the question, how many citation or article maybe we can analyze and synthesize our data. In systematic review, there are no limitation whether the minimum or maximum how many article, as long as it's related to our topic we investigate. However, if we get the small number of paper, for example, maybe we can enhance the database we use so we can get the more article, and maybe we can use the multiple keyword, also the other references and other citations, so we can get the more article. Because why? If we have bit limited number of article, for example, less than 10, for example. It's a bit hard to get the validity and reliability of the paper because we compile many research. So for me, if you get the more, if you have the less than 10, for example, your citation for your analysis study, you can get the, you can use the more keyword or the database and etc. And another one, the second one related to variable. What kind of variable? Maybe the interesting, we can conduct systematic review. I'm so excited. I'm so excited with the first opening with the DDR, the didactical design research. Is it correct? Huh? And I think for me it's quite new. So I think this is the new topic and also the something very interesting. And this is one of topic maybe you can uncover. Maybe one of the research question you can generate maybe what is the theory behind the DDR, for example. This is very interesting for me. And maybe another one we can maybe you can follow my slide before. I just get some article in systematic review in Scopus database. More researcher now focus on ICT or digital technology in mathematics education. So to get an idea, maybe you can read the paper in systematic review in mobile learning, and maybe you can generate different research question. This is another way to do get the interesting variable. And the last one, I try to the easiest how to write. I think I'm also feel the way because also I'm new here, so I still learn, and I know and I just know the Prof Yaya is also my examiner before, so I really new here. So for me, I give the a bit recommendation. If we read the systematic review, please read the systematic review also. So what maybe we can highlight one by one. What is the introduction, for example? What they contain? What need to include in introduction, for example? So when we know what information should be included the introduction, for example, and we know how to get the citation to get the information, I think it will be easy for us to write the systematic review. And I think the same way we can apply also for the other article. Answer my question. Answer you. My answer answer your question.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Hidayat. The question has answered clearly. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, because we have limited time, so the question and answer session is closed. I'm so sorry if there are many questions that not can be provided in this discussion session. So, ladies and gentlemen, and especially Dr. Hidayat and Professor Yaya, before this session ends, please provide a closing statement on what you have presented. The first, please give a closing statement for Dr. Hidayat.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. So my concluding remark here, using systematic review is not a new way, but we can learn. But for the young researcher or young beginner like us, maybe you can try to publish your idea in systematic review. Because why? When you conduct systematic review in one topic in your study, I guess you can get much knowledge. Because you're not only focused on one concept, but you try to collect comprehensive article. So I think if you get the good understanding in your literature review, so I think the rest of your research will be easy because you understand the flow of your research. That's all.
Okay, thank you. The second, maybe Professor Yaya, for your closing statement, please.
What I can say is that please be ready with the changes in our teaching and learning process, in our education, because change is natural, and we will have change from time to time. Everything will change. So expect the unexpected. Thank you.
Great, expect the unexpected. Thank you so much, Professor Hidayat and Dr. Hidayat. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we have had the unique opportunity to delve into the mind of this distinguished individual, both Dr. Hidayat and Professor Yaya, as they share their invaluable insight, experiences, and suggestion for the future of mathematics education. From systematic literacy review in mathematics education until transforming constructive mathematics learning with ICT, their expertise covers a broad spectrum of mathematics education disciplines that have the potential to reshape our world. I am Wenda Alifullah, your moderator, and now I would like to hand the microphone back to our master of ceremony. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Wenda Alifullah, to lead a very engaging session of the presentation of our last keynote sessions, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, let's give a big applause to our respectable speakers for the last keynote sessions. Profesor Yaya Sugjaya Kusuma MSc PhD from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia and Dr. Rian Hidayat MED from University Putra Malaysia. And before we move on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen, once again, as a token of our appreciation, we will be presenting the speaker with a vandal, a special souvenir. So for Professor Yaya Sugjaya Kusuma, the vandal will be given by the head of Master and Doctoral Study Program, Bapak Dr. Dadang Juandi MSI, and for the moderator, Wenda Alifullah, the vandal will be given by Professor Dr. Nur Jannah MPD as one of the lecturer of Mathematics Education Study Program. So for Professor Yaya Sugjaya Kusuma and our moderator, Mr. Wenda Alifullah, please come forward. And I would like to invite Bapak Dr. Dadang Juandi and Professor Dr. Nur Jannah MPD to give the vandal to our respectable speaker and moderator for the last keynote session of the Mathematics and Mathematics Education International Conference. Okay, the first one for Professor Yaya Sugjaya Kusuma. Thank you very much for a very insightful knowledge and presentation. And the second one from Professor Dr. Nur Jannah MPD, given to moderator Wenda Alifullah. Thank you very much for leading a very engaging discussion. Take a photo together. Photographer, stand by. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Once again, bigger smile, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. Okay, freestyle, freestyle, one more time. Say cheers, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much. Once again, let's give applause to our respectable speakers and our moderators for all keynote sessions for today. And that was the last keynote sessions for today's conference, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are going to move on to, probably this is going to be almost the last agenda. Yeah, we are going to have offline parallel session. Our next agenda is having the offline parallel session. And during the session, please follow the rules and regulations that has already set by the organizing committee. Maximum presentation time for each presenter is about 10 minutes. This is including questions and answers with the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and participants and guests, the members of organizing committee will help you with the parallel session. So now I would like to just open our session of offline parallel session. And by now, our members of committee, organizing committee will help you, all the presenters, to conduct the parallel session. So probably for the committee members, yeah, we can start the offline parallel session. And for all the presenters, please be ready and follow the rules and regulation that's already set by the organizing committee. Remember that maximum presentation time is about 10 minutes. And by the end of the offline parallel session, don't go anywhere, everybody, because we are going to announce the best presenter of today's conference. So after the offline parallel session is finished, immediately come back to this room, to the auditorium, because we are going to have the best presentation award. So enjoy your presentation, ladies and gentlemen, and have fun. The offline parallel session will be conducted for about 1 hour. So 1 hour from now, all of you participants are expected to come back to the auditorium. So we are going to get back in this auditorium at around 5 o'clock until 5:10. So for all the participants, please come back immediately to the auditorium after finish the offline parallel session. Thank you.
Rumah ada muridnya. Oh lah, untung bukan di sini. Yang cewek kemarin nggak sih? Yang mana? Nggak tahu. Kedengeran tidak saudaraku? Maksud sih? Udah. Udah open. Sebelum video mulai aja kali ya? Mulai aja. Apa gimana? Kita tinggal nunggu satu lagi, kita mulai aja ya. 5 menit lagi kali ya? Videonya kayaknya lagi nonton. Oh iya. Mana teh coba? Coba, kedengeran nggak suara aku? Nggak open nih teh. Yang udah, aku open. Nih. Di kamunya nggak kedengeran deh kayaknya, nggak. Yang mana sih? Belum teh. Semua pasal limorin. Aku juga udah open mic. Salah ini.
Cek. Satu dicoba.
Check. Welcome back, participants, to the first Mathematics and Mathematics Education International Conference. Thank you very much for your participation in our offline parallel session. Now we are about to move on to the next session. The next session will be the announcement of the best presenter of our parallel session of today's international conference. All the participants are invited to come inside to the auditorium because we are going to continue our session for today. This is going to be the last session, and we are going to have a closing ceremony right after we announce the best presenter of the day. Once again, we would like to invite all the participants to come inside to the auditorium to join us in the announcement of best presenter for the parallel session of today's international conference. After the best presentation award, we are going to have a closing ceremony, and we are going to have our head of master and doctoral study program, Bapak Dr. Dadang Juandi, to close this event today. But first, we are going to announce the best presenter of the day. So we would like to welcome you, all the participants, to come back to the auditorium and join us in the announcement of the best presenter of today's parallel session of International Conference, the first Mathematics and Mathematics Education International Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, as we near the conclusion of this remarkable conference, it is now our honor to announce the recipient of the prestigious Best Presentation Award. But before we reveal the name of deserving winner, I would like to extend once again our gratitude to all the speakers who have contributed their expertise and insights throughout this conference. Each presentation has added immense value to our knowledge sharing platform, making the selection process for this award extremely challenging. So let's begin the announcement. Are you guys ready? All the participants, ladies and gentlemen? All right. Okay, the best presentation award for the offline parallel session of the Mathematics and Mathematics Education International Conference goes to... Ini harus ada musiknya ya. Okay, the best presentation award goes to Faradila Haryani from Sampurna University with the presentation titled Questioning in Mathematics Classroom Using Desmos Polygraph, a Strategy to Differentiated Mathematics Instruction. To Faradila Haryani, please come forward. Congratulations. And please join me in congratulating Faradila Haryani from Sampurna University. And I would like to invite the Chief of M2EIC Organizing Committee, Agus Henrianto MPD, to give the award to the best presenter. Okay, camera stand by. Okay, to the Chief of Organizing Committee, Agus Henrianto MPD. Okay, this is the best presenter of our parallel offline session, Mathematics and Mathematics Education International Conference. Congratulations, Faradila Haryani. Okay, once again, give a big applause to Faradila Haryani from Sampurna University. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and that brings us to the end of our today's international conference. And to officially close this event, we would like to invite our head of Master and Doctoral Study Program, Dr. Dadang Juandi MSc, to deliver a closing speech. To Bapak Dr. Dadang Juandi, please welcome. Give applause to Bapak Dadang.
Baik, terima kasih semuanya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Kita semua sudah melakukan seminar dengan sangat baik. Thank you for all participants, for all committee. You are successful in seminar, and we are going to seminar in the next year ya, next year. Mudah-mudahan ini semua berjalan terus-menerus. Jadi kita sedang membuat tim yang kompak yang akan melanjutkan seminar ini, khususnya yang junior harus terus mengikuti jejak Pak Agus nih ya, Pak Agus. Dengan mengucap alhamdulillah, kita sama-sama mengakhiri seminar internasional yang pertama ini. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Akhirul kalam, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thank you very much, Bapak Dadang. And ladies and gentlemen, as we reach the end of this momentous event, the General Assembly of the First Mathematics and Mathematics Education International Conference 2023 and the launching of DDR Indonesia Development Center, it is time for us to reflect upon the knowledge shared, the connection forged, and the inspiration gained. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to all the distinguished speakers, presenters, and participants who have contributed their expertise and passion to make this conference a resounding success. Your presence and active engagement have elevated the quality of our discussion and have set the stage for future advancement in mathematics and mathematics education. Also, ladies and gentlemen, let me extend our heartfelt appreciation to our respectable sponsors and partners. Thank you very much to Direktorat Riset, Teknologi, dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat, Kementerian Pendidikan, Kebudayaan, Riset, dan Teknologi. Thank you very much to our beloved university, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. And thank you very much to M2EIC, your partner for conference. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, all the participants and guests for attending. Last but not least, thank you very much to the organizing committee who have worked together to ensure the smooth execution of this event. As we conclude the General Assembly of M2EIC 2023 and the launching of DDR Indonesia Development Center, I invite you to continue the spirit of inquiry, exploration, and collaboration that has defined this conference. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, for your active participation. Safe travels home for your respective destinations, and we look forward to meeting you again in the future events. Goodbye and farewell until we meet again. Terima kasih, sampai jumpa. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
This event is sponsored by 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 This event is sponsored by